Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. We'll call the Public Health Committee's public hearing for Monday, February 27th, 2023. We'll begin this public hearing. We are considering listening to the public on two bills, Senate Bill 1076 and Senate Bill 1075. I just had a few comments that I wanted to make as we start. Since the first time I was elected for the 3rd Senate District back in 2019, I have been a member of the Public Health Committee and heard each of the last 3 years of, as a member of the Senate legislature, the powerful stories of terminally ill advocates. Some include the ones who are no longer here, like Kim Hoffman and others who have died waiting for this option. We have also heard from survivors of traumatized families who have witnessed the harrowing deaths of loved ones at the end of life. We've also heard from opponents of aid in dying who speak openly of their concerns about the passage of such a law and what it means for our society. The goal of aid in dying legislation is to achieve for some the ability to spend their last moments on the earth saying, "I love you," surrounded by friends and family, instead of alone, thrashing in pain, agony, or worse. I've also, as a physician myself, looked at this law. Although I may not ever prescribe aid in dying medication, I would not ever want to deny another physician the ability to prescribe it to another qualifying patient. My co-chair and I have made a commitment at the beginning of this session that should this subject matter be taken up before this committee again, the bill would be different. And the reason the bill would be different is that in the last many years, we have heard a number of concerns. Some people have felt that no matter what would happen, they would never support it. But some people had said that we need to improve and strengthen the guardrails. And that is part of the conversations, and the written testimonies for the past few years have been looked at to try and improve and increase the guardrails. Some of the changes that are different in this bill include in Senate Bill 1076, a mandatory 1-year residency requirement to qualify for aid in dying. It also increases the age of eligibility for aid in dying from 18 to 21. And it also requires the patient, after being prescribed aid in dying medication, to see their doctor every 30 days. And then it penalizes those who do not follow the law, and it requires a mandatory mental health evaluation to take place by a mental health professional. I imagine both sides of this debate will be unhappy today. And this would be because some will say that these guardrails have become barriers, and others will say that the law does not go far enough to protect the vulnerable. And that's what compromise is, and may be indicative that this is the time for all of the conversations that we've had to move towards a day we can at least make everybody unhappy, and perhaps would be a time to move forward. I strongly feel that 1076 under consideration today, when enacted with the inclusion of these additional safeguards, will make this, and it becomes a law, will be one of the safest in the country. Especially in the parts of the country where this has passed. I've heard from my colleagues on this committee how difficult this hearing can be, listening to the real stories of real people in this state who have testified in the past and will testify again today. Your commitment to your communities and our state is humbling. I'm deeply grateful for this commitment, and I also would like for us to commit today to do the work necessary to move forward with this bill. Because we do not want to have the same people come and testify the traumatic stories and the pain that they have suffered, and the ones who are against us also have some level of trauma that they are also sharing. I want to assure everyone assembled today that we have heard you. We respect everyone's view on this matter equally. As we have so many scheduled to testify today, I'd like to conclude these opening remarks with an encouragement to make sure that we learn into disagreeing without being disagreeable, and that we all need to be heard and listen to others. And everybody has their strong feelings, and they come from a place of deep passion, but the deep passion should always be with respect for each other. With that, I would like my co-chair, Representative Kristen McCarthy-Vahey, to have some of her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and to all gathered here, to all listening, to fellow committee members. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this committee, and today we will be honored and privileged to hear the stories of those who come before us to share their experience, their perspective, and their hopes for how we address this legislation. I echo Senator Anwar's remarks and just a few logistical things, as is often the case with me. We have 123 people signed up to testify with us today. We have a snow forecast coming at 9 p.m. Because of that, we have asked members of the committee to limit their questions and comments so that we can be sure that everyone, especially those who have come to be with us in person, are able to be heard in person. As you know, our rules require the online lottery. We go in the order that people have been selected, so there's no preference given to either Zoom or in person. So just with that logistical note, I look forward and am honored to now be part of this committee and to share this conversation with all of you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. We'll have our ranking member, Representative Claire Desditra, for her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. We all know that this is a very personal and emotional issue for a lot of people. So I just ask that we all respect each individual opinion and hear what they have to say, because you never know that one person, and it could be the 123rd person that may change your mind in this very important legislation that we have in front of us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Claire Desditra. And Senator Summers is at another meeting. You will probably see, for people over here, people coming in and out from this committee because there are multiple meetings happening at the same time. But be assured that we read every testimony and we listen to the testimonies. Even if there are multiple meetings, we'll be back and forth from one room to the other. And with that, we will take our first person to testify. That is Representative Holly Cheeseman. Representative Cheeseman, welcome, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Anwar, Representative McCarthy-Vahey, Representative Claire Desditra, ranking members, Senator Summers and Gordon. As you said, this is an emotional issue, and I am back yet again because this is something about which I care. I've just come from my finance meeting, and Comptroller Scanlon was there to advocate for the continuation of his child tax credit because he said, this is something I care about and I will continue to care about. The issue you're facing today, both two bills, one of which I'm strongly in support, 1075 for hospice and palliative care, because that is the way, through the broad provision of hospice and palliative care, we avoid the harrowing end of life stories that many of the people testifying before you will relate today. With an elderly parent, with a husband who in effect had a terminal illness, I know not only too well the desire to spare your loved ones from suffering, but also to maximize every single day you have with them and to be with them on that journey, that painful journey that we will all take. We're not all blessed to die quickly and painlessly, as my mom did. We're not all blessed to just not wake up one morning. There are illnesses that give you pain, that give you suffering, that make you feel less than human. But surely our role as a society is to provide people with the necessary pain relief at the end of their life, but to ensure through hospice and palliative care that they can live until they die. We see a society that is judged by how we treat those who are dying. Dame Cicely Saunders said, suffering is not intolerable if you're with someone, if someone to protect you and comfort you and assuage your pain at the end. Senator Anwar mentioned the changes made to this bill. This does not take away whatever technical changes we make, the fact that we are saying to someone, because of your pain, because you can't do the things you're going to do, we are giving you the option to leave, as opposed to saying to them, we will hold your hand, we will give you the pain relief you need, we will find ways to make your life worthy and meaningful until you draw that last breath. We've seen the slippery slope where requests have been made to shorten a waiting period or open up this option to younger people, to people with different treatments, different conditions. And I know we can pass whatever law we want, but there is nothing that says further down the road it won't be changed. And I do think someone has to argue for those who might be pressured, who might feel my loss of autonomy or my unwillingness to be a burden on my family. This is why I should do this. And again, I could go on and on. You get my drift. But I do feel as a people, as a culture, that we should be concentrating on those things that make everyone's life worth living to the end, to providing that palliative care that will enable them to die in peace without pain, and to do our part as loved ones, as human beings, as members of the human race, to be with people as they leave this life and not actively shove them out the door. So I want to thank you all. As I say, I'll be back. I hope I'm back numerous times because I hope this does not pass. But I'd be happy to take any questions. I want to thank you for your commitment to looking at this issue and to listening to the people like Kathy who will come next to me, who will make an even better case for why we should not be passing this legislation. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think Representative Claritas Dieter has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Cheeseman, for giving your testimony today. You mentioned at one point that we could be approaching a slippery slope with this legislation. Is there something that you feel could remedy that or fix that?
I think given that we have no control over what could happen down the road once this is legalized. I know if we look to our neighboring country of Canada, where they were on the verge of legalizing this for someone suffering from mental illness, where they are looking actively at allowing minors to request assisted suicide. We have seen that in Europe. I mean, once you accept that this is an acceptable way to deal with a problem, end of life problem, where do you morally draw the line? Because someone with a mental illness could say, I've been suffering from schizophrenia all my life. I know it could be treated, but the drugs could be, I mean, where do you draw the line? And that's my fear. And again, given that, being a burden on other people, how do we absolutely 100% sure that someone is not being pressured to do this? And I just think this is not a path down which we should go.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, we thank you for being here with us today. Oh, sorry, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to recognize Representative Cheeseman because she has been here year after year and speaks very passionately to this issue. Wondered if you would, and you touched on the slippery point. Can you just elucidate a little bit what your opinion is about the self-medication piece that's in the proposal?
Well, one of the things that concerns me about this is that this is in effect an experimental treatment. There've never been, you can't do clinical trials on, you're going to take this medication or that medication and what's the most effective way to kill yourself. This is a cocktail that's been concocted. And the controls, should you decide not to use this to take your life, I think there are concerns over that. And one of the things I didn't touch on, but what message does this send out that suicide is an accepted way to deal with a problem? We have an explosion in our young people throughout the country of mental illness. Very often physical and mental pain go together. And I want every family to have a loved one die without pain, but surrounded by love. And this, in my view, does not achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll ask our next person to testify, which is Kathy Ludlum. Kathy, Miss Ludlum, welcome. Welcome. I think your mic is not on yet. Actually, go ahead and start again, please. The mic just got turned on.
Can you hear me now?
Very well. Thank you.
Awesome, that's great. Senator Omar, Representative McCarthy Leahy, and members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Kathy Ludlum. I'm with Second Thoughts Connecticut, a grassroots disability rights organization that opposes the legalization of assisted suicide. We are motivated by a strong sense of social justice combined with personal experience of what it's like to be devalued by the medical system. Drafters of SB 1076 are proud of their supposed safeguards, but as others have said, and will say again, these will not stop people from dying for the wrong reasons. For example, Section 2 tightens the residency requirement, but this is a strange moment to do that when Oregon has just repealed their residency requirements, and there is a court case to do so right now in Vermont. Compassionate Choices says that any residency rule is unconstitutional and will work to repeal those in every state. Starting with Section 14, there are a number of laws and felonies and guidelines added this year, but misconduct would be hard to prove as long as the practitioner is acting in good faith. Much of the discrimination people with disabilities and chronically ill people experience is covert. And then again, no matter how the bill reads today, we're not looking at today. We're looking at 5 years from now, 10 years, 20 years. And what we pass or don't pass today is not what we will get in the future. J.M. Sorrell, Executive Director of the Massachusetts Death with Dignity, was recently quoted saying, once you get something passed, you can always work on amendments later. You can watch expansion happening on the website of the American Clinicians Academy on medical aid in dying. In 2021, ACMAID issued a summary of consultation concerning a patient with anorexia nervosa. Although clinicians were divided, there was support in some cases. Resulting from that, for the first time, Compassionate Choices has admitted that there is abuse in the system. Kevin Diaz, Compassionate Choices Chief Legal Advocacy Officer, recently wrote, any deviation from these requirements violates the law and places physicians, family members, and others in regulatory, civil, and criminal jeopardy. This law does not and was never intended to apply to a person.
Excuse me, Miss Ludlum, your time is completed. Thank you.
Sentence, thanks. The law does not, it was never intended to apply to a person whose only diagnosis is anorexia nervosa, in spite of the fact that several people have been documented using it for that purpose. I encourage you to read my full testimony, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ludlum, for your advocacy and being here every year. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, we will move on to the next person, who is Susan Beck. And that's
Hello.
remote. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Beck.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and Madam Co-Chair and members of the committee. My name is Susan Beck. I live in Milford, and there are many reasons why I think passing SB 1076 would be bad for our state. Today, I'd like to just address just two of these. First is the illusion that the provision of safeguards will prevent people whose judgment is clouded by a psychological condition such as depression from utilizing aid in dying. Let's look at how well a similar safeguard has worked in Oregon. In 2021, less than 1% of patients in Oregon who requested a lethal prescription were referred for a psychological evaluation. Yet the CDC estimates that 13.5% of older adults who require home health care suffer from a major depressive disorder. Thus, it seems clear that at least some and possibly quite a few depressed patients are being missed by the Oregon law's safeguard and are being enabled to end their lives. Next, consider the case of Canada. In its 2015 ruling paving the way for medical assistance in dying, or MAID, the Canadian Supreme Court asserted that, quote, a regime with properly designed and administered safeguards will be capable of protecting vulnerable people from abuse and error, end quote. Yet this past October, a psychiatrist who was involved in drafting a training curriculum for Canadian physicians who would implement MAID testified to a parliamentary committee that the safeguards included in the legislation were not working as planned. In fact, she used the word impotent to describe them. So one big problem with SB 1076 is that despite its safeguards, such a law would inevitably result in some people cutting short their lives simply because they suffer from depression or a similar condition. The second reason I oppose this bill is that I've seen firsthand some of the unexpected fruits that come at that most difficult time at the end of a person's life, despite the suffering that's almost always involved. In fact, such gifts may even be tied to the suffering, I think, in some mysterious way. Artificially cutting the dying process short will mean that some people will wind up missing out on these elements of deep significance, healing, and consolation. Let me give you two examples. The end of my mother's life gave my father an opportunity to reciprocate for the many years during his demanding career when she cared for all his needs. I was often moved to tears watching him patiently and lovingly hand feed her. It was a beautiful repayment of a debt that he likely hadn't even been aware he owed. With my mother-in-law, I witnessed a near miraculous lifting of long-standing resentments toward her deceased husband at the end of her life, as I heard her references to him change from bitter remonstrances to fond remembrances. This precious miracle of forgiveness was almost certainly born of the transformation that her final suffering wrought in her. Had an aid in dying option been available to these two women, and had they chosen it, the end of their lives and their families would have been much the poorer as a result. So please, let's give people nearing the end of their life the aid they really need, relief for their suffering, including the suffering of depression, and loving accompaniment through this difficult but still significant passage, a time that can actually be one of blessings. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no comments or questions, we'll move to the next person on our list, Joan E. Vendetti. And then I think the people who are on the waiting list, sorry, not the waiting list, but in the audience, they were going to be asked to be elevated. This is in the electronic attendees. You will be given the opportunity to come be a part of the panel. So please accept that when it's time for your testimony. So Joan Vendetti, you're on. In the interest of time, if Ms. Joan Vendetti is not here, we will move on to the next person, Marie Ricketts, online. Ms. Ricketts. Number 5, go ahead. You're on.
Good morning. My name is Marie Ricketts. I live in Stonington, Connecticut. While hospice is a wonderful idea and organization, there are room for other alternatives for patients facing terminal diagnosis. I have been the caregiver for 3 family members who are on hospice. I have seen the whole process of dying from that perspective. I was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer in March of 2022. I spent the last year receiving treatments available to me while seeking second opinions at the largest medical centers in the Northeast and looking for a clinical trial that may have benefited me. I want to live. I want to be cured of this disease. There are no treatment options left for me. If physician-assisted medical aid in dying were an option in the state of Connecticut, I would be taking advantage of it. Despite all the medications and palliative care that hospice can provide, I would still choose a physician-prescribed drug cocktail to go to sleep. I fear being trapped in a dying body, waiting for it to take its last breath. This is a my body, my choice issue that should be discussed and decided between my physician and myself, without interference from government, politicians, and clergy. I should be able to decide for myself the timing, the place, and the circumstances of my death. Connecticut residents deserve the full range of end-of-life care options, including medical aid in dying. Medical aid in dying allows terminally ill patients to get a prescription to end their life peacefully. 75% of Connecticut voters feel that allowing doctors to legally prescribe lethal drugs to help terminally ill patients end their lives should be an end-of-life option in our state. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, we will move to the next person on our list, who is Ted Lowenthal.
Good morning to the members of the committee. Can you hear me? Yes?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Ted Lowenthal. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut. I am a retired physician, and I am speaking in support of SB 1076. This is an issue I care deeply about and will continue to care about, just as Representative Cheeseman did. I wanted to thank the members of this committee who voted the predecessor bill out of committee in the last legislative session. I hope that this year you can persuade your fellow legislators to pass this bill and give the governor a chance to sign it into law. As a physician, I've had the opportunity to see human beings, ordinary people, go through the process of dying. 100 years ago and more, before antibiotics and vaccines and clean water, it was common for people to die at home. So most people were well familiar with seeing loved ones die. Now, only medical professionals, first responders, and some members of the armed forces typically see dying firsthand. I think it is important for those of you in a position to make decisions about this bill, to acknowledge the limited experience people now have with dying. SB 1076 seeks to empower mentally competent, terminally ill adults with individual autonomy at the end of their lives. It seeks to empower them with the autonomy to limit their own suffering. It does not empower anyone other than the affected individual to have this control. It is important to stress that this legislation under consideration today is modeled on the legislation passed in Oregon in 1994, now well over 20 years ago. There is data from these decades of experience, and it demonstrates a process which works well. There is no data from Oregon or from other states that have adopted similar legislation indicating that this process has led to abuse. We hear much speculation about this and have already today, but there has been no evidence of a slippery slope. I hope that as this committee considers the claims you may hear about the consequences of passing this legislation, that you bear in mind that there is objective data against which to weigh any such claims. In this regard, I am particularly sensitive to the concerns raised by people with disabilities. In recent years, the experience with COVID-19 demonstrates vividly how real these concerns are, as those with disabilities have had to fight against being arbitrarily excluded from medical care. But I would submit that these two situations are wholly different, and the one does not shed light on the other. The rationing of healthcare, which has arisen over the last several years in the context of COVID, was an abrupt process, devoid of thoughtful safeguards, and frankly, represented the opposite of empowerment. In contrast, SB 76 codifies a deliberate process, strengthened compared to the Oregon law, which can be initiated only by the affected individual, which takes over a period of weeks, leading to individual empowerment for all groups, including the disabled. Finally, drawing upon the data from Oregon, I would draw your attention to the fact that very few individuals meet the rigorous safeguards built into the law, and among those who do meet the criteria, fewer still seek out aid in dying medication. Among those who do qualify and are prescribed the aid in dying medication, approximately 60% actually ingest the medication, peacefully ending the suffering at the end of their life.
Excuse me, doctor, your time is completed.
Thank you for your attention to this issue. I hope Connecticut will join the 10 other states. This is surely our role as a civilized society.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments at this time, we will move on to Mr. David Giles. I'm sorry, I skipped you. We were under the impression you were online and there was somebody with number 7 online. So that's confused us. And may I ask the people who are standing in front of the screen, you're welcome to stand, but not in front of the screen so that it doesn't take away from others who are interested to look at the screen. We truly appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, representative members of the Public Health Committee. My name is David Giles. I'm a retired physician. As a part-time ICU intensive care unit doctor, I witnessed the progress and course of a number of different patients in the ICU and multiple end-of-life events. Some patients progressed in a slow downward spiral, some flamed out, but others had an end-of-the-road position, which was mutually appreciated by all. And at those times, respirators and ventilators were removed thoughtfully under the cover of pain and sedative medications. Subsequent anxiety, air hunger, distress, they developed were promptly subdued and treated. Death, a side effect of the withdrawal of technology and of the application of relevant therapies, usually came peacefully within several hours. As organ systems failed and life became unsustainable, death was accepted. And while death was accepted, it was not the goal nor the object of the caretaking activity. And this, to me, is the crux of what is wrong with this bill. Death is not medical therapy. Death is not a treatment. And yet this bill prescribes death as a legitimate medical treatment for a difficult situation. Are you in a difficult, challenging situation? Can I give you a prescription for death? We all die a little day by day, and one day death will exert itself forcefully on our bodies will yield their lives. And that's why interventions, strategies, medications, and changes to increase and enhance our lives must be embraced. But the intention is of utmost importance. Intention is the differentiating factor of many activities. It defines an activity as acceptable or even criminal. For me, this bill is a Trojan horse. It has some attractiveness, but it unleashes death and destruction. In every other state where this has been passed, safeguards were weakened or removed in the years following its passage. These have become burdens. And in this particular bill, issues of safety, policy, oversight, transparently or prominently, even flagrantly unaddressed. Unintended consequences of this bill in other states have included increasing suicide rates, both in general population and among veterans. Concerns of the disproportionate application to vulnerable populations, including those of color, poverty, disability, have become particularly prominent. Further, appropriately difficult and challenging situations as outlined in this bill, those to which this treatment would apply, those situations will no longer be yours to define. This definition will now be shared with the courts, with DPH, with individual practitioners who will act in concert with or without the Attorney General's and DPH's involvement. Finally, let's not forget that the reason individuals seek out this prescription, in particularly looking at this in Oregon with this stance, is not pain control. It's not even one of the top 5 reasons. No, rather the issues of personal losses including becoming burdensome, as well as in addition to loneliness, abandonment, and fears. Death will silence all these concerns. But
Excuse me, Dr. Giles, but your time is completed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you coming here this morning. Seeing no questions online or otherwise, we appreciate your testimony. Next person on our list is Paul Panzarella. Oh, sorry, Paula. Sorry about that.
It's fine. I thank the members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Paula Panzarella. I'm a member of Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide. Medical aid in dying is more than just someone's personal choice. It has ramifications throughout our society by endangering others. Legitimizing medical aid in dying imperils people who are considered less than because of illness, because of their age, medical disabilities, economic status, or race. These prejudices exist in our society at large, and they are also throughout the medical system. The vulnerable are further at risk because our medical institutions and our insurance industry are concerned primarily with profits, and an inexpensive solution such as providing the cocktail for death may be more palatable to the profits of the medical profession than informing patients of alternatives which will cost more and may even not be considered medical treatment, but would improve the quality of life and longevity of that life, such as 24-hour caregivers, wheelchairs, various technological equipment and appliances, or a safe living situation, access to a range of pain medications, and so forth. And regarding medications, one thing that I've never heard spoken in the committee in the times that I've been listening over the years as this bills like this have been debated, many times people who are ill are on medications that cause confusion, cause depression, cause suicidal behavior. And the caveats of these are on the TV commercials, very, very quickly glossed over, or in a #2 font on the insert of medication boxes. But it raises the question, how much is it that is the feelings induced by the drugs that urge the patient to say, okay, this is enough time to give up. I don't want to continue. It may very well be the pharmaceuticals they're on themselves that are causing that. My husband and I were caregivers of both our moms in their 90s simultaneously for 4 years, and we've seen firsthand how there is a reluctance to treat elders for conditions that are treatable. My mother was fully cognizant, needed a treatment for her COPD in the hospital. And the doctor on the floor said, well, she'll probably just be here in another 2 or 3 months. You don't want to make your mom suffer like a dog and in pain to keep coming here. My mom needed a treatment. She was not in pain. She was cognizant. She wanted to live. And I had to fight with the hospital for her to get that treatment.
Excuse me, Ms. Panzarella, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say the answer to this is if we had a medical system of universal, single payer, comprehensive, quality healthcare, and it was not tied to the profit motives of hospitals, of the medical industry, or of the insurance companies, that would probably make medical aid in dying not necessary.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much for your testimony. Seeing no
Thank you very
questions or comments. I was just reminded that we are requesting by our rules that if people cannot have the visual aids when they actually come in to speak, you're welcome to have it around, but when you're speaking, it's because on both sides of the views, if you could, please. Thank you. Next person is John Levin. I know that we are going back and forth. The reason is some people who are remote are in person and vice versa. And that's why we are going back and forth, because they inform us that they're here in person. John Levin, you're here.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Levin. I live in Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm sad that we are here together again to discuss this item. I testified 1 year ago on SB 88, and I'm surprised and disappointed it wasn't passed last year. So here we are again. People need to understand that many of the individuals who will benefit from this bill are people who, in fact, never will use the options afforded by it, but instead will simply gain comfort from the knowledge that those options will exist for them. People like my dad. My dad was a pediatrician. He practiced medicine for over 40 years in Los Angeles, where I grew up. He told me that he chose pediatrics because he knew his patients would almost always get better no matter what. In his 80s, Dad had a series of strokes, which led him to a significant decline in health, combined with type 2 diabetes, renal failure, heart disease, sepsis, endless urinary tract infections, and many functional declines, which I will not describe here, but which I think you can reasonably guess are part of the panoply of afflictions that come with advanced age and declining health. His life was challenging. Dad could no longer walk. He became bedridden, requiring nearly 24-hour care for things like feeding and toileting. But my dad also was the same person he always was, and he wanted to live. He loved watching movies and baseball games on TV, but as a doctor, he also knew exactly what was happening to his body, and he knew things would get worse. My dad also suffered from anxiety all his life, and he was deeply fearful of enduring an extended, painful death process. Should he face that, Dad wanted to have the ability to take medicine that could end his life quickly and painlessly. This was before California's End of Life Option Act, a law similar to SB 1076. As a doctor, Dad knew this medicine existed and had been used by others, was effective, and he strongly believed that he should have it in case he decided that he needed to use it. Dad begged his doctors, as well as his practicing physician friends, to provide him with a prescription, or alternatively, just give him any other way the drugs that he could keep for himself and use if he felt he needed to. Barred by law, they all refused. Dad grew frustrated and increasingly anxious. In every conversation with my sister and me, Dad demanded that we do what his doctors and friends would not, get him drugs that he could use to end his life, even if he never chose to use them. During one visit, as the same conversation continued, Dad begged me to drive to Tijuana across the border in Mexico to the dog track there and find the veterinarian and offer to pay him cash for some of the medicine used to euthanize injured dogs. I was astounded my dad and our family had come to this point, but I wanted to be a dutiful son, ease his anxiety, and help my dad. I made that trip. When I finally got to the dog track and found the veterinarian, I explained to him my dad's situation and the purpose of my visit. He was the warmest, kindest man, and he was very sympathetic to our plight and to my request, but he refused to do so, both for legal reasons and because he insisted that this was the role for my dad's doctors, and they should be willing to help him. I thanked him and I returned home unsuccessful. Eventually, California passed its law in 2015. For my dad, the problem was solved. Dad's anxiety, at least over this issue, vanished after he knew that he would have the option available to him if and when he and his doctors decided he needed it. My dad's physical condition continued to get worse, and he was placed in hospice care where his doctors gave him a prognosis of 6 months. My sister and I were amazed, but Dad really wanted to live, and he lived for several years more. He lived to see his beloved Chicago Cubs. He had grown up in Chicago. I'm out of time. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Levin, but your time is completed. Thank you.
Can I make a quick summary paragraph, please? Please understand, this law is not just for the benefit of terminally ill people enduring excruciating pain, but also for the living who, like my dad, want to live, but don't want to be forced to endure protracted pain and suffering at the end, if that is to be their fate. I ask them. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list, which is Deborah Elkin. Welcome, Ms. Elkin.
Thank you, Senator Moore, Representative McCarthy, Bay, and members of the Public Health Committee. I'm a member of Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide. I used to think medical assisted suicide was a good idea, but I changed my mind after seeing my friend subject to huge pressure from physicians and a hospital medical ethics board to withhold life-saving treatment from her elderly mother, who could not speak for herself and was on Medicare and Medicaid. 2 other doctors supported my friend, and they ultimately enabled her mother to get the treatment that she needed. The pressure on my friend was a stark example of the way our healthcare system pushes to withhold treatment from those deemed less profitable and less valuable. The pressure to cut costs is huge. Without a strong universal healthcare system, many people lack the supports they need to survive and thrive. And those are the people who will get the most pressure to end their lives if this bill passes. 2 of the main reasons people give for why they want lethal drugs are feeling dependent on other people and feeling like a burden. Our society tends to promote the individual being alone as the ultimate good, the rugged individual, which leads people to feel more ashamed of themselves if they need assistance. Instead, we should work for a society that values all people, where people would, of course, get the help they need through comprehensive universal health care, help to live as one of the key ways to value all people in practice. I believe we need to protect the most vulnerable people, people with fewer economic resources, people with disabilities, people of color, the elderly, and recognize that the pressures of a profit-driven society will make this bill, if enacted, a means of increasing the pressure on vulnerable people to die. I urge you to oppose SB 1076. And I also urge you to please see Dr. Diane Meyer's testimony, which has been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions or comments, we move on to the next person on our list, which is Maxine Greenberg. And she's supposed to be remote, and I don't see them there at this time. The people who are attendees, you will be asked to get promoted as panelists. And if you don't accept that, you will not be able to participate. So if you get an invite online, please take that, and then you will be able to become a panelist. With that, we are going to, let me check if she's been there. No, she's not. Okay. Is June Vendetti here? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead, and we can't see you, so you may want to turn your camera on.
I know. Hold on. Where's the camera?
It's on the
There
left
we
side.
go. I got it. Hi, how are you? I'm sorry I missed you before. Good morning to the distinguished members of the Public Health Committee. I testified on this bill last year, and I just wanted to say that I oppose it because I believe we're going to go down a very slippery slope in that people who are deemed unnecessary or invaluable will be somehow done away with. And I can see it happening because it's happening in other countries. And this is something that we really need to be very, very aware of and conscious of. And that if we go down that slippery slope, and it'll be so detrimental to our society and to those who really have a life that they want to live into the very end. there is, in my faith, there is goodness, benefits in suffering, whether we suffer now or whether we suffer in the afterlife. And I believe that in our suffering, we bring good to others. And so we should just put it in the hands of God, like I did with my mother 6 years ago. And they wanted to give her all kinds of meds, which she's allergic to. And so I prayed that God would take her before she had to take any of these medicines. And God answered my prayer. And I think that faith is what's missing in our society today. And that's why I want to oppose this bill, so that people will look differently and say, you know, we need to be more like our religious people and put our faith where it should be, instead of putting it in medicine that sometimes destroys instead of helps. So that is what I'd like to say at this point.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list, which is Susan Barris. You're online. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. I apologize. I am actually multitasking between various public hearings.
Can you speak a little louder? I think the Zoom isn't picking you up.
All right. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, but for some reason we don't see you. We see Representative Palm instead. But go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
Well, good morning, honored co-chairs. I hope you can hear me, Senator Anwar and Representative McCarthy and distinguished members of the Public Health Committee. I'm actually Jennifer Heaton-Jones. I am reading the following testimony on behalf of Dr. Susan Barris, who was not well enough today to testify on her own behalf. Dr. Barris is testifying in support of SB 1076. So this testimony is her words. As a former pediatrician whose career was cut short after being diagnosed with a glioblastoma, malignant brain tumor with a median survival time of 9 to 15 months, I would like to speak in favor of the Death with Dignity bill. Although I have outlived all predictions and that I am now 4.5 years post-diagnosis, I am on the decline. I initially had surgery, radiation, and a year of chemotherapy. I am increasingly frustrated by my increasing loss of ability and motor skills. This tumor has robbed me of everything that I have enjoyed. I loved being a pediatrician. I was also a runner and very active person. I can no longer ambulate independent of a walker. Falling is a constant threat, and even talking on the phone fatigues me. I find no pleasure in food or eating. Leaving the house is such a major undertaking that I have not done it in over a year. I am very dependent on others to help with simple tasks. There are many times when I have wondered if I would take a pill to end my life if it was offered. Although I am not there yet, I suspect I will soon be. I would hope it would be readily available if and when I am ready to choose it as an option. However, when I see the hoops that need to be jumped through in other states to qualify for life-ending therapy, such as waiting period, it appears to be inaccessible to most. As a physician, I understand the healthcare system better than most, and I do believe that there should be certain qualifying variables to be able to use this option. I don't think that the option of further fruitless treatment should be one. This only places an additional physical, emotional, and financial burden on the patient. There needs to be a streamlined process to die with dignity when death is imminent, possibly painful, and all dignity and hope has been lost. As a physician, I believe it is much harder for a physician than a patient to stop or withdraw treatment. To the physician, it feels like a failure. Same for offering options to end life. This should be a patient's not a physician's decision. Dr. Susan Barris. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to read her testimony. I will also be testifying for my own story later today. If time allows, I am balancing the Environment Committee hearing. So I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions or comments, we would like to convey our best wishes and respects to Dr. Barris. And the next person on our list is number 14, Barbara Mancini.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
But we can't see you.
I don't know.
Oh.
Can you see me now?
1 second. Ms. Mancini, do you want to wait for a second? We will just take, yeah.
Yes, I can wait.
Yeah, there is going to be number 50. Is Omar in the room? Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair and the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in opposition of SB 1076. My name is Omar Kawatli, and I'm from Mansfield, Connecticut. Under no circumstances should anyone, especially medical professionals, be a party to ending a person's life. I recognize that the bill has tried to limit, via the guardrails that were discussed, the scope of who is eligible. However, ending people's lives is a red line we must not cross, because once it becomes licit under one circumstance, it will expand into appalling directions. For example, just in 2019, a Dutch doctor was acquitted of wrongdoing after she euthanized a 17-year-old girl who was suffering from severe depression. It's inconceivable to me that this could be legal under any circumstance, yet it is in the Netherlands. Do we want to start to go down this road in Connecticut? Even 1 foot in that direction is too far. My career was in computer software, including 25 years at Microsoft Corporation. As an expert in big tech, I know that social media technology is carefully crafted to maximize ad revenue by making it as addictive as possible. This addiction has extremely negative effects. A 2021 study published by the Journal of Affective Disorders examined the relationship between social media use and suicide among adolescents. The study found that frequent social media use was associated with increased depression and suicide risk, especially among girls. Rather than have the state assist in sponsoring suicides, we should be focusing on improving mental health of people in our state by strictly regulating big tech's influence on our children and young people. In states like Oregon and Washington, which have legalized assisted suicide, suicide rates are among the highest in the nation, likely because of society implying that suicide is an acceptable solution to physical or mental health problems. Regarding the terminally ill, hospice and palliative care are a much more compassionate approach for all involved. For example, just in 2016, a California doctor named Lonnie Shavelston wrote an op-ed in the Los Angeles Times in which he described his experience with physician-assisted suicide and his doubts about whether it was the right choice. He described one patient who had requested lethal medication, but ultimately decided not to take it, saying, "I felt relief that he had chosen to live." This bill is at least unnecessary and at worst very dangerous. Please vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You're like within 1 second of 3 minutes, very well prepared. Thank you. And the next person is Barbara Mancini. Ms. Mancini, thank you for your patience and you're on.
Thank you. Members of the Public Health Committee, I'm Barbara Mancini of Philadelphia, and I support SB 1076. I wrote a book entitled Cruel Death, Heartless Aftermath. It is a true account detailing how I was arrested and charged with aiding the attempted suicide of my dying 93-year-old father after handing him his legally prescribed morphine at his request. He was enrolled in home hospice care, and his pain was not properly managed, and he took much more than the recommended dose. When I told a hospice nurse what he'd done, she called 911, despite the fact that he was conscious, breathing normally, able to respond to questions, and able to follow commands. Police ordered paramedics to take my father to the hospital for life-prolonging treatment in complete defiance of his advance directive and against his stated wishes. He endured 5 days of unwanted medical treatment, which tragically included having his hands restrained. The anguish he experienced over my arrest compounded my father's misery. I endured a year-long prosecution before a judge rightly concluded that the charge against me had no merit and the case was dismissed. Now, my ordeal occurred in Pennsylvania, but similar prosecutions have happened in Connecticut. Those of William Meyer of West Hartford, Harry Kiernan of Glastonbury, Hunt Williams of Cornwall, and Thomas Meyer of Roxbury. And they have previously told their stories to legislative committees. The common thread for all of our cases was that the people unjustly charged with crimes witnessed their loved ones' end-of-life suffering and agony. My family started that day in one place, and an indifferent and unjust system took my entire family to a completely harrowing place. That injustice could happen to any member of your committee and any of your constituents or their loved ones. Competent adults deserve options and agency at the end of life. They deserve to have their wishes and values respected. So SB 1076 includes safeguards and peace of mind for the dying and their loved ones. I urge all the committee members to read my story and to vote yes on SB 1076. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mancini, I just wanted to ask you quick questions. First, I'm so sorry about your experience. Do you think that the hospice system failed you in some respects? Because if the hospice knows that the person is suffering and if we can increase the medications, would that help?
Well, I definitely think the failure of hospice was a prime cause of what happened with my father and with me. And I don't know the motivations of the people involved. I have no window into their minds or their souls, but I can tell you this, that when I finally received my father's hospice records, as in my legal case, I was absolutely stunned by what I found. My father had been prescribed pain medicine, and the hospice personnel withheld it for 2 weeks. When I called the hospice and I asked them to provide some pain medicine for my father, the hospice team leader intervened and persuaded the prescribing physician to lower the dose of pain medicine to a fraction of what was originally ordered. And as a result, my father did not have his pain adequately treated. Even when it escalated, there was no change in medication ordered, and he was miserable. And the interesting part of this is that the prosecutor had to admit in a courtroom during my case that he had never read my father's hospice records. He relied only on statements from the hospice personnel. And I don't know if that was his motivation to obtain a conviction as by doing the least amount of work possible. But had he read that record, he would have seen a vast discrepancy between what was documented there and the statements from the hospice personnel. So there's no question that inadequate hospice care was a big part of this, and hospice oversight definitely needs to be increased. I absolutely believe that. Hospices must be held to the conditions of participation, which are the standards they're supposed to uphold in providing care to dying patients. That's a big part of it. But the other part of it is that we have to respect individual patients' values and wishes and not impose someone else's values on their decisions at the end of life. I believe medical aid in dying is a valuable vehicle to do that for those who want to access it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will move on to the next person on our list.
Thank you.
Bill O'Brien, are you here? Because you're not online. I just wanted to check. Seeing that you're not here, either virtually or in person, we'll move on to David Hughes, who should be here. Mr. Hughes, welcome. Turn the mic on. There's a no.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hughes. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident, and I come to speak in strong opposition to Bill 1076. I know we've heard a number of compelling compelling stories, of compelling anecdotes on both sides. I myself have been in the position of fighting along with my family when my dear father was dying of a stroke in the hospital to prevent hydration from being removed by the doctors and the nurses of the hospital, because we understood that even though his life was only a matter of a few more hours, that to withdraw hydration from him and have him die of dehydration instead of the stroke would be wrong. It's a tragedy to die of a stroke, but it's a crime to die of imposed dehydration. In the same way, it's a tragedy to die of cancer, but it's a crime to die of an injection or a pill that is administered by a physician or a family member. And when I say a crime, I don't mean a crime against the state. I mean a crime in a deeper sense, a crime against the human person. And that brings me to the heart of my remarks, namely what the human person is. The human person is soul and body, and is a body joined to an immortal soul. And that soul, in virtue of that, we each possess a dignity. Dignity from the Latin dignus, to mean worthy or fitting or proper. And that dignity, I should think all of us in this room, all of us on both sides of this, agree is intrinsic. That is to say, I cannot take away your dignity, and likewise, you cannot take away my dignity. By the same token, I cannot take away my own dignity because it is intrinsic. It is part of who I am. It is not something granted me from without. And so therefore, because my dignity is intrinsic, it means that it is possible for me to commit a crime, that's a wrongdoing in the most serious way, against myself. And that's what the shortening of a life is, the shortening of one's own life is. Even if it be by only a matter of 5 minutes, it is still an offense against my own dignity that I cannot choose to give myself, but I also cannot choose to take away from myself. We are all on a trajectory toward death. We are all fated to die. For some of us, it may be 6 months. Some of us, it may be 6 days. For others of us, it may be 60 years. But that trajectory is the same. And to bend that trajectory downwards, even by a matter of 5 minutes, is to militate against the intrinsic dignity that each one of us possesses, and that which no one can take away, and I cannot take away.
Excuse me, Mr. Hughes, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no comments or questions, we will move on to the next person, Peter Wolfgang. Mr. Wolfgang.
Good morning, Chairman of the committee, members of the committee. My name is Peter Wolfgang. I am the president of Family Institute of Connecticut Action, and I am here to testify against assisted suicide for the 8th time in 10 years. This year, the bill is SB 1076. And this committee has heard this bill, as I said, throughout all those years. I don't find it a coincidence that this bill failed to pass the committee the first 5 years, and that it only passed this committee during the pandemic when we were locked out of the building. And I implore you, look at Kathy Ludlum, look at Elaine Kolb, look at the people with disabilities that are here speaking against this bill. Please don't do this. Please do the right thing. I think it's great that all of us or some of us are back together in the same room and can look each other right in the eye. And I beg you not to pass this bill. Connecticut Judge Origema determined in the Blick ruling that aid in dying is assisted suicide according to Connecticut law in the normal use of language. The supporters of this bill tried to distinguish it from assisted suicide, but call it what you like, the results will be the same. In Canada, they call their assisted suicide medical aid in dying, MAID, and their MAID system, to quote one previous supporter, is quite horrific and is in the process of being expanded to mature children even without parental consent, and people with mental illness. Some have begun a Twitter campaign, hashtag I am the face of MAID, to show how they have been targeted. Assisted suicide has been rejected in Connecticut for the past 10 years because when legislators and people scratch the surface, they realize it is actually a terrible idea. This year, the advocates have added layers of complicated safeguards to their bill. The bill is cumbersome and few doctors and patients would follow it. But advocates don't care because we know from experience they will be back to claim the safeguards are barriers anyway and should be removed. In the meantime, we will have lost forever the biggest safeguard we have against suicide in Connecticut, an absolute ban in the law and culture. In my written testimony, I've listed states where advocates now demand that the safeguards are too restrictive and must be removed. I'll summarize by quoting Kim Callahan, CEO of Compassion and Choices. There are too many regulatory roadblocks already. This is Kim talking. The most obvious is the waiting period. Lawmakers should also consider extending prescribing privileges to nurse practitioners and reducing overly cumbersome reporting that deters doctors from practicing. The current process for qualifying medical aid in dying is so cumbersome and time-consuming, it prevents too many people from accessing the law. In summary, the restrictions of this bill are a ruse because Compassion and Choices will be back again and again to remove them later. I urge you not to fall for their bait and switch. And again, I end where I began. It's not a coincidence to me that this thing only passed during the years when we were locked out of the bill.
Excuse me, Mr. Wolfgang.
Please don't pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfgang. Just I feel that I should say this. In the recent past, when some of the people who had lost their loved ones, who were proponents of the bill, you used the term when they had the pictures with their loved ones, you said that these people have their props. And that was somewhat insensitive. I just want to make that remark in public so that people know that it's important to be passionate, but when you cross the limit for somebody's pain and use the term props rather than that, it's not fair. So I just wanted to mention that to you.
I understand that, they have their sincere beliefs. We have our sincere beliefs too. And we do have questions about the authenticity of this cause, what agendas really motivate this cause. And so that passion does come out sometimes.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just feel that we should all respect each other. Thank you. You have a question? Sorry, Mr. Wolfgang, we have a question from Representative Cleardis Dietra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I just want to clarify, you made a statement at one point saying that this process in aid in dying is a cumbersome process. Did you say that? Or did I mishear you?
Yes. Well, the bill that you guys had this year adds all these new supposed safeguards. So, I mean, it's hard to know what to make of this bill. There's a couple different ways to read it.
Okay, I feel as your definition of cumbersome, maybe our definition of safeguards, of putting things in place so the concerns that people have with this bill don't happen.
Yeah.
but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would return though to my point that what we're calling safeguards this year, even like to take just one instance, right? The residency requirement. Oh, we have a new safeguard, the residency requirement. The people that are pushing for a residency requirement in the bill this year in Connecticut have a lawsuit going in Vermont to remove the residency requirement where assisted suicide is already legal. So this is something we've seen. Again, it's worth stating repeatedly. The safeguards here become barriers elsewhere. It's fascinating because we've been doing this for 10 years and the bill, the concept of assisted suicide is sort of frozen in time in Connecticut, right? The proponents keep coming back for the same thing they wanted 10 years ago. Oh, it's just this simple thing. It's very limited. Whereas in the 10 states where it's already legal, they've moved forward with efforts to expand. So it is a bait and switch. And I do ask, I know there's been a lot of turnover in this committee, that there's new people here. I do ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions or comments, we move on to the next person, Robert Panzarella, who is not online. Then the next person hopefully is here is Monica McGovern. Welcome. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Monica McGovern of Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide. I oppose this bill for many reasons. People considered to be of low social value, such as the elderly, poor, certain racial and ethnic groups, and especially disabled, will be at high risk of being coerced into choosing aid in dying. My own experiences during the months when my husband was dying have convinced me that this is true. I was harangued daily to stop his treatment because I was told he has no quality of life and quality is better than quantity. And he was supposedly delirious. In fact, he and I found deep meaning and value in those last months together, and he was not delirious. He was aware of his surroundings, but often had difficulty communicating. The so-called safeguards are meaningless because the organization coordinating the nationwide campaign for this legislation is presently calling for its expansion and increased access in states where medical suicide is already legal, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii at this moment. I object to the idea that the sick and disabled and dying people are considered inherently undignified. It is obscene that our society is more interested in killing off the elderly, sick, and disabled than in providing adequate healthcare services and equipment to aid them in their lives and to alleviate suffering. Once medications are provided to the patient, there is no way to ensure that they will be kept out of the clutches of those who would sell them on the streets. I have known some creepy people, and such things really do happen. I strongly object to Section 12D, which states that medical assisted suicide shall not be considered suicide. This is gaslighting. Words have meanings, and killing yourself is suicide. It is important to keep comprehensive, vital statistics and precise medical records, and this provision makes any meaningful statistical examination of the issue impossible. I also feel this especially keenly as a stage 4 cancer patient. Every day I survive provides scientific evidence of the efficacy of my treatments. This issue is not one of libertarian concern for individual rights. It's a matter of public policy with wide effects, especially as to how medicine is taught and practiced and how people are valued or not valued. Lastly, this issue will not end with the defeat or passing of this bill. If it is defeated, it will be reintroduced next year. If it is passed, there will be continued efforts to expand its use in an ever-widening variety of patients with ever-increasing casualness. Our organization, Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide, will continue its efforts to defeat this and any related bills and to advocate for quality healthcare for all. We are in this for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And you were within 3 minutes. You were way ahead. You had extra. You can, if you want to say one more sentence, you're welcome to.
I'm not especially loquacious, so you're free to have the rest.
Thank you. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list, who is Mr. Tyrone Vineyards. Mr. Vineyards, welcome.
Good morning. Dear co-chairs, Senator Anwar and Representative McCarthy Vahey, Vice Chairs Kushner, Marks, and Parker, Ranking Members Summers and Clarice Dietra, and other members of the Public Health Committee. I again appear before you in support of the aid and dying legislation. My brother Cliff died 2 years ago awaiting this law. In 1994, Cliff and our mother lived in San Francisco when she was diagnosed with terminal cancer. She was dead within a year. Cliff was responsible for her end-of-life care. In her final week, she was in extreme pain and doctors kept her completely sedated. She was drugged and never conscious. Our shared experience with her dying shaped our views on end-of-life decisions. 22 years later, Cliff was diagnosed with a rare cancer that does not have a cure. His cancer would spread slowly until one day it turned aggressive. Surgery was the only option and meant removing a large tumor and a margin of healthy tissue. Without surgery, he would have been dead within a year. The surgery removed the large tumor at the base of his spine and the right half of his pelvis. This would save his right leg. He knew going into surgery that he would become disabled. He lost all bladder and bowel control. A few years earlier, Cliff and I had hiked the Grand Canyon rim to rim. Now he could barely stand and walk short distances with a walker. Cliff chose risking death and becoming disabled for the rest of his life to save his life. Cliff discharged after 9 months of hospitalization, complications, and nearly dying. The cancer was back. More surgery was not an option because of how much bone and tissue had been removed. Cliff knew that he had a half to several years of painful life left until the cancer became aggressive and killed him. As Cliff's end drew near, he had choices about how to die. He could have stockpiled drugs and self-administered a lethal overdose. I know he planned to end his life, but he developed a serious infection, was hospitalized, and then placed in a nursing home. Once in those settings, he lost the ability to decide how to end his life on his terms. Cliff entered the end-of-life care industry, just like our mother had. Some opponents of aid and dying say that we should focus instead on improving care for all, especially those who are disabled and dying. I could not agree more with doing more. However, doing more can coexist with aid and dying. They are not mutually exclusive. This is not an either-or scenario. Doing more includes terminally ill patients having the legal option of aid and dying. This legislation contains safeguards and gives terminally ill patients the right to make their own end-of-life decisions. It is compassionate, it is humane, it enhances autonomy. There were prior efforts to pass this law while Cliff lived with me from 2017 until 2021. We would follow the debates and ultimate failures that should have given him the legal option of dying.
Excuse me, Mr. Bernards, your time is completed. Thank you.
Thank you. He died waiting. I ask that you enact Senate Bill 1076. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vineyards. I see we have a question from Representative Foster. I'm sorry, too many things happening. Sorry, Jamie.
If I were a senator, I'd be in your spot. You got to be careful saying that. Thank you so much for testifying before us today. I know you did last year as well, and I know it's really hard to talk about the end of a loved one's life, even after some time has passed. You and several other constituents who live in this district have sent and testified before us in impassioned ways talking about family members' end of life. And I just would like to ask, because oftentimes this becomes sort of these parallel arguments, and without the opportunity in a public hearing for there to be discussion, we often will hear one side say one thing and another side say another thing, and we never have the opportunity to sort of cross between them. And so I'd like to ask, there will be people throughout the day who will say that that SB 1076 is the solution for people's end of life experiences, that if we make significant improvements in hospice and palliative care, that is adequate and changes the perspective of people's suffering at the end of their lives. So I'd like to ask you to tell me, in your experience, if you're comfortable with your mother and your brother's passing, if there was adequate management at the end of their life to assuage their suffering and their pain, and if you feel as though a change to that system would have changed the amount of dignity that they experienced in their end of their life. Is there an alternative?
Thank you, Representative Foster. Both my mother and my brother received palliative care. As my mother was not in hospice care, but my brother was, and I was with him when he signed the paperwork. And it's not something that he really wanted to do, but at that point, it was his only option. I would say that the care that he received was good care and treated his pain well. He at one point in his life had lived in Oregon, and that was one of the earlier states, if not the first state, that enacted such law. And he was a big supporter of it from the time he lived in Oregon until he moved to Connecticut. And I know that he wanted the option, and I never know for sure if he would have done this or not. That's his decision to make. As to improvements, I think, you know, the palliative care and hospice care that is given is good. Can improvements be made? I'm sure with many things. Like I said, we can do more. There's all sorts of things that we can improve on. Some of it is cost. This, you know, the healthcare system, end of life care drains many people's resources so that they have sort of gone through all of the money that they may have accumulated even during their lifetime. And I don't know, there's so much that can be done at the end of the life to ease pain and suffering, not just of the person who's dying, but also those around him or her.
I wholeheartedly appreciate your testimony. I know that these conversations are challenging to have, and you and the two other constituents who have championed this bill in district and shared your stories have made this public hearing more emotional for me to hear year after year, this now being the third time that I've done it, because I understand people's passion and I know how difficult it is for you to share this story. So thank you very much for being here and sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Foster. Thank you, Mr. Vineyards, for your testimony. And thank you. This is, I think, the third time I've heard you in this committee, second time at least for sure. Yeah, second time. Thank you so much. We have the next person is Mr. James Naughton online. Mr. Naughton, welcome. You're on. You're muted, Mr. Naughton. You're still muted.
Hi.
There you, yeah.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. This unfortunately is the fourth or fifth time that I've testified before the Public Health Committee. I know that this morning and for the last several years, you've heard from people who would resist our being able to get this or any law passed. They've been peddling a yarn that if passed, the law would be abused and that people with disabilities will be pressured to end their lives. This contention is not borne out. Indeed, it flies in the face of all of the evidence since Oregon passed this law 26 years ago. And there hasn't been an abuse problem in the other 10 jurisdictions that have passed this law since that time. People who recognize that personal autonomy should be protected, as in protecting a woman's right to choose in the abortion debate, should recognize that people who are suffering extreme pain as they're dying should have the same right to choose to end their lives, their unbearable suffering. I come to you this fourth or fifth time in a row because I had that experience with my wife, who suffered for 4 years with pancreatic cancer after we'd been married for 42 years. She fought for 4 years. We went through every chemo that they had available at the time. After 2.5 years, our oncologist said that there were no more chemos available. So he hooked us up with a doctor who had a new clinical trial in San Antonio, Texas. And we flew down there. It was 114 degrees when we got off the plane and blowing, but she qualified for the trial and got into it. And so for the next 8 months, every week, we flew to San Antonio, Texas, so that she could try one last time to try to find some chemo that would work. And after 8 months, it didn't work. And so she came home. Shortly after that, 6 months later, she had become emaciated. She had lost weight. She was dependent on a pain pump, an oxygen tank, a bile duct drain because she had a blockage in a bile duct. I was the one who was managing all of these things, a phenomenal list of medications. And finally, after 4 years, one morning, she looked at me and she said, "Jimmy, I don't want to wake up anymore." She saw my reaction and she said, "Well, we've always known that this was a fatal disease." That night, when I climbed into bed with her about 11 o'clock, she peered at me through the darkness and she said, "Oh, I thought I wasn't going to have to wake up anymore."
Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, when your wife, your spouse, family.
Excuse me, Mr. Naughton, but your time is completed. Thank you.
I'll finish it off right now. When they say that to you, let me tell you, there is nothing that you wouldn't do to try to help them. And that's why I'm still here. And next month, it's going to be 10 years since she died. And I'm still here trying to help other people, as she did not have this available to her. I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naughton. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for coming in again to this committee. We have a question or comment from Representative Steinberg.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying again this year. Every time I hear the story of your wife's experience, it reminds me why we're here. You may have heard testimony today that suggests that suffering must be part of living and that somehow we should all just sort of grin and bear it, that suffering is somehow ennobling and that is the definition of what dignity is. Given your experience, how would you respond to that?
I would say that was coming from a very ignorant point of view, someone who hasn't experienced that, someone who hasn't gone through what the rest of us have. I understand there is a legislator it's still in the Connecticut legislature who was against this law until his father had a very, very serious bad death, and it changed his mind. I have a hard time understanding how people could deny the ability to end this kind of pain and suffering to another human being, let alone to a loved one. I'm sorry that people feel that way, but they should listen to those of us who have been there. We know that that not everyone goes gentle into that good night. And for those people, those few, very few people in our midst, we need to help them. They're begging us to. And that's why we're here again and again and again. I think it's an uninformed point of view that you've mentioned.
Thank you. I think your response is actually quite generous. I find those who feel that it's perfectly fine for others to be forced to suffer against their will is both arrogant and insensitive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I agree with you, Senator, and thank you for stating it.
Thank you so much.
Representative Steinberg, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Naughton. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list, which is Mr. Tim Appleton. Welcome, Mr. Appleton.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, members of the Public Health Committee. I'm Tim Appleton from the Compassion and Choices Action Network and live in South Windsor, Connecticut, and I'll summarize my previously submitted written testimony. Our state can and should improve palliative and hospice care while at the same time offering some people with strict safeguards access to aid in dying. That's why I'd like to share my support of SB 1075, as it will increase access and high quality hospice care, assisting people to chart their own end-of-life care journeys aligned with their values and beliefs. For some people, though, even the best pain and symptom management from a world-class palliative and hospice care team cannot alleviate all suffering. That's what makes the need for SB 1076 so evident, as well as SB 1075. As many have said, it's the 10th time I've appeared to testify on bills similar to SB 1076. During that time, I've mourned the loss of dear friends who've come before this committee using their last moments on this earth to testify in support of aid in dying and have waited for the legislature to act. To honor those people, we created a portrait display this year here in the Capitol complex called They Died Waiting. I hope you saw it and reflected on the people in those portraits that are viewable in my written testimony. They included my dear friends like Sarah, Mike, Kim, and more. All of them died in the perfectly predicted nightmares they each described in testimony before this committee. They weren't props, they were real people. These portraits also included surviving family members who bore witness to the traumatic and harrowing deaths of loved ones. Jennifer, Jill, Kira, Kim, and many more make the hard choice each year to relive that trauma by testifying about the worst days of their lives, knowing passage of this bill will prevent the same tragic circumstance from ever happening to others. Again, people, not props. SB 1076 includes the same core safeguards it always has, but now includes additional regulatory requirements. It's clear upon enactment, this legislation not only will be the strongest in the nation, but more importantly, will work as intended for whom it's intended, as it has done across 10 states and Washington, D.C. for over 20 years. I know the testimony you've heard today so far and will hear throughout the day is so painful to listen to, but I'd ask you to consider also the desperation of those who literally will spend their last days on this earth pleading for change, the pain of those who will again share harrowing stories of agonizing deaths of loved ones, and think about who truly pays the cost of legislative inaction. To end that trauma and agony forced to be put on display year over year for all of us, including you, I urge passage of SB 1076. Not one more person will die as a result of the passage of this bill, but far fewer will suffer.
Excuse me, Mr. Appleton. Your time is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Appleton, for your testimony. Can I just help clarify, since you're the organization that has been a proponent as well on the previous bills and then perhaps this one as well. Tell us about this slippery slope argument, because I hear that, but I want to understand what's happened in other states and what is real and what is perceived. And obviously many people have been traumatized with some of the other policies, so they worry about that.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. We appreciate the answer. I'll be happy to answer it. We have available aggregated data from every single state that uses this law who reports this. We call it a state utilization report. And what you'll see very clearly is very, very few people qualify for this law. Very few people qualify and are interested in aid in dying. Fewer still begin the process, fewer still again complete the process, and fewer still actually ingest the medication. Across all 10 states and Washington, D.C., over 20 years, roughly 6,000, maybe 6,300 people have actually ingested this medication. And when you think about 20 years across 10 states and Washington, D.C., of all the people who have died in this nation, it's a big number. And then we take it all the way down to people who have actually used the law here in the United States, it's about 6,300 people. Now, there are also concerns, we've heard them today, about what might happen in different countries or whatever. And I'm here to say that it's an unfair apples to oranges comparison. The laws in this state have remained basically unchanged for over 20 years. And perhaps some states recognize that they might need to do tweaks to the law, but there's certainly not been evidence of any slippery slope in 25 years. And that would be my answer to your great question.
Thank you so much. I know my colleagues have questions as well. I just wanted to talk about, people have talked about something going wrong in Oregon. I don't know what that is. They touched it. If you can share with us what's going on in Oregon, and is there?
Right. Well, this law here in Connecticut includes a 1-year residency requirement. And lawmakers in Oregon, with their experience on this law, are reconsidering that 1-year residence requirement. And I guess that could be what they're talking about, going wrong in the state of Oregon. But what we know is that, you know, I can't speak to what others may say, but what we know, because we've been tracking this legislation for many, many years, is that the law works as intended for whom it's been intended, and it has since its enactment. And, you know, we respect the legislative process, not just here in Connecticut, but across the country. And if lawmakers want to adjust or tweak the laws there, that's in Oregon. But what we have here in Connecticut will be, when it's enacted, with the additional regulatory requirements that have been proposed, the addition of a mandatory mental health evaluation, that's new this year, an addition of a 1-year residency requirement, again, new this year, an addition of a physician has to see that patient who gets aid in dying medication every 30 days, that's new this year. And then finally, also, a person has to, the previous versions of the bill set eligibility age at 18, now it's 21. All of those things here will make this legislation, if enacted, when enacted, the toughest in the nation. And it's really difficult to surmise a hypothetical about what could happen. And, you know, we'll be back here next year and changing the law. That's unfair to the supporters who've come up, like Jim, like Kira, who testified before, and Tyrone, who testified moments ago. It's unfair to suggest somehow that we're going to make everybody go back through this all over again right away, as some opponents do. And I think that might go to what the concerns about Oregon might be. I don't think there are any concerns, to be frank.
Thank you. Representative Carpino has a question or comment. Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments, knowing how long the list is, but I do have a question. I was hoping that you could clarify. Having sat through this hearing probably about as many times as you have, I understand the difficulties on both sides, and I have the utmost respect for folks, regardless of where they fall on this issue, because I truly believe it's a very personal and emotional issue. And in my heart of hearts, I never want to see anybody suffer. But I would like you to clarify, this bill covers a number of folks by its very definitions in the language. Are you suggesting we should limit this to only those who are suffering, in pain, that can't be relieved by care? Because I personally believe in hospice, and I do think we can do a much better job with our palliative care, but your testimony mentioned those in insufferable pain. Should we be limiting this bill to only those who are truly in pain?
Thank you for the great question, Representative Carpino. And I must say, it's good to see you in person, because as we all know, this might be the first time we've all met on this issue together. And I'd like to honor that as well. I've seen you testify, or I've seen you before these hearings before. To be direct to your answer, I feel strongly that the legislation should cover people who qualify for aid in dying as delineated in the legislation, according to the core safeguards and now these additional regulatory requirements. And that means a patient must be terminally ill with less than 6 months to live. It means a patient has to be able to self-ingest medication and be mentally capable. 2 physicians have to attest to that patient's terminal illness. There's a waiting period. Written requests have to be made. And then we also have additional regulatory requirements. And that include a mandatory mental health evaluation. So now with this legislation here, with that additional regulatory requirement, 3 professionals must determine if a patient qualifies for aid in dying, given the language in the law. And in that regard, if they do, and if they're terminally ill, with less than 6 months to live and go through all the other safeguards, they should qualify for the law.
Thank you. That wasn't my question, but I will just leave it at this. I understand who is eligible, the way the law is written, but we hear a lot of very emotional testimony about folks who are in insufferable pain. And I think that's where, at least I struggle on this bill. You might qualify, but you might also have options left. So I just wanted to, I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to make that distinction that there's a lot of time and a lot of options for some people in 6 months, and not all of them may be at the stages from which we're hearing from their loved ones. And I think that just needs to be said, and something that perhaps needs to be considered as this bill moves through the process. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Respectfully, I would say this too. That's why both bills that we're discussing today should pass. We need better hospice and palliative care, and in conjunction for people, for some very small group of people, we also need aid in dying. And I better appreciate your question now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Carpino. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying today. If I recall correctly, not so long ago, there was a survey of Connecticut citizens asking them whether or not they would favor making such an option available here in the state of Connecticut. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes, a public policy survey was conducted. It was in the COVID years, so it might not have been widely disseminated, but 75% of Connecticut voters support aid in dying. This goes across all demographics, and in some areas of the state, the support for aid in dying is upwards of 80%. Although this might be controversial here in this committee and in others, and within the walls of the state capitol, the public opinion on this bill has settled. More people want options at end of life, including aid in dying.
Thank you for that. You know, we legislators are often influenced by those who show up for public hearings or submit their written testimony. It's always good to put it in perspective of the opinion of a sampling which is more representative of how people here in the state think. And I'm sure this is not the first instance where legislators are a little bit behind the public when it comes to what they'd like to see happen here in the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Representative Berger-Giovanna.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for being here, Tim, and for all of the support that you give the families who show up here, who are here in place of those who cannot be to speak for themselves. Very, very briefly, we often hear about the off-label and unapproved medications and the FDA. Could you just please clear that confusion up for those of us who are paying attention?
Yeah, I can send more information about this, but the medications used for aid in dying are already FDA approved, but compounded to deliver the effect intended. And to suggest somehow that this is a cocktail or something nefarious is inaccurate, to be clear. These medications include anti-nausea medications that are FDA approved. They include anti-anxiety medications that are FDA approved, and also contain also are barbiturate medications that are all FDA approved. They're combined together, ingested in a glass of maybe 8 ounces, and within an hour or two or less, the patient, depending on the patient, everyone's different. The 6,300 people I mentioned, died a death.
Thank you for that. And can you also just speak very briefly to the use of off-label medications in other circumstances, just to clarify that this is not the only case in which.
Yeah, these aren't off-label medications. And these are medications, frankly speaking, that that are already exist in the homes of people already under hospice care. You remember Kim Hoffman, who testified remotely year over 2 years in a row. She had the medications in her possession that would have been legally prescribed to her to achieve aid in dying if the law had been enacted. But what she didn't have was a law to provide this option to her that would not have put her wife, Joy, who will also testify, similar to Barbara Mancini's situation. She did not have that ability, nor did she have the understanding of what the right dosage would be and a doctor to guide her through that decision. She told me one day when she actually met with an opponent of aid in dying to talk, and that opponent said, "You already have these medications. Why don't you just take them and kill yourself?" It was so insensitive. And she said, Kim was a very direct person. She said, "What did that person want me to do? What did she want my wife to do? Find me laying on the ground convulsing because I didn't get the dosage right, and then have my wife run afoul of the legal system similar to Barbara Mancini?" That was her question to me. And I didn't have an answer. And I don't think anyone here has an answer, except I would propose it's time to pass aid in dying to avoid that completely. Thank you for your question. I hope I answered it.
You did. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Appleton, for being here today and for your advocacy. You've mentioned that there are 10 jurisdictions in Washington, D.C., and I think we often talk about Oregon and California. Are there neighboring states to Connecticut that have already passed aid in dying?
A great question, and thanks for asking it. Maine, Vermont, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C., could be neighboring, and those are the jurisdictions that have it here on the East Coast. And what's terrible is this sets up this inequity that a person who lives in Middletown, Connecticut, doesn't have the same options as someone who lives in Middletown, New Jersey. And as a result of that, zip codes are defining that end-of-life journey I mentioned in support of SB 1075. We should all be able to, with our own values and beliefs, determine our journey through this world, especially on the most personal and private decision, how we want to spend our last days. Do we want quality of days, or do we want quantity of days? Our organization, and I'm sure all of you would say, that's up to you, and we support both.
And one additional question, if I may. Thank you. Thank you for the answer. As a former advocate myself, before coming to the legislature, I know that language matters. And so just wondering if you could speak through what you see as the problem with using language like suicide or assisted suicide to describe this issue.
Well, as we know, suicide has a very loaded and a specific meaning that's full of stigma, tragically. Suicide is the act of a mentally unwell person who would otherwise live because they're physically healthy. Aid in dying is a measured act of a terminally ill person, many times only days or weeks from death, who has been deemed by not one physician, not two physicians, and in this case, with this legislation, also a mental health professional that's mentally capable. Those two things are completely different. And what ends up happening when opponents use these terms, it's so very offensive and inaccurate. I've talked with people whose loved ones in different states who have used aid in dying, and to stigmatize that person, that loved one's death as somehow an assisted suicide or a suicide, that is traumatic for them and causes harm. There'll be other people that are more qualified, including Anita Haining, who's a Brandeis University professor, who has really dug into this a little bit more and can speak to those harms. but it's, I will say it's inaccurate and and offensive. I mean, I guess I understand why opponents do it because it scares people, but it doesn't make it any less wrong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Representative Reddington Hughes, followed by Representative Clarice Deidre, and online Representative Cavros DeGraw.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Appleton. My question has to do with the states in which this has been enacted. Have you seen a drop in actual suicide rates, not physician assisted? Because, as you were saying, words do matter, and suicide is kind of epidemic with our youth. So I'm just trying to, see what kind of implication this has on that as well.
This is an area of study I would probably do best to send you offline so I don't misstate it. But what we have seen is that rates of suicide in states where aid in dying is authorized have remained the same. And that what has occurred, though, is that more conversations happen between a patient, a doctor, that patient and their family, and other loved ones. And that way, everyone knows exactly what that person wants at end of life. Another benefit of aid in dying has been in states where it's authorized is that more physicians, because patients are coming to them with these very intentional conversations that they have to be present for, take more continuing education themselves that also has an effect to improve end-of-life care. What's interesting is, and I think this person's scheduled to testify, you might want to circle Ann Jackson. She's the former Oregon Hospice Care Director who opposed aid in dying when it was up for ballot initiative and worked against it 2 years in a row. And when it finally passed there and was enacted, she began to realize her opposition was unfounded. And now she'll testify today. I hope she's scheduled to testify to say that she supports this law because she saw the great improvements in her state after aid in dying was passed on all areas of end-of-life care.
And one other follow-up question, and that would be that, many of those who choose to commit suicide, not a physician-aided suicide, are clinically depressed. And would you feel that somebody who is clinically depressed would be in the frame of mind to make this decision?
No. Well, I would leave that to the doctors that would examine that patient should they ever be interested in qualifying. Physicians every day make determinations about mental capability of their patients. And I would circle back to not one doctor, but two have to do that. There is a waiting in between period in between. Multiple requests are made in writing for a patient to their physicians. And then because of these additional regulatory requirements in this bill now, that person is also examined by a mental health professional. I'm not a mental health professional. Yeah. I'm not a physician. So I would defer to them when this law is enacted about who would qualify. And in states where this has been authorized for many years, there's not been a single case of abuse, misuse, or coercion. I understand there may be some lawmakers who are uncertain about this. And, if this were 25 years ago and there wasn't a consistent track record, I would share those concerns. But it's 2023 now, and aid in dying was enacted in Oregon in 1997. All these other states have now enacted it, and the concerns that opponents have about it have proven to be over years to be unfounded. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Representative Clarice Deidre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. One of my questions is, any of the other states that have legalized aid in dying, do they use the same slurry cocktail that we're proposing here in Connecticut?
Many do, yes. But once again, I'm not the physician, but there is a protocol. And I can share this information with you afterward if you'll allow. it's called DDMP2, and it's the combination of those medications I said earlier: anti-anxiety medication, a barbiturate, and anti-nausea medication. They are combined, and they're put in a glass of water or apple cider and ingested. And that's generally what's happened across across the country. And I can get specific information to you if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask the woman that you mentioned when she comes and testifies. Part of the issue I have with this is we afford people that are on death row or are animals to be with medical professionals doing an injection that, puts them to sleep and then, stops their heart and their functions, which to me personally, if that was me, that's what I would want versus having to drink something and not really having anybody there with us. That's one of my issues I have. I just wish that was addressed and we could do that just to really safeguard people that are choosing this option to end their suffering.
I can try to address it with this. Our organization and the foundation of the Aid in Dying movement is based on bodily autonomy. You must self-ingest this medication because that way you have made the decision to peacefully end your life through this legislation. Now, what you described with injection, that's something completely different and not aid in dying at all. Someone else is making that decision for you. And, we often hear, I have a lovely dog too, shout out Doyen, but I make decisions for that dog, right? Here with aid in dying, you are at the center of all of those decisions. A great example is that, and we heard it earlier today, 60% of patients who gain access to this medication use the medication, which means almost 40% of patients don't even use it. They die natural deaths without, at the core of making that personal decision for themselves. And of those patients who use aid in dying, I think it's 80%, according to the latest data, are already enrolled in hospice care.
And I appreciate it. That clarifies my question. I appreciate your answer. And to your point that you said 60% of people that prescribe it, that are prescribed the medicine, use it. Is that what you said?
Yes. It's
And then what happens
about
with
58%,
right,
and then 32%.
And then what would happen with those people that are prescribed it and then have it in their home?
Yeah.
As far as disposing and the controls of that issue?
Another great question. And this legislation speaks to that, standard protocols. Again, these are people that are faced with terminal illness. And I'm sure both of us have had people in our lives and dear loved ones in our lives, and we go to their homes and we see that medication all over, right? And because those people are already in hospice care and there are already existing protocols mandated by state and federal law about disposal of medications, that's what occurs.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Clarice Dieter. Just wanted to ask you another question. There was a comment somebody made that this bill is about profiting the insurance industry. Can you speak to that a little bit too? Because we all have emotional feelings with the insurance industry. That's probably one thing everybody will agree to today. But I think if you can speak to that.
I will very clearly and say to suggest that somehow that insurance companies are getting rich off 6,300 deaths across the entire country over 20 years, that's not accurate, to be very clear. Managed care is something I know this committee deals with all of the time and looks for ways to improve. Aid in dying is part of the in states where it's authorized, is part of the continuum of end-of-life care, which is also healthcare. And the challenges regarding managed care exist to this day. You can't dismiss it. While at the same time, though, the suggestion that greedy insurance companies are driving people to death, that's not accurate. You may hear some people later on today, and you may have already heard them, testify. But when you really dig into the facts about these particular cases that if they even provide the specifics of the cases, if you dig into the facts of the cases they might suggest, you'll see that there's no there there. A lot of the, there's someone, it's as if, this is what my grandmother used to say, some people argue in such a way that says, oh, there's a unicorn in the shed. And you come on, look, and you go, and there's no unicorn there. And then the kid will say, oh, but no, it's in that shed. And you'll go to the next shed. And then that person will say, that kid will tell you, oh, but we're not here at the right time. In the end, there's no there regarding cases of abuse, misuse, or coercion associated with aid and dying.
Thank you so much. Oh, Representative Radar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Appleton, for being here. And thank you for this wealth of information that you clearly have and knowledge. Among the 10 states that currently have some sort of legislation like this in DC, I often think of patients who might not have the ability to swallow. And so have any of those states looked at that and how to provide this opportunity for aid in dying if they cannot swallow? Because if you can't swallow, but you can otherwise indicate that this is a choice you've made, what have those states done around that?
So thank you for your great question, Representative Rader, and welcome to the Public Health Committee and the weighty issues you'll have to face here, I'm sure. I would say this, self-ingestion is one of the core safeguards, and there can be different means with which to self-ingest medication. Drinking liquid, I mentioned, is one that most people use. But this question is near to my heart because my dad had esophageal cancer and died in New York back in 2000. He had a stomach tube. And that's another route with which ingestion can take place. There is a final route if someone can't swallow, and that's rectally through a suppository. Those are the three methods with which aid in dying medication is delivered. And it's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
You good? I see. No other questions. Thank you, Mr. Appleton, for your testimony. This is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person on our list is Carrie Lenardi.
Hi, good morning, Senator Anwar, Representative McCarthy, Vahey, and distinguished members of the Public Health Committee. I'm Carrie Lenardi. I'm the Chief Clinical Officer for RVNA Health, which is a community-based continuum of care agency. We provide public health to the underserved, hospice, palliative, and home health care. I'm a registered nurse certified in hospice and palliative care for the past 30 years. And our agency has tremendous concerns regarding SB 1075, which is to provide dignity to hospice care patients by allowing them to pass away comfortably in their home via a hospice hospital at home pilot program. When this care level already exists within the hospice Medicare benefits 4 levels of care. The 4 levels of care, which are routine hospice care, continuous home care, inpatient respite care, and general inpatient care, are established so we can fluidly move patients throughout the hospice continuum in their program and meet the needs of patients and families in the most appropriate setting, which is largely in their own homes. And I often find that examples help shed light on how the program works. So presently, through our routine home care benefit, we're caring for a patient who is discharged from a hospital setting with a drain for their lungs, with one for their abdomen, one for their stomach, as well as an intravenous access line for IV hydration. And our nurses, in concert with the primary physician, as well as our hospice medical director, the patient, and the family, have been able to successfully transfer this patient from a hospital setting to their home as they wished for this final journey, with all their complex care needs being managed, as well as access to an RN 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We also have, through our continuous home care benefit, we're able to maintain patients at home that would otherwise require a hospital level of care. So when in crisis, when patients are having a lot of pain or symptom management at end of life, there is a benefit that allows us to place more skilled care in the home. So this past week alone, we had a patient who was needing oral medications every 2 hours for comfort around the clock. So we placed a nurse there for 12 hours at night to allow the family to sleep. The nurse case manager visits during the day to reassess how the hospice patient and family are doing. They coordinate care with the medical physician, with the hospice medical director. The home health aide goes out to make sure the bathing needs are being assessed. And it's that continuous care level, which is really what the hospice pilot program is. In respect to the telehealth, we have visits by a physician anytime during hospice care, and APRNs are allowed to go and visit. And it really is a holistic care program that provides patients with care and bereavement through 13 months of end of life.
Excuse me, Ms. Lenardi, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Ms. Lenardi, thank you so much for your testimony. I want to put this in perspective from the number of people who are going to be impacted from the bills. The reality is that 1075 is going to impact far more patients than 1076. 1076 is a very, very small group of patients, but 1075 is critical. So what you're saying is that these pilots are not necessary?
Yes, what I'm saying is that these levels of care already exist within the Medicare benefit, and that pilot program is really what continuous hospice care at home is. It's where we can bring in skilled nursing care anywhere from 8 to 24 hours a day. Most of it has to be an LPN or an RN. Some of it can be through aid care for bathing and personal needs.
And how frequently are you guys asked to consider IV morphine in patients with intractable pain?
So most of our patients are able to be managed through sublingual morphine at home or sublingual dilaudid at home. But there are some cases where we have patients who are coming home on an IV morphine, something called a CAD pump. And so most of those are coming from a hospital setting where they've had some intractable pain, and we're bringing them home on those. So it's a very small amount of patients coming home needing IV morphine at home.
Thank you. My co-chair has a question as well. Thank you.
Just a brief question. Thank you very much for your work. Wondering what barriers you think to the knowledge that this exists for people, because clearly the proposal would suggest that probably a lot of people don't realize that this is an option. And I wonder if you could just comment on that briefly.
So I definitely agree with you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. There is a lack of knowledge on the fact that there's different levels of care in the hospice Medicare benefit. I think, unfortunately, here in Connecticut and the United States, people think about hospice as dying. And it's a vicious circle that we're kind of in, that you come out when someone's actively dying, versus that hospice is really about the good days. And that there's multiple levels of care so that we can stay in there, so that you don't have to go to a hospital setting, so that we can keep you at home. Tremendous lack of knowledge and education in the community and in the healthcare sector itself, that there's multiple levels of care.
Thank you for that. And we'll certainly take that into consideration as we consider this bill going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Parker has a question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here with us. Two quick questions. I think I heard in your testimony that you are not supportive of the bill. I'm wondering if that's specifically referring to the telehealth procedures that are in there. Do you think there's not need or not room for that, or are you opposed to that for a specific reason? Can you comment on that part?
So I think the telehealth reason, I think people don't understand that in the hospice Medicare benefit, that our APRNs and our hospice medical physicians actually go to the home when we have symptom management patients that we can't manage, that the nurse has been there. Hospice nurses are generally certified in hospice and palliative care and symptom management. So it's really not necessary for that telehealth piece of it, because we do have physicians and APRNs who can make in-home, in-person visits to help with patient comfort.
Thank you for that. What would be and what I'm hearing is that it's maybe not necessary in your opinion most of the time. Would there be a reason to not do it in case it was helpful for some folks? I'm trying to understand, is there like a cliff we're trying to stay away from or a line not to cross? It seems to me like we might as well open that up if it's going to be helpful for some folks. Is that?
I think, no, I think absolutely it could be helpful. If a nurse is in the home and it could be a while before the doctor could get out, to use the telehealth version and to use the telehealth piece. We've had that under public health waiver where our physicians are able to do their face-to-faces through telehealth, which has been very helpful during the COVID pandemic. I think, some of the other pieces of the bill are that twice a day nursing visit, where that can already happen. It's one of the programs where you have a nurse on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think it's just some of the language in the bill that it's already covered throughout the hospice Medicare benefit that we have. But the telehealth piece could definitely be helpful if it stays.
I appreciate you clarifying that. And maybe briefly, just in a similar line of thinking, can you speak to the IV push for morphine? Is there a reason to be opposed to that, even if it were to be helpful for the small group of people, as you referenced, that may not be served by what's currently available?
So one of the things that we have to be concerned with at the home is doing IV push medications, which is why we generally, when we're bringing somebody home, we will bring them home. They have to have some kind of access device, because unlike in a hospital setting, you don't have someone who can look at a peripheral line and see if it's infiltrating. So they need to have a PICC line, or they have to have a port. They have to have a way that we can have an access device. What we do when they're coming home on a controlled substance is we bring them home on what's called a CAD pump, where they can either get a continual infusion of morphine or Dilaudid or another pain medication, along with what we call PRN. So we can put a lock on that CAD pump so that every 10 minutes they can push and give themselves a self-administered dose. So there's no for safeguards to be in place to do any kind of controlled substance at home. IV push it's not really a safeguarded way when you have patients and families in a home setting. It really is through an IV with a specialized pump.
Thank you so much for that. That makes sense to me, to the extent it does as a non-medical professional. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. Do you think there's an opportunity when the reality is majority of the patients have a loved one at home and the person is in getting hospice care, and if they're with their loved ones at home and the nurses are just visiting, making sure that there's a safety net of access, many of the times the family members may be able to see the pain and the challenges that individuals have. With the PRN orders, can that be made more liberal in some of the cases, as we heard, where at least in the situation in Pennsylvania that they talked about, the hospice nurse said that you had used more than what was recommended, and even though the individual was trying to help their loved one not be in pain. How can we create a protection, not to expedite death, but to take care of the pain and the suffering of that individual?
No, I'm as a hospice nurse for 30 years, my mom was on hospice this past July in California. And I think it was advocacy, because my mother had terrible terminal agitation at the end of her life. I unfortunately was not able to be there because of my own health issues, but it was advocacy with that hospice. I had to keep calling that hospice and say, she's suffering. And you've got to give her more. So I think, unfortunately, it is hospice to hospice, and it is education, it is training. I would say that, we should really be looking at hospice, and as the nurses who are providing hospice care, it should be considered a specialty. They should be required to be specialized in hospice and palliative care within 2 years of entering as a new hospice nurse, with preceptorship and mentorship, because I think that makes the difference. And I think that then when you have somebody who can advocate and continue to call, that's what the hospice medical directors are there for, so that you can call 24/7 and say, I have this patient who's suffering and in pain, and I need more orders. This isn't working. So I think that it's a combination of education, of maybe increasing some of the standards of the clinicians who are out there in the field as well.
This is very helpful. Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Denning has a question or comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for these questions. You talk about hospice, and a lot of patients hospice at home with family, and whether they have a line or not, you train them how to give them medication, correct, on how to take care of their family members if they're uncomfortable, correct?
Correct.
So you give them medications, I'm assuming they're oral medications or they're liquid morphine, correct?
That's correct.
And they're not individually dosed. You give them usually a vial or a bottle of morphine that is, I'm familiar with, is like an eyedropper that you can put sublingual.
There is in our particular agency, our RNs generally pre-fill them for the family and show them how to pre-fill the syringes as well. So that in an emergency, they're not struggling.
But they could give as many as they wanted at the time, correct? So if you had a family member who was uncomfortable, agitated, you gave them the dose of morphine sublingually, and they were still agitated and frustrated and in pain, the family member could give them another dose of the medication without checking with anybody, correct?
I mean, they do have access to the medications in their home, yes.
Yeah, so giving more and more of the drug may hasten the may hasten the demise, correct? Because you're decreasing the ability of the patient to control their respirations, maybe their autonomic nervous system, but you're making them appear more comfortable and in less pain, correct?
So I'd like to clarify that a little bit, because when patients are dying and they're symptomatic, they are in the dying process. And when you're giving morphine or you're giving Ativan to help make them comfortable, you're not hastening their death. You're making them comfortable. They are dying from their disease process. And if they're having respiratory distress, giving them morphine to slow down those respirations so that they're not in distress isn't hastening their death. It's helping to make them comfortable in death and dying.
So that's your delineation of somebody choosing to die versus taking a medication that they know will end their death or end up in their death in a very short time, versus those who yield to hospice who say, I am in the dying process, but I will let somebody else hasten it according to the external symptoms that I'm having.
So I actually was just here to speak to SB 1075, not the SB 1076 bill, and about how it is duplicative of what we have right now in the hospice Medicare benefit. But so I'm not really sure how to answer that one for you.
Okay. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I appreciate your questions and I yield. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Denning. I actually just wanted to ask another question of you. There is the medicines that, how do you dispose them off when the person has passed on? What is the chain of custody? What is the criteria that you're using for that purpose?
So the way it works in the state of Connecticut is that once the medications are dispensed to a patient or family, they do belong to that patient and family. What we do when we go out for a pronouncement is that we do give instructions for them to be dropped off in the mailboxes that police stations have. We instruct them on how they can safely dispose of them in the home. A lot of times our families will like to do it just in front of the hospice nurse while we're there for pronouncement, but they get the state rules and regulations on how to dispose of them because they do belong to the patients and families.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person. We appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you.
Next is Alexander Fury. Thank you so much for your patience with us. You're welcome.
Good morning, esteemed chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alex Fury, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Connecticut and a teaching assistant. I am also a resident of Trumbull, Connecticut. and I oppose this bill, SB 1076, Aid and Dying for Terminally Ill Patients, and hope this testimony will provide a few of the reasons why I believe this bill will be deleterious for our state, especially the terminally ill. I first want to acknowledge the suffering and humiliation that those who are terminally ill experience. The reduced agency and the intense pain that they experience is heartbreaking, and I wish to support legislation that supports and facilitates their healing. With these same terminally ill in mind, I oppose this bill and want to offer the following testimony. When I was a young boy, my uncle committed suicide. I remember quite vividly the anguish that my family, his wife, and the rest of our community experienced. His life was precious and beautiful, but he was convinced he had nothing left to live for. While my uncle was not terminally ill, this bill supports the same mindset that my uncle had, that your life may not be worth living, and that it may be better to terminate the terminally ill instead of giving legitimate palliative and hospice care to those who need it. Improving the quality of life of patients is much more humane and compassionate than giving the patient no quality of life at all. Doing more for the terminally ill means giving the terminally ill support, solace, and love, not giving them medication to die. I care about and wish to support the terminally ill as much as I can, and as such, I oppose this bill, and I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I'm so sorry for your loss, and thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list is David Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is David Reynolds. I'm Associate Director of Public Policy for the Connecticut Catholic Conference, and I think this is about my 10th year being up here speaking against the bill. So we're very familiar with that. But I'd also like to say that I don't consider myself an arrogant or insensitive person because I oppose this bill, as one legislator implied before. But the Connecticut Catholic Public Affairs Conference again stands strongly opposed to SB 1076 for many reasons, and many of these reasons you've heard from other speakers today. We believe the state of Connecticut should seek to improve end-of-life care by focusing on hospice and palliative care. And legalizing physician-assisted suicide is not a step in medical care, but a step backwards in medical care. One of the points I like to, as I vary from my testimony, is I think it's important for the committee to realize you're considering a bill that basically the underpinning of it is opposed by every major medical association in this country, including the American Medical Association. In fact, the American Medical Association is so opposed to it that they refuse to recognize nomenclature aid in dying. Officially in their documents, it is called physician-assisted suicide. So therefore, the conference and other people that oppose this bill use the term used by the American Medical Association, physician-assisted suicide. Also, it's in addition to knowing that most of these organizations, major organizations, oppose this bill, it's important also to know that last month the Alzheimer's Association terminated their relationship with Compassion and Choices and apologized to their members because they failed to do due diligence in making a relationship and establishing a relationship with that organization. And they came back out and said they fully support palliative care as the way to deal with the situations faced by their clients with dementia. I would also quickly like to touch on a couple things that were mentioned by other speakers. And one of this idea of slippery slope that Senator Anwar mentioned. The slippery slope kind of was pushed off by the representative from Compassion Choices. But I think it's important for this committee to know that in Oregon, yes, the residency requirement is gone, but here's how it plays out. Compassion Choices launched a federal lawsuit against the state of Oregon. The Attorney General of the state of Oregon then reached an out-of-court settlement saying they will not enforce the residency requirement. And now that it has been moved up, and part of that settlement was that he would pursue getting the legislature to change that requirement and eliminate from the law. In the state of Vermont, They are on a slippery slope right now because Compassion Choices has, again, filed a federal lawsuit against the state to eliminate the residency requirement. The commentary made before by their representative was like, if the legislature was cooperating with this. The legislatures in these states are being forced by federal legal action to reconsider their residency requirement. Its current status in Vermont, is my understanding, is that the House has passed the bill removing that, and it is in consideration, but a Senate bill is in consideration also in that state. So the advocates of this bill before you are responsible for those changes that are occurring, those slippery slope changes. I also would like to quickly mention that this bill, I think section 13C is going to be the most important one, because when you read this bill, you talk about the attending physician. The attending physician is the one that has a long relationship with the patient, subscribes the medicines, does all that. The attending physician gets the form to, sign off on the person, approve them for assisted suicide. And what in reality is that doesn't happen in the other states.
Excuse me, Mr. Reynolds, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Wrap up 1 second. Most doctors in those states do not participate. About Oregon, about 2 to 3% of doctors do. So section 12C allows the patient to go find another doctor, and that's usually what happens. So this bill really doesn't reflect reality in terms of the role of the attending physician. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reynolds, for your testimony. You're always welcome to come to this committee. We thank you for being here, and thank you. Seeing no questions and comments. I know 26 and 27 are not here. So number 28, Miss Lorraine Zwolek. Welcome. Good to see you again.
Yes, again and again, and again and again. Members of the Public Health Committee, I am here in opposition to Senate Bill 1076. I'm a registered nurse whose specialty certification was hospice nursing. I've testified against this assisted suicide bills each time they were raised. I had 10 years of experience as a primary care nurse working for a large home hospice agency in Connecticut. In all that time and hundreds of patients cared for by our agency, not one patient ever expressed a desire to hasten death. When they received a newly filled prescription of their pain meds, they had enough narcotics on hand to attempt a fatal overdose. Not one of them ever tried. We provided excellent pain and symptom control and psychological support to the patient and the family. We provided them the ability to have death with dignity. An example of this was in yesterday's Hartford Courant, where 7 different obituaries, the family thanked the hospice team that cared for their patient. And one of them, I'll quote, "The family also wishes to thank the wonderful and compassionate care given to X," I'm not saying his name, by Accent Care Hospice, and the dedicated nurses who made X's passing so peaceful. So there, unfortunately, some things go wrong with hospice, but in general, by and large and by far, the experience is death with dignity and not these sad stories that are so unfortunate. And hospice does not hasten death by the use of morphine. That's a big misconception. I could talk about this at another time if you want to ask a question about that. As it was mentioned, the American Medical Association and the American College of Physicians say that physician-assisted suicide would be difficult to control and would pose serious societal risks. A study of 150 secular medical societies in the U.S. showed that none of them had any position statement approving PAS. This is from a medical journal that I cited in my ethics journal in my written testimony, which I have sent in. And there is a slippery slope. And if you want to see the slippery slope, don't look any further than Canada, where it's a icy luge run, never mind a slippery slope. Canada legalized assisted suicide and euthanasia in 2016. And in the first 2 years, almost 4,000 people chose it. Last year, 10,000. And now in 2021, and it's gone up since, 3.3% of all deaths in Canada were due to physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia. And most were from euthanasia. The stories there are horrifying. I'm not going into that. except to say there certainly is a slippery slope. There's no airtight legislation. It can be amended. If further on, they say, well, the person can't ingest it by mouth, but it's not fair to deprive them of this opportunity because they can't take it by mouth or by tube or in their rectum.
Excuse me, Ms. Wall, your time is complete.
Okay, if you change the route to IV or parenteral, you're going into euthanasia. So one more sentence. Many years ago, I had to bring a pet rabbit to the vet to be put down. I asked the veterinarian if he ever got used to doing this. He said, the day you get used to this is the day you should stop being a vet. I then said, what if someday we can do this to people? His response, God forbid. So please do not open Pandora's box and do not move this forward. And just one more thing, there is misinformation that I've heard about off-label use of medication. There was misinformation given about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wallach, for being here. Seeing no comments or questions, we want to thank you for being here, and please give my regards to Dr. Wallach.
I will. Thank you.
Next is Rachel Seaplack. Welcome.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairperson, other committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Rachel Cheplock, and I'm here from the University of Connecticut to oppose Bill SB 1076. A few weeks ago, I was informed that a classmate of one of my colleagues' children committed suicide. The boy had recently broken up with his girlfriend, and the trauma of the situation made him believe that he had nothing more to live for. This boy was only 12 years old. The reason that I'm bringing this story to your attention is to show that the value of human life is under attack. We are confused as to what and who we are living for. It seems that every semester on my college campus, another student's life is lost to this blight. Suicide in this country is seen as a scourge against society, yet this bill would weaponize suicide into a so-called solution to depression, loneliness, and other ills we are trying to fight against in our schools, communities, and homes. Right now, this bill would allow terminally ill patients the ability to ask anyone considered a medical professional to effectively poison them and end their life. Doctors cannot put a timeline on their patients' lives. However, through this bill, doctors will be able to engrave their patients' tombstones with the tragic day of their passing. If this bill is passed, we might as well be marking those graves now. For the ills of society are not resolved through a chance to die, but through supporting a chance to live. I urge you to vote against this bill and instead promote life-affirming care and resources for all people of all ages in all stages of life in these trying times. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Rachel Cheplock. Sorry, I'm mispronounced your last name.
It's Polish. Everyone mispronounces it. You're okay.
Dziękuję. All right, with that, and the next person is Alexis McMail, who is not here virtually or otherwise, and Kyra Phillips, who should be here. Yes, welcome, Ms. Phillips. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for listening to my story again. This is my second time testifying. My name is Kira Phillips, and I'm advocating for medical aid in dying for the terminally ill in honor of my mom, Claire Phillips, who died in 2021 after a long 3-year battle with multiple myeloma. On June 3rd, she ended her life by shooting herself in the head in our backyard shed in the West End of Hartford. My dad, her husband of over 40 years, had to find her. The manner of my mom's death is unfathomable still, as she was the most peaceful, kind, and gentle soul. She was my best friend and the best mother I could have ever wished for. I was adopted from China 30 years ago, and every single opportunity and privilege I have in life is thanks to my mom and my dad. My mom wished she could have used MAID and even discussed uprooting and moving to Vermont for 6 months. But ultimately, she didn't have 6 months, and the radiating spinal pain, chronic sickness, and nausea, and the fear that she endured about what was to come led her to desperation. People with terminal illness want to live, but they cannot. For the small number of people who qualify and want to use MAID, it helps them pass peacefully when they otherwise will either die from their terminal illness or resort to something like what my mom did. Losing a loved one with terminal illness to a violent and shocking suicide is avoidable with MAID, which is why I am imploring you to please pass this bill this year. Thank you so much for your consideration. My written testimony with much more information and detail about my mom's journey, it has been submitted.
Kara, thank you, Kara. We have some questions if you may want to stay. First, thank you again for having the courage to share this with us. And then thank you so much. And we're so sorry that you have to do this. I truly apologize for that. And thank you for your courage. Representative Berger-Giovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In an effort for us to move along as quickly as possible, I really will not be making comments for the most part throughout today, but I do want to tell you that I appreciate very much that you continue to come out here for this. I know that many of us steeled ourselves last night knowing that we were going to be facing some very difficult, painful, emotional testimony. And I must admit that I thought of you specifically last night before I went to sleep, knowing that I was probably going to end up weeping as you spoke, and I did. But I want to thank you very, very much, as well as all the rest of the families and loved ones of those who have suffered so terribly. Thank you for coming forward and continuing to do so. Many of us here recognize, and all of us here recognize your pain. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and take a moment to thank you from the deepest parts of me.
Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a lot more than what I had time to say today, but it's in my written statement. And again, my mom was being treated at Dana-Farber in Boston, one of the best cancer institutes in the country. So there's no words for what happened to her, but the words that I do have, I will keep on sharing until this is passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, we will move on to the next person on our list, Jennifer Mizzoni. Or Mizzone. Mizzone, welcome.
The mic's on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jennifer Mazzone from Orange, Connecticut. My late husband Mike testified here in 2017 before he passed of ALS. He was not allowed the option to make decisions for his own body that would have afforded him a dignified death. It is my hope that one day in Connecticut, everybody will have the ability to make decisions for their own person. We allow Connecticut residents to make decisions to not wear motorcycle helmets, but I would never want a law imposed to restrict their choices. Helmets, a woman's body, and choice to bear a child, and now aid in dying with a dignified death. You don't have to want this for yourself, but maybe, just maybe, a parent or a spouse may need this one day, and I promise you will want this option. We use medical intervention every day to ease suffering, to extend life. Let's trust those same doctors to use medical intervention to ease suffering at the end of life. Why is death so taboo? Let's acknowledge life to the fullest and respect an individual for making a choice after they have lived a full life and want to go out on their own terms.
This is not a bad thing to want. Mike was a huge athlete and an MMA fighter before ALS. And it has dawned on me recently that you have never heard the exact details of the end of Mike's life. He was in the recliner in the living room around 2 p.m. with the kids on their way home from school on a normal day. I noticed he was jaundiced. I called hospice in a panic and I couldn't rouse him, and I realized he might be dying. The police and the ambulance and hospice came, and the hospice worker said we needed the breathing machine on him. I said, no, he didn't want that. She said to me, we aren't in the business of killing people. I reluctantly went and got it through tears. By then, my husband was aware at the time and was completely humiliated by all the people in our house just for him. It got worse for him that night because the buildup of carbon dioxide from his breathing machine came out of him everywhere. I mean, everywhere, every orifice. Another humiliation for him that he didn't want. Then he had a stroke. His meds had him backed up so much that I had to put a suppository in his rectum. Please know that although I would happily do anything for him, it was greatly embarrassing for him and caused him to suffer. We had always enjoyed our intimacy. And losing the ability to do that, even when the little blue pill no longer worked, was humiliating for him. I feel ashamed for sharing these intimate details and violating his privacy, yet compelled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzone.
Thank you.
Representative Kennedy has a question or comment.
Just a comment. Thank you, Jennifer. I know how difficult it was, and I know we've spoken a great deal on this topic. So I really want to thank you for coming today and sharing your story. So personal. I'm so sorry for the loss of your husband. And I know that you have testified in years also since your husband testified in 2017. So I just want to thank you again because I know how much this means to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next is Stephen Mendelson. Welcome.
Yes, Senator Anwar, Representative McCarthy-Vahey, and members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Stephen Mendelson. I'm testifying in strong opposition of Second Thoughts Connecticut, testifying in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1076. I don't want to repeat what some of the others have said, but I've submitted 7 pages of very detailed testimony on how the safeguards, even in this new bill, don't work, will be overturned, and are ineffective at stopping mistakes, coercion, and abuse. Let me go through a couple of provisions that I really want to emphasize here. Section 21, saying that the doctor has to meet every 30 days with the patient, is either unenforceable, unconstitutional, or both. Once a patient receives a lawfully obtained lethal concoction of DDMAPH, and I'll explain what that drug is if you want, costing nearly $1,000 from a mail order compound pharmacy, there's no way to control what happens to it. You cannot compel a patient to meet with their doctor, and it will require a search warrant to enter the patient's private home. And moreover, seizing a lawful prescription without compensating the patient who just forked over a significant amount of money would violate the due process and takings clauses of the Fifth Amendment. We are in the midst of a serious opioid epidemic. Here, we do not authorize searching the private homes of people lawfully prescribed opioids for unused pills and seizing them. An example of what can happen with all these drugs is in Colorado, where an intended patient shouted, "Man, it burns," and because amitriptyline burns in the lethal compound burns the throat, and then a bystander also swallowed the lethal concoction, nearly died before being rescued by EMS. Let me just skip around here. I detail exactly how people with anorexia nervosa have received the lethal drugs. Contrary to Mr. Appleton, CNC and Kim Callanan, CNC has actually admitted abuse here. So I don't know how you can trust a word they say when they openly, state such a false statement here. And I say exactly how they can pass as terminally ill, mentally competent. Kathy has mentioned Acamade before. And I want to point out, Acamade has gone even further than just anorexia. Less than 2 months ago, January 3rd of this year, Acclimate's Ethics Consultation Service published another case report on voluntary stopping of eating and drinking and medical aid in dying, pushing the boundaries to the extreme. This is what they quote: legally, there is nothing in the letter of the law of any of the U.S. states' aid in dying bills that explicitly prohibits accepting voluntary stopping of eating and drinking as a terminal diagnosis to qualify for aid in dying. They further note that allowing VSED to qualify would, quote, essentially eliminate the criteria of terminal illness to qualify. Anyone over 21 in this room who wants to, who's depressed, has a bad, has an unfortunate situation and decides they want to stop eating and drinking can qualify tomorrow. And all of the safeguards go because of the good faith standard, which undercuts section 52-184C of the Connecticut General Statutes and the standard of care required there. Regarding falsification of the death certificate, taking that out last year does not cure the problem, because we had testimony last year from Shannon Nurse. I'm going to correct my written testimony.
Excuse me, Mr. Mendelson, but your time is complete.
Just let me finish
Thank
this
you.
here quickly. She said, people are free to write whatever they want on the death certificates, and they should not be free to, we should have given a hearing to House Bill 5486, which would have required that the lethal dose be on the death certificate and the manner of death be suicide, or if you oppose that, at least according to this bill, because otherwise you're still falsifying the death certificate, and that problem is not fixed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and seeing no questions or comments, we thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Next is Jill Hammerberg. Welcome. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Members of the Public Health Committee, I am Jill Hammerberg, and here in support of medical aid in dying, SB 1076. All it takes is witnessing one painful death of a loved one to come to grips with the reality of why this legislation is important to so many, changing the hearts and minds of those who may have been philosophically opposed before. My personal story begins with a broken promise to my husband of nearly 40 years. Our hero lived out the progression of prostate cancer for over 17 years, enduring surgeries along with both traditional and experimental treatments. The most remarkable part of this time was that he never let it show. His outrageous sense of humor, work ethic, love of his business, community, and family dominated his daily life. There was no room for fear. But the disease finally became a reality as his doctors shared the last MRIs with us a week before Christmas 2011. No longer could he deny the inevitable cancer cells migration to his bones and liver, which had formed massive tumors. My 3 sons and I received this news together with an odd calmness as our hero seemed at peace. He was given pain medication, a blood transfusion, and sent home with generous hospice care. I reached for his hand and promised with a wry smile that at last he could relax. The accelerating pain he had been experiencing would finally be lessened. For the next 6 weeks, we welcomed family and close friends for conversations, stories, laughs, tears, music, favorite movies, celebrating ordinary time that was anything but. It was a magic time in our lives, suspended and set apart from all else. Here is a 59-year-old man who was reconciled with his diagnosis. He had no regrets in his big life, and he was ready to die in peace. Our good friend and hospice nurse checked in with us, as usual, on what would be his last day. She said the vitals indicated that he would begin breaking down at any time. Get ready for the bleeding to begin. That same night, our hero woke up in excruciating pain. The unearthly sounds are with me every day. He became a drowning victim, fighting for each breath. The powerful medication given to me to administer when such time came provided no comfort for seeming eternity. Holding him close, trying to absorb some of the agony, I whispered, "I'm sorry I broke my promise. I thought it would be enough." If my husband had had the medication on his bedside table, he would no doubt have used it on that last sunny day when we were together with our sons. We would have had the opportunity to say, "I love you," one last time. with a Guinness toast. Instead, we carry the individual as well as the collective trauma of the indignity of his pain etched forever in our hearts. I ask you to support SB 1076, the bill that would authorize medical aid in dying for terminally ill adults. If passed, with its additional safeguards in place, the choice would offer comfort on many levels for all involved. Please support the elimination of unnecessary prolonged suffering for our loved ones. Going forward, give families the choice to make together. Thank you for this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hammerberg, for your, please stay for a second. We have a question. But I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and your courage to share your experience and your pain. Representative Parker has a question or a comment. Oh, Representative Steinberg has a question, sorry.
Representative Parker was merely my representative. This question. Thank you for testifying today. It's remarkable how in 3 minutes you were able to encapsulate your husband's and your family's experience in those last weeks. From what you describe, it sounds like everybody did their jobs. Everybody was professional. You followed the recommendations of the professionals and
we did
went the entire course. Yet at the end of the day, or at the end of your husband's life, it was not sufficient for him. I guess my question is, if hospice is sufficient, if palliative care is sufficient, how could someone end up in a circumstance like your husband's?
That is my question as well. We knew on that last day, it was probably the end. And I thought the medication would be enough. It's just that it took so long. And it was difficult for us to administer because of the pain my husband was in. And we were in a very strange and difficult zone for such a long time until it took effect. And then we couldn't talk to him anymore.
I know how hard it is for you to testify today before us, but
10 years.
I think it's critically important that we hear stories like this, because none of us can put ourselves in the shoes of the individual or the family that's dealing with these circumstances and assume that we're in a position to dictate to them in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. We have Representative D'Amico who has a question as well. Representative D'Amico.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I don't have a question, but if you'll indulge me for half a minute, I just want to say thank you to you, Jill. This is probably the 8th or 9th or 10th time that you've come to testify in front of this committee on this issue. And I very much appreciate all your thoughtful comments, as always. So I just wanted to say, because I feel that I owe this to your late husband. I had the opportunity, the pleasure to serve in local government with your husband. He was the most thoughtful, compassionate, funny, conscientious person that I've ever served with. He was a fantastic guy. He deserved better, Jill, and you and your family deserve better. And hopefully we will get this legislation through so that other families will get better results than unfortunately what you had to endure. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Seeing no other comments and questions, we thank you. Next is Kathy Flaherty.
Good afternoon, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm a registered voter. I live in Newington, and I took off my badge because I am not here giving testimony in my role as Executive Director of CLRP. I'm here to speak to you personally about my position in opposition to 1076. It is very hard to sit here and be accused of by certain legislators of being uncaring, dispassionate, arrogant, because we happen to have a different opinion of a bill. It is very difficult to come here year after year after year and explain to you the position of people with disabilities who say bills like this devalue disabled lives. That is not to say I do not acknowledge the pain that we have heard from so many people when their family members were struggling or they themselves were struggling at the end of their illnesses. But some of the things, and other people have far more better testimony than I do. I gave you my written testimony already, but some of the things that people complain about are the same things that my disabled friends live with every day of their lives. And we're saying, well, nobody should have to live like that. There are lots of people who do. And I hear people decrying the slippery slope, but frankly, the luge analogy for Canada is not inaccurate. I would also say, and I have this in my written testimony, think about why we don't have the evidence of coercion. If someone was coerced, they're dead. If they have somehow managed not to succumb to the coercion, they would actually have to admit that their family members encouraged them to kill themselves. Those folks are not going to show up in your room to testify about that. We don't collect good evidence. You know, I'm just really concerned. And the reality is everybody who's seeking this is a person with a disability, whether or not they want to consider themselves as such. But I beg you and I urge you to listen to the concern of people with disabilities, many of whom struggle to get here today, but make sure that we turn out every year so that you hear our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for coming here and speaking your perspective passionately. Yes, Representative Cook has a question or comment.
Thank you. Hi, Kathy. It's nice to see you. I have a question. And so, as you know, we've been down this road several times. And we're going to continue to go back and forth until something passes one way or the other. Whether it doesn't pass or it does pass, what it looks like. If there was protections put in place for folks with diagnosed disabilities, does that solve some of the concerns for folks that have diagnosed disabilities that fear that this is going to be a target on them? Let's take the conversation of whether it's right or wrong out of this.
That's a fair question. And I think the reality is, and we've heard a lot of it, especially during the last 3 years of COVID, the experience of people with disabilities in the healthcare system overall is not great. We don't have access to a lot of just basic healthcare for lots of different reasons. And if you put aid in dying as a possible medical treatment and insurance companies pay for treatment, it is cheaper to kill people than it is to provide them support to live. And that is just a very real concern I have. And I think straight up, I have a lot of disagreements of opinion with people in my own office about this. If you decline it, if you don't allow people with psychiatric disabilities, there may be somebody who sues you. Compassion and Choices has literally brought lawsuits in other states about the residency requirements. And I think it would just be incredibly naive for all of you to think that they're not going to do that here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions or comments, we thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Next on our list remotely is PJ Schimmel. Mr. Schimmel, welcome. Or PJ. You're on and you're,
yes.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Schimmel.
Okay, yes. My name's PJ Schimmel. I live in Norwalk. I've been here almost 30 years. I actually grew up in Brantford, and I have testified at various hearings on this type of bill 4 times now since 2018. 6 years ago in April, my beloved wife, Morgan Zale, passed away. We had been together 36 years, and her death left a hole in my heart. She had been diagnosed with ovarian cancer in January of 2010. In July of 2016, we were told that it had spread and she had 3 to 8 months to live. She was at peace with dying, even happy with the death sentence, because she had suffered from several other conditions and her quality of life was low. She did not die of natural causes. She took her own life by VSED, voluntarily stopping eating and drinking. She chose this course because she thought it was the only way left for her. She had tried to OD in October on a mixture of drugs and alcohol. After one of the saddest nights in my life, she was alive in the morning. I made her promise not to try any other methods that might leave her brain damaged but not dead. She would have loved to go to Vermont to take advantage of their right to die law, but her mental and physical conditions ruled that out. Watching her die of VSED, first at home and then at hospice, was one of the hardest things I have done. She lasted for 23 days without water or food. Seeing someone shrivel up and die of thirst is inhumane, but it was her wish and I respected her decision, though it tortured me. She was a very strong-willed woman. I told everyone I met at the hospice as she was dying that I would be there to testify when a right to die law came up in Connecticut. Morgan wanted this law badly. We treat animals in this country better at the end of their lives than we do humans. Please help change that and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being here to share your pain and your experience. Seeing no questions or comments, we will move on to the next person on our list, which is Catherine Joyce. Catherine, you're on, and you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Catherine, you're still muted and your camera is not on. Catherine Joyce. Going once. We'll move on to Dan Diaz. Mr. Diaz, why don't you go ahead and then we'll go back to Catherine.
Thank you. My name is Dan Diaz, and I am Brittany Menard's husband. Brittany died on November 1st, 2014. She was only 29 years old. Brittany experienced a gentle dying process only because of the option of medical aid, medical aid in dying. Yes, my wife utilized the very program that we are discussing here today. I am testifying in support of SB 1076. Brittany's case received significant attention because we had to move from our home in California to Portland, Oregon, so that she could access Oregon's law. Had we stayed in California at that time, the brain tumor would have essentially tortured her to death. So in contrast to the hypothetical scenarios and the false narratives that the opponents try to attach to medical aid in dying, I've actually lived this experience. To be clear, a terminally ill individual that applies for this option is not deciding between living and dying. The option of living is no longer on the table. The opponents seem to ignore that. Brittany's only option is between two different methods of dying. One is gentle, the other is terrifying and filled with unrelenting suffering. She felt incredibly protected going through this entire process because getting through this process is not easy. The safeguards are real. I want to emphasize the importance of palliative and hospice care at end of life. Brittany's team played a huge role in keeping her comfortable at end of life, but modern medicine has its limits and cannot control an individual's pain and suffering at the end of life in all cases, period. Brittany experienced pain that not even morphine, Dilaudid, which is 4 times stronger, that not even Dilaudid could alleviate. The nausea, the vomiting, the inability to sleep for days on end, the seizures, those terrified her the most. What was coming next for her, blindness, stroke, paralysis, and dying as a suffering mass stuck in bed. Brittany said, I will not die like that. Why should I be forced to? So any assertion by anyone that they can control suffering in 100% of cases at end of life, that is patently false. full stop. I can line up physicians, nurses, hospice care workers to refute such an arrogant claim. That paternalistic view of a doctor telling the patient when you've suffered enough and then hooking them up to a morphine drip, Brittany refused to accept that. When Brittany died, there were only 4 states with this option. Now there are 11. The people of Connecticut deserve better than what Brittany had to endure. No one in Connecticut should ever have to leave their home and move to another state in order to have the option of a gentle dying process. And one final point, as a Catholic, I take great pride in the fact that 70% of Catholics nationwide agree with Brittany that a terminally ill individual should have this option. The church leadership might be opposed. That's fine. They're entitled to that opinion. The people, the congregants sitting in the pews, they agree with Brittany. Thank you for allowing me to share Brittany's story.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your story. We will start with Representative Berger-Givallo, followed by Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Diaz. It's always difficult to watch you tell this story and to share Brittany's experience, but we're all very grateful that you continue to do so. My question for you is around the, I know that you speak to a lot of groups about this issue, so you have exposure to folks across multiple states. Can you speak a little bit about what effort must go into establishing residency in some other state in order to access this kind of care, and how it's not just simply a matter of packing a suitcase and finding an apartment?
Yes, thanks for this, because this residency thing has come up a bunch, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this. So for us, Brittany had to find a house for us to rent on Craigslist. This is the home that in California that Brittany and I purchased together. So that's where I live. We had to pack up half this house into a U-Haul truck. She had to find a new medical team. Establishing residency meant that obviously we have a physical place where we were living. She got a driver's license. She changed her voter registration. Once she finds that new medical team, then she goes through the process of applying for, qualifying for, finally receiving that prescription. We have to drive 600 miles north to get to across some invisible line on a map somewhere. And if we're in Oregon, Brittany then knows that she can take back that little bit of control from that brain tumor so that she has some say as to how her final few days on this green earth play out. If we stay in California, though, she's basically rolling the dice and allowing the disease to be in the driver's seat. Brittany refused to accept that. So the process of residency, I just want to be clear on this. We went through it. Brittany did that. Fine. Okay. However, this residency thing, and even it being removed in Oregon, we were at OHSU, Oregon Health and Science University. That is right on the border between Oregon and Washington. The case in Oregon that brought about this idea that a person doesn't have to be a resident of the state, in that case specifically, it was because there was an individual who lived in Vancouver, Washington, that's just right across the river, but was receiving care, and very smartly so. OHSU is a wonderful institution. If I lived in Vancouver, Washington, I would be receiving care, or want to, at OHSU. It's a research institution. So that case was essentially saying, does a resident, a person who lives in Washington and 10 miles away where they receive medical care at OHSU, should they have to change their residency now that they're terminally ill and would qualify for this? Should they have to jump through those hoops of change residency? Why can't they continue to be a resident of the state of Washington? So I just want to be clear that that this has gotten spun into this thing that, oh, somebody's going to swoop into a state. And actually, I'll put this in the first person. Brittany and I talked about this. She said, Dan, we'll go to Oregon, we'll get that medication, then we'll come back to California and I'll use the medication there. And Brittany's like, no, we can't do that, because I don't want, in California at the time, medical aid and dying was not allowed. So Brittany says, I don't want my husband to go to jail for the next 25 years because we did something in the state of California if she was to consume those medications in California. And then I end up in prison, punished for that. So even though that residency requirement has been getting a lot of attention lately, all it means in Brittany's case, and again, I can put this in the first person, that is one fewer thing that Brittany would have had to have jumped, the hoop she would have had to have jumped through. We still would have had to have lived in the state of Oregon because she still would have had to have utilized the medication within that state. So this residency requirement thing is getting quite a bit of attention, but I think unduly so. I mean, it truly, all the safeguards were in place, the process that she had to go through, those were incredibly protective. And it's simply making sure that a person at end of life doesn't suffer. As I said, we did the residency requirement. Brittany did that. A person in Connecticut, likewise, I guess there they'd have to live there for a year. But okay, so there it is. That's the residency thing broken down in real life. The short answer to your question, though, sorry, is that it isn't easy. It's not easy to establish residency and go through that whole process. And when you're terminally ill with 6 months or less to live, requiring that,
Yes, can you keep
stealing
your
that time
answers
from a
short,
patient,
please?
that's tough.
Yeah, please keep your answers short. We keep a limit of 5 minutes per legislator.
Thank you very much for that answer. And I will tell you that it would be cost prohibitive for me. I could not afford to relocate to somewhere else. So I appreciate all of the detail on that. And I also just want to wish a very happy belated birthday to Brittany's puppy, Charlie. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Representative Rader, followed by Representative Dennings, and then Representative Kavros DeGraw on 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dan, it's good to see you. I had the opportunity to speak with you a few weeks ago, and thank you for that conversation. You speak today a lot about how incredibly protected Brittany felt and around the safeguards that Oregon provided in their legislation. In traveling around the country and speaking to this topic, what protections for vulnerable individuals from the disabled community have you come to know and understand? And I know that that's a concern that we've heard a lot today. Can you speak to that at all, given your experience?
For sure. So the passage of this bill, and that's where, again, I think people look at this kind of backwards. The passage of this bill for the first time will protect the most vulnerable in our society, the disabled, the elderly, because it brings this process out into the light of day. One thing, and let me just share this, make no mistake, I hope this doesn't shock anyone, but there is abuse that occurs right now in the state of Connecticut. That abuse occurs, it occurs behind closed doors. So they say that sunlight is the best disinfectant. The safeguards in this legislation that requires that terminally individual, whether they be disabled or otherwise, again, to qualify, it's the terminal illness that's qualifying factor, not the fact that an individual has a disability. So it brings us into the light of day. It provides the opportunity for that physician, not only to make sure the person qualifies for medical aid in dying, but to make sure that that person's not being pressured or coerced. But don't take my word for it. Let me share the following. Disability Rights Oregon is the protection and advocacy program in Oregon that provides legal-based advocacy for individuals with mental and physical disabilities throughout the entire state. DRO is mandated under federal law to investigate complaints of abuse or neglect of individuals with disabilities, including the inappropriate actions taken to hasten the death of an individual. So we received letters from the executive director of Disability Rights Oregon, which I've submitted as part of my testimony, and we put the question to them point blank. The answer is DRO. The answer is no. DRO has still not received a complaint of exploitation or coercion of an individual with disabilities and the use of Oregon's Death with Dignity Act. That was from 2016. From 2019, and I want to share this because this is the crux of this whole thing, where the executive director writes, in the years since the passage of Oregon's Death with Dignity Act, DRO has received very few complaints from disabled Oregonians about the act. When I read that, my heart sank because I thought, oh crap, something's happened. But then I kept reading. All of the complaints that we have received have focused on the concern that the act might discriminate against persons with disabilities who would seek to make use of the act, but have disabilities that would prevent self-administration, thereby denying these persons the ability to use the act. DRO has never, to my knowledge, received a complaint that a person with disabilities was coerced or being coerced to make use of the act. So that last letter, by the way, and it's in my written testimony, that covers 21 years of the law being in existence in Oregon. And as you see, it's the exact opposite. The complaints that they received are from disabled individuals who say, hey, wait a second. If I'm all of a sudden to find myself being terminally ill, I may want to use this act. But the disability, so the opponents make it sound like, oh, disabled individuals are they're going to be abused or coerced.
Diaz, if you can keep your answers short, please.
Okay, well,
Sorry,
so
we're
the
trying to
data
limit to
suggests
5 minutes
otherwise.
for the whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Rader, you good? Thank you. Representative Denning, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Diaz, we're going to try to keep this short, but I do have a couple of poignant questions. From how many days in advance did you have the medications to end her life before she took them?
Brittany received that qualified and received that medication in May of 2014. Brittany died in November. So we had that for 5 or 6 months.
Where did you have that stored?
So, along with all the other medications that were right there. At one point, Brittany had 13 medications, some of dilaudid, which were just as deadly that she could have used, but we safeguarded all of them.
Okay, very good. And then if this is too poignant, please feel free to pass. But what was the triggering agent that made her decide this is the time?
Brittany was trying to live to celebrate 2 occasions, our wedding anniversary at the end of September and my birthday, which is at the end of October. For her to live through those months of September and October, those seizures are getting worse, the pain at the base of her skull, the inability to sleep. It was just a cumulative thing where on the day that she decided, she woke up and she said, Dan, I know that I'm dying. I can tell that this brain tumor is killing me. And that seizure that morning was a reminder of what was coming. Things were just getting worse. And so that is where Brittany decided that she would prefer to pass away gently instead of allowing that brain tumor to, the next symptoms that were coming and her dying process would be even worse.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Representative Cavros DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Diaz, for being here once again. This is the 3rd time now that I've heard you as I've been on the committee, and I know that it can't be easy that you go around the country and you're testifying on these bills everywhere. Earlier, we heard someone discuss, in their opinion, that the medical aid in dying removed dignity for the person who was going to use the cocktail to end their life. And I guess my question to you is, how did Brittany see that? Did she see it as it was taking her dignity away, or that she would be having dignity by having access to medical aid in dying?
Yeah, it's the latter, the second. So Brittany, she gets to truly live the life that she had left because she didn't have to be so terrified of how her dying process might go. But I want to be clear on this, that idea, and even that topic, it's why we don't use it anymore, death with dignity. That was the name of Oregon's law from 20-something years ago. We use End of Life Option Act, or medical aid in dying is the actual term, because a dignified death is whatever that individual feels is right for them. I want to be clear on this. If a person is opposed to this, that's totally fine. I respect that. I will be their biggest defender for them if they make a decision not to pursue this and pursue whatever they feel is dignified for them. So that's the whole crux of this. That is a very personal term. But the answer to the question is no. Brittany felt that her ability, we only get to do it once. She wanted her dying process to be gentle, surrounded by her loved one, not struggling to breathe, suffering, blind, in pain. And that's what was coming for her. It was evident every day, as well as the MRI images that we would get on a regular basis, was showing the progression of that cancer. So it allowed her to truly live what she felt was her dignified end. And that's the personal choice that each one of us should have.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, we thank you, Mr. Diaz. The next person on our list is Karen Enders. Karen Enders, you're on.
Hello there. Thank you very much. Distinguished members of the Public Health Committee, my name is Karen Enders, Director of the Connecticut Hospice Home Hospice Program. I'm a BSN with 26 years of nursing experience. The past 20 of those years, I have specialized in hospice services in the home, skilled nursing facilities, assisted living, and inpatient settings. I have concern related to SB 1075, a bill to create a hospital at home hospice pilot program. Hospice services have been provided in the homes of terminally ill patients since 1974, originating in Connecticut. In 1983, Medicare published the first national register with the 4 levels of hospice care. These include routine home hospice, continuous care, respite, and general inpatient levels of care. The continuous care at home addresses patients that are experiencing intractable symptoms such as pain, respiratory distress, nausea, vomiting, seizures, bleeding, terminal restlessness, or others that require ongoing symptom management with frequent medication adjustment and administration. At this level, a nurse, hospice aide, or other disciplines may provide services for a minimum of 8 hours in a 24-hour period. Of the minimum 8 hours, 51% must be a nurse. Treating the symptoms determine continuous care is not limited to intravenous medications. Effective options also include oral, sublingual, rectal, and topical methods. An example of how medication needs are met. A recent patient we were treating was experiencing ongoing intractable seizures. We were able to provide medication via a Macy catheter, which allows administration via a tube inserted rectally. The absorption rate with this administration was quick and effective. We were able to manage the seizure activity, and the patient remained in their home comfortable and peaceful. They expired the next day, lovingly surrounded by family. Hospice providers are available 24 hours a day. Hospice care is managed by an interdisciplinary team, including physicians, pharmacists, nurses, home health aides, social workers, volunteers, and bereavement services. The proposed bill mirrors much of the current hospice benefit. I urge you to oppose SB 1075 for the following reasons. Currently, hospice service is in place for 4 levels of care. Effective medication treatment has many routes that are in place and effective. Physician and nurses currently supervise the plan of care. The hospice team is available 24 hours a day. Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial insurances regularly cut costs within the healthcare system. Our nation's healthcare workforce is strained. What initiatives would be in place to ensure the demands of the bill are met? A local hospital institution recently initiated a home hospital program, but had to reach out to several agencies to ask for staffing assistance. Members of the Public Health Committee, we can work together. My goal is to ensure hospice patients, all patients, expire peacefully and comfortably with quality and dignity in their setting of choice, and this is in place. Thank you, and please reach out to me at any time for any further discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. You're basically outlining 1 or 2 issues, and you want the entire bill to be opposed. And if I was to say that if we remove the pilot and we made sure that all the existing modes of providing medicines were there, but we added intravenous in the picture, would you still be opposed to the bill?
You know, I'm not saying 100% proposed, but I think that, intravenous medications, as stated earlier, these patients do need to come home from a hospital with a route such as a port, a PICC line. So they do need those avenues to be able to administer the medications. And many patients don't have that. A congestive heart failure patient won't have necessarily a port or a PICC line. So we ensure that there are other routes to ensure that they can pass peacefully and have their symptoms treated. So
here's a broader picture. We're listening about these 2 bills, and they are different bills, but there is a little bit of a commonality.
Right.
I see this as that there's an opportunity for hospice to get better. There is a need for hospice education to increase. There's a need for hospice benefits to improve further. And the individuals who are suffering with severe pain, we need to do a far better job. And I think that's something that there's an area of opportunity that we feel, and there is going to be a very, very small group of patients who may need aid in dying, but that's a smaller group, and that group will even get potentially smaller if we do a far better job with hospice. That's how we are exploring this, and intravenous medicine is part of the picture. It's not necessarily the entire picture, but it's part of that picture.
I agree with you, Senator, and I will say I agree across this country, hospice education needs to be stronger. Individuals and physicians, we are getting referrals on a regular basis, and they haven't even spoken to a loved one, a family member of someone that's getting closer to end of life. And we get a referral, and we're explaining to families that we have this referral and your loved one has less than 6 months prognosis. So it's a national problem where the education of hospice does need to be enhanced. And a lot of that does also belong and begin in Washington with our government also. We need to make this known, and we need to help others understand that there are many avenues of helping someone. And you are correct, these are overlapping a bit. Will there be more that need the hospice services than the aid in dying? Absolutely. But as a country, we do need to educate better and explain to families and physicians where end of life needs to start discussion earlier instead of later. And the earlier someone's on the hospice benefit, the better the outcomes are. So often the referral comes and there's a day or two and everybody's playing catch up to try to get medications where you have them in the home, but patients are exhibiting intractable symptoms and you don't even have the time to get everything going because the referrals are coming in so late. So that goes back to the education.
Thank you. And for the state that was the first state in the entire United States to start hospice, we can do a far better job.
Absolutely. Connecticut is one of the lowest scores. You are correct.
Yeah. I have Representative Claritas Dietra, followed by Representative Zupkus for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. We've heard, and I don't know if you've been on these public hearings for the last 6 years or so, but some of the concerns we get from the residents in the state of Connecticut is that all palliative care is not the same at home. And that's where this bill 1075 came, is to fix some of those problems. And some of the people that support 1075, the palliative care bill, think that if we could fix palliative care at home, then we wouldn't have to do aid in dying. Separate conversation, but why would you want us to oppose this bill if it'll fix some of the issues with palliative care?
I think that there's room for discussion on the bill and ways to enhance both the palliative and hospice without all of the limitations.
Okay, and the other part in 1075, it also, gives that important added benefit of nurses being able to give IV medications. Again, to my point, why wouldn't we want to add something that is only going to help someone at the end of their life, not be in excruciating pain? And he personally, I'd much rather take an IV than have a suppository, but that's just me.
No, absolutely, absolutely. So what does happen, again, nurses can give IV push if there's a route. Most patients, if they don't have a port or a PICC line or an access, they're often very difficult to access, and to have a line, say a peripheral line, is going to fail quickly. So you're continually inserting perhaps an IV site, increasing chances of infection, increasing chances of discomfort. I will say also, Carrie was speaking earlier about the CAD pumps. In this state, it's extremely, extremely difficult to get CAD pumps for opioids due to the opioid epidemic in this country. So most of the providers have removed themselves from supplying CAD pumps with opioids. So we have the access, again, if there's IV administration with the lines that are in place being a central line, we can do IV push. And just like a patient who is at home on a regular home care service, so to speak, they may be getting TPN. Families are educated also how to administer the either medications, TPN. So there are those routes that we are willing absolutely to do. And some of the studies are showing with these Macy catheters that are rectal, and I'm with you, I'm all about not doing rectal. They're saying that some of the Macy catheters are more effective than the IV medications. I haven't had the chance to read further into those studies, but I have been reading some of that I am here understanding it's more effective.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And like I said, it's just nice to be able to give nurses that option, that they will be able to do multiple.
Yeah, they already have the option.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Representative Zupkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was actually my question. I have one other question though, because I've heard a lot about the families having to give the meds or, not enough meds. There's so much pain. If someone is in pain, do you give them more medication to make them more comfortable?
So absolutely. I mean, everything's within the physician's orders also. So medications are given. If it is ineffective, we have PRN orders that we could give in between, and we can educate the families. We could pre-pour the medications. Again, everything is with a physician's order. So there's always physician oversight, but the nurses are able to administer, and the families are also educated on how to do that.
Okay, thank you. I have had one experience with hospice, and I have to say it was a very good one. My best friend died at 40 years old and had very young children, and hospice not only came in to help her, but also the family and the children. And so that was my
Yes, thank you for saying that, Representative, because it is about the patient and family as one whole unit. As much as it's about the patient, the family needs that ongoing education and support. There's a lot of grief and anticipatory grief and a lifetime of life experiences that start to come out when we're losing a loved one. So that's why there's the entire interdisciplinary team approach for patients that are getting towards end of life. And again, the earlier to do the services are better because you've created that rapport, and the experience and end results, the outcomes are much better than playing Monday quarterback.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I would just say, if you have any insight to this bill to help make hospice better, that I would suggest that you please send it to us, because we
absolutely, I'd be happy to take part in that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hi, Kiki. It's great to see you. We've had a lot of discussions. Representative has just touched on what I think I was going to ask. As we both know, I was a patient care volunteer at hospice for a number of years, and I can't say enough good things about hospice myself. But I was going to ask you the same, following up on Representative Zupkus. What is not in this bill? What would make this bill better to better assist hospice and other palliative care type facilities such as Connecticut Hospice?
You know, one of the things where there's the concern of nursing RN visits twice a day. We do that, and I will explain that it's not a level of care, but it's there's something called service intensity add-on, that when a hospice feels a patient may pass away within 7 days, the hospice services are typically increasing the visit frequency to daily, and it must be an RN and or a social worker. So our practice currently is an RN visits every single day. Can they visit necessarily twice a day? It's difficult due to the staffing crisis in the country. We do telehealth visits, and I will tell you, I've done evaluations with families that have been asking for an evaluation for their loved one for hospice services, especially they're saying they're in very poor condition, couldn't get someone out there. We do telehealth. So a lot of these things we are already doing. If there's a way we can enhance things, absolutely. It's just some of the criteria is so stringent that it's going to set the agencies up to fail and have then the families also struggling because someone's not there or what have you. Again, the agencies are on call 24 hours a day, unlike someone who's on a palliative home care program where you have to follow the, Medicare guidelines. They don't go out overnight. They take calls, but they often say, go to the hospital. With the hospices, we're able to keep individuals home.
I really want to thank you for your testimony. I do apologize for missing part of it. I am bouncing between two meetings today, but
that's okay, Representative. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And any other ideas you could get to us, and certainly we can talk offline as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and seeing no other questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list, which is in person here, Joan Kavanaugh.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your patience with us this afternoon now. Turn your mic on.
Yes. My name is Joan Kavanaugh, and I am a member of Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide. We stand in strong opposition to SB 1076. We believe in universal, comprehensive, fully accessible, unrestricted quality health care for all, and we agree on many issues with other members of this committee. But medical assisted suicide is a serious and frightening step backward and a threat to the lives of the most vulnerable among us. And this has been discussed repeatedly here, so I'm not going to go further into that. I have a long testimony online, which I would really refer you to, and I ask you to read it because it talks about all the issues that have been addressed here today, including coercion, which is a very strong fear, and not just a fear, it's a reality in the healthcare system, and the kind of discrimination that people who are poor, elderly, Black, disabled, brown, and are marginalized in the system that we already experience and will experience more and more if this comes to fruition. This is not a hypothetical issue for us, and I'm tired of hearing that raised by the people who are proponents of this bill. Many of us who testify against these bills have experienced the pain and the fear and the anxiety and the coercion of the medical system as it exists to end the treatment of the lives of those close to us. I personally have experienced that with my own mother, a Medicaid patient who suffered from dementia. And that is traumatic, and that is real. And it is just as real as the suffering that the folks who are proponents of this legislation describe. Believe me, if you have not experienced it, when you experience it, your life, your views on this issue will change, I hope. If they don't, you're not fully present to the experience because it is really, really traumatic. I also want to address one other thing, which has been raised, that we shouldn't be calling it assisted suicide. Well, unless you change the language, it is assisted suicide. Helping a person to take their life is suicide. Now, whether you're for it or against it, you have to admit that's what it is. And we are not demonizing people who have died by suicide. I too have experienced it. It is an epidemic among young people in this country. And we love those people. We grieve for them. We want mental health care for them, and we want suicide prevention. And this does send a mixed message. I'm sorry. Again, so it's not hypothetical. And I want to refer you for the last minutes of my
Excuse me,
testimony.
Ms. Kavanaugh, but your time is complete.
Okay, I just have to point something out here. And
Just complete your sentence, sir. Go ahead.
thank you. I wanted to actually read the testimony, or a section of the testimony of Director Emerita and Strategic Advisor to the Center to Advance Palliative Care, who spoke at our press conference this morning, Dr. Diane Meyer. And I would direct you to her testimony. It is online, but I would like to read one paragraph that she wrote that talks about the reality of family coercion that she experienced.
Can I just interrupt for a second? Your time is up, but I'm going to ask you a question. Can you read that paragraph?
Thank you so much, Senator Anwar. I really, really appreciate that. And the paragraph is called "The Reality of Family Coercion." Pressure from both families and overwhelmed healthcare systems is a reality. Given the burdens of care imposed on families when a loved one is seriously ill, access to a legal option to avoid a long period of debility and need for costly personal care has undeniable appeal, but not necessarily to the patient. In one instance, I was contacted, this is Dr. Meyer, was contacted by email by the wife of a patient with recurrent glioblastoma to discuss his care options. Because of his mobility difficulties, I visited them at home. It quickly became clear that the purpose of the visit was to see if I would hasten his death. When I began to explore what had precipitated this request and asked what the patient feared about the future, he looked to his wife and did not answer. His wife did. I explained the benefits of palliative care in terms of system relief and support for both patient and the family throughout the remainder of his life. The patient was interested and asked several questions about what home care options were available and about what the process of dying was actually like. I described it. He seemed reassured. His wife, however, appeared more and more irritated, saying, "We know all about hospice and we are not interested." When I asked to speak with him individually, she thanked me for coming and escorted me to the door. Had aid in dying been legal in New York at the time, I have no doubt that she would have found a willing prescriber and helped her husband, who had months to years to live, to hasten his death. When family members are stressed and burdened by the role, when the illness is bankrupting the family, the patient gets the message. Please refer to Dr. Meyer's testimony if you would.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think Representative Dauphine has a question. Representative Dauphine, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. Can you just elaborate a little bit on the coercion piece that you seem familiar with and maybe your own experience, if you will?
Yes, I certainly can. I've testified actually many times on this here, but my mother was an elderly Medicare, Medicaid patient. She had dementia. She had no resources. My friend described this case earlier. I lived with her in the hospital for about 6 months. She needed treatment. She needed a tracheostomy to survive because she could not swallow. She needed other care. She ended up with a feeding tube. Anyway, I had to fight to get that treatment. They didn't want to do it. They claimed that she should be shunted off to basically go to hospice, and I have no quarrel with hospice, but this was their idea, to be given morphine, and she would have been dead within 5 days because she had no quality of life, they said. They did not know her. They did not know me. This was the hospitalist system, which did not, her primary care doctor was able to get in now and then. But these are doctors who had and nurses and technicians, and let's not leave out the role of the hospital administrator. The hospital administrators told me a couple of times, "I'm sorry, but her care is costing us too much." Blatantly, they said it. The others used the term death with dignity. They used the term quality of life. These are the people, that's the other side, the flip side of the financial pressure. I was traumatized for 5 months living in that hospital. I was literally afraid to leave her alone because I didn't know what was going to happen to her. Now, I don't understand how this kind of reality, and this is not just me. I talked to other people who were in that hospital experiencing the same kind of thing, mostly women who were caregivers for older parents. I don't understand how this reality, if you've ever experienced it, how can this reality be how can that magically evaporate when you want to bring this additional factor, medical assisted suicide, into the system? What are you thinking? I mean, I have to ask you, what are you thinking? Do you not understand that we have a monetized system that is based on what your resources are and how pretty and young you are and what race you are?
Thank you for your testimony. Can I clarify something? Representative Dauphiny, you're done?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If I heard you correct, you do not have a philosophical disagreement, but you have a disagreement with the bill based on how messed up our healthcare system is.
Well, I have a philosophical disagreement based on exactly, it's a political and philosophical disagreement based on the fact that our healthcare system, it's not a healthcare system, it's a medical system. And I don't dispute that there are many kind and caring and wonderful people in that system. I have a lot of friends who are. But the system itself is completely broken, and it is absolutely geared toward the most cost-effective solution. And believe me, death is cost-effective, especially if you are a Medicare, Medicaid patient, it's cost-effective. And I've seen it, not just with my own experience, but I will tell you, and I just want to bring up one other thing. People are talking about, 80% of the people in Connecticut support this. I don't know who that 80% of the people are, but let me tell you something. If you came to my neighborhood, nobody would support it. My working class, we're an ethnically diverse, but largely Black and Hispanic neighborhood. Nobody would support this. They're not asking for this. This is a white, upper middle class, largely initiative. And it's largely being put forward by people who are used to being in control. I'm sorry, I have to say that. I'm not talking about the individuals who have testified here today, but that's what the proponents, the well-funded opponents, that is what they count on. These are people who are used to being in control, and they do not want to see, and they're looking way ahead, and they don't want to see being out of control. Well, for us, for most of us, this would not be a choice. It would become a coercive situation.
Can I just clarify a few things in this? So let's put the medical issue on the side for the time being. And I'm so sorry for your mother, how she was treated. I apologize that you had to go through all of that stuff. But can I clarify that if your mother would not be eligible for this based on the bill, because the person has to be competent, but also the family cannot be involved. They have to put in a written request, and it has to go to a physician, and they have to have a mental health evaluation to make sure that their psychiatric issue or depression is not part of the reason why they're making that choice. And they also at that time would have to have it twice, that they would have to go through this process. So there are, and if family member writes anything about that person, it's not going to be of any value to be harm that application. So I just want you to know that that's part of that bill as well.
I've read the bill. I know what's in the bill. I also know that safeguards safeguards on paper are not the same things as safeguards as what that are applied on the scene. And I've seen that happen too. And I do not believe there are any safeguards that can make this better. No, in that particular situation, no, my mother would not have applied, she would not have been applicable. But I'm pointing to a larger attitude of the system, it's pervasive. And it is, if you don't believe that people are going to be coerced in some way, implicit or explicit, who go before, who are talking to these people in the hospital who don't know them, and, oh, well, we've got this option. I mean, who's going to monitor that? Who is going to monitor that kind of coercion, Senator Anwar? I don't understand. How can you possibly do that in this kind of a system? With the societal prejudices that exist, with the class discrimination that exists in this country, with the race discrimination, it just is not possible. I don't know what world, if you understand those things, if you understand how bad that is, how can you possibly propose a bill like this?
So I would invite you to look at some of our other bills that we have been proposing. We are fighting that through this committee, and this has been in the last many years, we have had multiple bills trying to address that big challenge that we have. But we also need to recognize that there is a very, very small group of individuals who would benefit from that option. So, and then we are looking at ways to minimize that group. The reason is that if we do things right, we want to make sure that people who choose that option would be available. But I have one of my colleagues who also has a question or comment, Representative D'Amico.
Senator, I'll save us all the time. I think you satisfied my questions with your questions, so. thank
I
you.
will record that and use it. for-
Nice.
Could I just ask your indulgence?
I think your question that you're gonna say is gonna be answered from my next legislator. She's gonna ask you, and you can add that in that.
I
Representative
just wanted
Carpino.
to read one more piece from Dr. Meyer's testimony.
I actually have a question if I
Yes,
could.
yes, yeah, please.
And this is just ma'am, do you
I'm
mind?
sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I appreciate you sharing your personal experiences, just as I appreciate listening to everybody who comes before us. But I have a very specific question. Listening to your testimony, I just want to make sure I understand that you're saying that a Connecticut hospital did not want to provide medical treatment to your mother because of the cost?
That's one of the things that they said, but the most, yes, that was told to me by a hospital administrator. They said she's costing us too much. But most of the harassment.
Okay, if I could just finish up.
Please.
And which hospital are you accusing of doing that?
You want me to say that here? Okay.
You could tell me after, but this is a serious allegation that you're making.
Well,
and I think it warrants some
I
conversation.
think that you'll get some interesting conversation because I had some conversation with the ombudsman there and we're going to do some sensitivity training, I was told.
And that's fair. And I have no more questions. I just wanted to,
Thank you for the question.
Just too big a statement not to follow up.
And I will
Thank you,
be
ma'am.
glad to give you the name of the hospital. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, we truly appreciate you coming here today and talking to us. The next person on our list is Tracy Wadach. I hope I did not mess up your last name. I apologize for that in advance. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Anwar, Representative McCarthy Vahey, and distinguished members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Tracy Wodach, President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. I am also an RN with 40 years experience in home health, hospice, long-term, and acute care. The Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home is the united voice for the 22 of the 25 hospice providers in Connecticut, all of whom are licensed by the Department of Public Health with very specific hospice regulations. And those regulations are under revision currently. So we certainly have opportunity for improvement if that's something that we can speak about. And then they are also certified by Medicare. And you've heard two hospice nurses before me speak about the hospice levels of care. Those are directly from the Medicare federal hospice Medicare benefit. So those would always be in place, regardless of what we do in Connecticut. We have to comply with both. The association does have some concerns about 1075. I think they've been vocalized already today. Trying to put a home hospice pilot program in place when we already have that level of care in the home. So I think we do need to work on language and work on how we can improve getting the word out and helping the consumers understand what is available. And I've heard also conflicting questions regarding palliative care and hospice care. The two are different. Palliative care is much earlier in the serious illness care and runs all the way through. Hospice care is palliative care, but only at the last 6 months of 6-month prognosis until the terminal illness takes its course. I think I'm going to leave it at that, and because you've heard from the others already, and we can talk about language that might make hospice better in Connecticut. I do want to address 1076, aid in dying. Our association and its hospice providers are always committed to the hospice philosophy, cherishing life until its natural end while reinforcing dignity, quality, and comfort for both the patient and their loved ones. We do not support or oppose aid in dying, as it is a personal choice. However, after reading 1076, I'm very pleased to see year on year that more of our recommendations from the association have been included. Additions this year include a referral for counseling, a change in Connecticut residency requirements, more protections for the unused medication, and for minimizing abuse of the law, as well as follow-up by the physician every 30 days after prescribing the medication. If moving 1076 forward, we remain concerned about several areas. The definition of hospice, while present, is sorely lacking and should be aligned with a descriptive definition of palliative care. Self-administration needs to include ability to prepare and ingest the medication, No one should assist the patient with this process. The word physical should be removed from the definition of terminal illness. And RNs who pronounce death in the middle of the night in the home need more information and more instruction. And this bill does not provide that. Add language to include unused medication, which is often destroyed in the home, ACT instructions.
Excuse me, Ms. Wadash, your time is completed.
The last thing I really implore the committee to look at is a statewide policy and education task force to help with adequate policy and education development and implementation so people know what to do and how to do it. Thank you, and I'm happy to work with you on 1075 especially, and 1076 with any kind of amendments.
Thank you so much. This is very helpful. And I just wanted to say a couple of things. One of the reasons for 1075 is to start the process of this conversation. We have heard from you and your colleagues in the past in the industry that we can do a better job as a state. And then we said, okay, let's start with some conversation and put something on the table so that we can have you come in and say, well, we agree with this, we do not agree with this. And that's the whole process. So we, as we had said earlier, we're the first state in the country to start hospice. And the rest of the country looked at us in the beginning, but many of the other parts of the country have moved on and improved quite a bit with respect to the hospice care. I do feel, and many of our colleagues do feel, that we need to get a little bit more focused on taking care of individuals with intractable pain and then much more suffering that they're going through, whether it's going through emotional challenges or the family members dealing with the pain and suffering. When a time when the healthcare workforce is going through a crisis and when the needs are increasing and the number of people being impacted. So we want your help. We can't do this without your help and your agency and all your partners that are there to be able to strengthen 1075. And the conversation and the comments that you have on 1076 are very valuable. We'd love to see if you can give us a little bit more time on that at some point too.
Thank you very much, Senator Anwar. I think I would add to that and say that federally, we've been trying to pass a bill with Congress to improve the education and the number of people certified in hospice and palliative care. That is a national certification. To have any kind of support from the state to enhance and allow greater numbers to be certified within Connecticut would be a step in the right direction to make sure that we have the right staff at the table caring for our most vulnerable, terminally ill.
Good. My esteemed colleague has a question, Representative McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for being here with us. And yes, I look forward to ongoing conversation. And as Senator Anwar said, both himself, I know Senator Summers and others on this committee have been very interested in this conversation going forward. You have talked about the need for more education with hospice, as have others. I appreciated you kind of specifying the difference between palliative care and hospice care. I think that's largely misunderstood. When I think about the education comment made earlier, makes me think about provider education, not just patients and family members, but provider education as well. Would you agree? And if so, what kind of suggestions would you have on that front?
Well, I think I just mentioned that there is a national certification for hospice and palliative care for nurses, for social workers, for chaplains, for physicians. If we could really increase the number certified within Connecticut, that would greatly enhance the specialty.
And I appreciate you outlining each of those different roles, because when you were talking about that, I was thinking really primarily of nurses. So I think that's really important and just in terms of understanding the variety of folks who are talking with patients and families. And it could be any one of those folks. And thank you very much. That was a helpful answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will be bugging you and in a little later in a few days or so.
Sure to answer any email or phone call or any meeting you'd like to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on our list is Miss Lydia Bennett online. Welcome. You're on.
Thank you. Members of the Public Health Committee, my name is Lydia Bennett, and I respectfully oppose SB 1076. I would like to address a concept that is sometimes expressed related to the discussion on physician-assisted suicide, which is, if you think it's wrong, you don't have to use it. The general idea presented is that if it's not going to affect me personally, I needn't oppose the bill. Likewise, why should I be all that concerned about this bill? It's not like millions of people are going to take advantage of it with disastrous consequences. Let the few who wish to control the time and manner of their death be free to do so. But my primary concern is not only about who will use it and who won't. It's about the societal implications that this bill brings to birth. Through the process of legislation, this bill asks society to approve something that up to now we have collectively agreed does more harm than good, choosing to end one's life. Not only that, the proposed bill is designed for terminally ill patients who are already in the process of dying. But one can easily begin to question why the option to die should be restricted to the terminally ill with 6 months to live. Why 6 months? What about others who have not received that prognosis yet suffer equally or even worse? Patients who would qualify for this bill seek to avoid weeks or months of suffering. But what about those who experience years of suffering? And why limit it to those that are terminally ill? Where's the compassion for those who are painfully bedridden due to an accident or injury? What about the elderly who have lived long, happy lives and their only future is of weakness and decline? We think that we can set boundaries on this issue that we won't cross and that future generations won't cross. We think that we can say, no, physician-assisted suicide will stay only legal for these people who fit our requirements. But this bill, by its nature, asks Connecticut to give its assent to a morality that is relative in its measurement, unsteady in its nature, and dangerous in its implications. It sets a new standard in the way we view the end of life. It is now okay to choose to end your life if you are terminally ill with 6 months to live. If this bill passes, the succeeding generations will grow up with a different starting point in the way they view the end of life. We are doing a disservice to future generations by moving the moral landmarks, because once we demonstrate they can be moved, they will be moved again. So I respectfully ask you to consider the dangerous implications of this shift in the moral framework of society, and please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, we appreciate you coming in and speaking to us. The next person on our list is Reverend Canon Estrada. Good afternoon, Reverend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience with us this afternoon and morning. Just turn on the mic. Perfect.
Thank you. Dear Public Health Committee members, it is with deep sadness and regret that the residents of the state of Connecticut, of which the majority of us oppose the great evil of assisted suicide, have to continually uphold the natural and sacred teaching of life that is inscribed in our human nature against unnatural bills such as SB 1076. As a traditional Roman Catholic priest, as a citizen of this great country, I wish to continue to make it known, now for the second time, that SB 1076 will only cause the downfall of our state and its deteriorating view of the true dignity and sacredness of human life. And any of the sponsors of this bill who profess Catholicism or some form of Christianity know very well of the redemptive suffering of our Lord Jesus Christ on the cross. This was his greatest act of redemption for mankind. Our Lord did not abandon nor forego his sufferings, which is why our own pain and suffering is not worthless, but rather redemptive when united with our Lord. Everyone in our society should not be made to feel that they are a burden to our community, and this bill will only continue to perpetuate this error in our society, and it's prevailing right now. You know that priests are called to minister to souls in need, and in particular, to help them attain heaven, eternal life. by accompanying them throughout life and especially at the end of their life. Assisted suicide is contrary to this mission of the Catholic Church. It would be a contradiction, a spiritual contradiction, to give life-giving medicine to those who are dying, and yet then giving death-dealing medicine to end their life. It annihilates the sacraments. It annihilates the sacraments that we give to these people who are suffering. And there are many here who speak of the negative aspects of assisted suicide, but not really the particular aspect of the spiritual dilemma that you pose to priests and their patients. This is rarely addressed. I doubt that the state will provide us with any help to cope with these spiritual issues and anguish that you create unnecessarily to us. Maybe these are very important, very unimportant in your estimation, and this is a great tragedy. So I ask, with all respect, and as a citizen of this great state, with utmost charity and kindness, to all of the committee members, those remote and those here present, no matter what religious background you profess, and for the sake of your immortal souls, which we will all have to render at the end of your lives, an account to our sovereign Lord and Judge to never permit this bill to become law. I offer my prayers during this season of Lent, which is full of suffering, patience.
Excuse me, Reverend, but your time has
At the
completed.
sacrifice of the Holy Mass. And I thank you for listening to my testimony. May God enlighten you and convert your hearts and souls.
Amen. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you coming here. Seeing no comments or questions, we will move on to the next person on the list, which is Jennifer Berhona.
Good afternoon, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Jennifer Barahona and I live in Fairfield. I'm testifying in support of SB 1076, an act concerning aid in dying. I've testified more times than I can remember and it never gets easier, but I have witnessed the horror of a prolonged death without relief, so I will not stop until we have the same rights in Connecticut afforded to a quarter of the citizens across this country. Every year I sit through testimony where I hear people tell you about how strong our palliative care system is and they can guarantee a pain-free death. While that is true in many cases, it's absolutely not in others. I have lived through both and I'm here to speak the truth from actual experience, not speculation. I believe everyone is only one bad death away from supporting this bill. One of the most important moments of my life was holding my precious father's hand when he drew his last breath. It was quiet, it was peaceful, he was not in pain. Exactly how we imagine it ends, thanks in part to Hollywood. But allow me to share a very different experience just 3 years later when my beloved mother died of ALS. I wish I had more time so I could share more about how wonderful she was and more about her life and less about her horrific death. But in the span of a year, she went from conducting choirs and winning bridge tournaments to dying. It's hard to describe just how horrible that year was for her and for all of us who loved her so much. Early in her diagnosis, she needed a feeding tube because the muscles in her throat couldn't prevent her from choking on her food. A former opera singer, she was left with no ability to talk or to eat. And one of the very last things she ever wrote in a pen that was barely legible was, "Would you do my eulogy?" After that, she relied on a Dynavox speaking device and wrote to me, "This isn't what I would consider life. I hoped the end comes quickly." It did not. She stopped taking nutrition through her feeding tube on September 1st, 2009. We were told we had a few days, and to our horror, she spent 2.5 weeks moaning with her limbs turning black, pleading with her eyes for what we had absolutely no way to know. She wanted to be lucid until the end, and like Jill, I could not honor that request. As her healthcare proxy, all I could do was hold her hand and whisper over and over for 18 days, "I'm sorry, it will be over soon. It's okay to let go." I hate that she suffered. She was truly the most remarkable mother to me and my 5 siblings. I love and I miss her so much. I hate that their 35 years of incredible memories I do have are often overshadowed by the pain of watching her suffer so much in those final months and weeks. She nurtured and cared for all 6 of us through every difficult moment of our lives, and I hate we couldn't do more for her at the end. I've also been very clear that she would likely not have chosen this option for herself, but I also know and have no doubt that she'd support this choice for others. She believed, like I do, and like 75% of Connecticut residents, that individuals should have autonomy over their bodies. And how are we denying people this choice? How are we okay letting humans suffer in ways that we've decided are unacceptable for our pets? We have listened to concerns, we have compromised, we've worked to craft a bill with strict safeguards, despite the fact that there haven't been any evidence of abuse in other cases. The power is in your hands to give people another option, one where they can have a humane, dignified, and well-planned transition from this life, with final moments not surrounded by pain, and fear, but by love and comfort. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for sharing your experience and your pain with us. Representative McCarthy, he has a question or comment.
I just want to say thank you, Jennifer, for all that you have taught me and for your witness and sharing your story so many times for so many years. And I have not said that to so many others, but wherever we all are on this issue, we all experience pain, the pain of loss, of losing people, and whether you're for or against this, I think that you have shown tremendous compassion, as have so many others, and I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fay. And I just want to say that, to a comment about ulterior motives, I have no ulterior motives. I'm a full-time, I'm a CEO of an organization. I'm a mother of 2. I just drove back from Boston for 4 days with my daughter. I could be at work right now. I'm only here because I watched someone suffer unbelievably, and I only want other people to have a choice not to have to do that. So there is no hidden motive other than just I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm compassionate. I believe people should have an option.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for every time you come in and help us understand the pain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sean Crawley online. Thank you, Mr. Crawley. You're on.
Committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Sean Crowley. Today I come before the committee on behalf of my recently deceased mother, Carol Crowley, a longtime resident of Fairfield County where I grew up. I'm the Media Relations Director for Compassion Choices. I started working to help pass medical aid and dying legislation in Connecticut in 2013. So I followed the debate very closely over the last decade. Truthfully, I actually had mixed feelings on this issue in the beginning because I was in denial about my own mortality. But then I remembered how my grandmother, KK, suffered for weeks in agony from pancreatic cancer before she died in Fairfield County. She had the privilege of the best medical care money can buy, but it didn't matter. That painful memory made me realize that I may be in her position one day. That's when I became a convert on this issue. Most recently, last Christmas, my 92-year-old mom, Carol, got the flu. Feeling increasingly weak 3 days later, she fell down trying to walk. She was hospitalized for 12 days, during which she developed AFib and internal bleeding. Then she spent 5 days in home hospice care, 24 hours a day in hospice care, until she died with needless suffering, despite getting ever-increasing doses of morphine and oxygen. After her first night in home hospice care, she begged me, "Sean, please help me die." With tears in my eyes, I told her, "Mom, I'm sorry, but I can't help you die because it's illegal." I said, "You don't want me to go to prison, do you?" In the end, she could not drink, eat, swallow medication, or speak. Ironically, when I first started working for Compassion Choices, my mother said she didn't know how she felt about medical aid and dying. She said all you need to do to end your suffering is a wink and a nod at your physician. Tragically, she found out the hard way that is simply not true. I don't want anyone's loved ones to die with needless suffering. As a former legislative press secretary, I understand why lawmakers worry about inflaming voters if they make a politically risky vote. But this issue is not politically risky. A survey in 2021 showed voters in Connecticut and other northeastern states are 5 times more likely than less likely to vote for a state legislative candidate if they support medical aid in dying legislation. Since medical aid in dying legislation was first introduced in Connecticut in 1994, Washington, D.C. and 10 states have authorized this option, including neighboring Maine, New Jersey, and Vermont. In the intervening 29 years, countless Connecticut residents have died with needless suffering waiting for this option. Please pass this long overdue law in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Cabros de Gros has a question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anwar. A question and a comment. First, thank you for being here today, and thank you for sharing this story. I think you said it was your aunt who died from pancreatic cancer. I personally have lost 3 relatives to pancreatic cancer, and it's its own special private hell of how brutal it is at the very end. And they had hospice at home, and it was absolutely brutal. No insult to the hospice workers. And then we had a separate incident with my mother-in-law where she had a DNR, and so she basically starved and dehydrated to death for 11 very long days. You brought up the fact that there is broad support for this, and we had heard earlier that the majority of people in Connecticut don't want this. And if you could share some more numbers of, maybe breakdown by, I don't know, religious belief or political party, or any of those numbers you have to share would be useful.
Well, I know, thank you for the question. So the support level is 69% among Catholics, 65% among people with disabilities. I could look up some of the other numbers for you, but I'd have to switch screens real briefly. So if you hang on for a second, I'd be happy to do that.
My apologies to the chairs. I didn't mean to make this longer.
Yeah, my apologies as well. Okay, so Democrats 84%, Independents 74%, Republicans 64%, men 72%, women 78%, ages 18 to 49 80%, ages 50 plus 73%, white voters 77%, black voters 71%, Hispanic voters 80%, mixed race, other races 64%, college educated 79%, non-college educated 72%, college men 77%, non-college men 69%, college woman 80%, non-college woman 75%. I mentioned people with disability 65%, Protestant 70%, Catholic 69%, as I said earlier, total Christian 68%, no religious affiliation 89%, and religious services weekly or more 53%. Those are pretty overwhelming numbers, but it shouldn't really come as a surprise to anybody that when you have 75% support, you win every demographic category. That's how you get to 75% support. So thank you for the opportunity to cite those numbers. I think they're very powerful, and I hope they convince the committee members that this is the right thing to do after 29 years of debate.
Thank you very much for providing those, and thank you to the chairs for entertaining that.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, we wanted to thank you for your testimony and sharing some of the numbers, but more importantly, the pain and the difficulties that you have experienced in the past.
I'll make it a point, by the way, to submit footnotes with my written testimony with those poll numbers. So thank you very much, Representative de Gros, for asking for them.
The next person on our list is Walter Nagel, who is here. Yes, please. You're welcome. I hope I pronounced your last name right. Okay. And there's a button right in front of you there.
Okay.
Good.
Well, thank you. This is a very impressive process. I've been sitting here since 10 this morning. My name is Father Walter Nagel. I'm a parish priest. I'm at Christ the King in Old Lyme, Connecticut. One of the hats that I wear is I'm the director of pro-life activities for the Diocese of Norwich. I'm writing to express my opposition to SB 1076, an act concerning aid and dying for terminally ill patients. I'm writing as a priest. Yes, I wear the collar, but I'm also writing as a son. On December 21st, this past year, my dad, Walter Nagel, died. I'm grieving his loss. My dad had Lou Gehrig's disease. He had lost the ability to speak and to swallow. He had a feeding tube placed in his stomach. We had to communicate with him using a written board. His favorite expression was pray, hope, and don't worry. That was his mantra, and that's how he lived his life. The bill being considered by the Public Health Committee is assisted suicide. And I know I've listened to the discussion about communicating terms and terminology. I'm sensitive to that. Some would argue that my dad's life had lost its purpose or meaning. Some would view his suffering as useless or tragic. My dad didn't. He taught me many lessons in his 86 years, but his greatest lesson that he taught me was how to die with dignity. To legalize assisted suicide for terminally ill patients is to begin a slippery slope. Some say a slippery slope is a scare tactic. It isn't. Who can predict what blessings may be in store for us if we die a natural death? Relationships can be healed. I see that all the time as a priest. Maybe a loved one is just waiting to hear the words, I love you, from the terminally ill. Pain can be dealt with. There are wonderful resources in palliative care and hospice, and it's beautiful that you're also talking about 1075. What about the disability community? For 10 years now, they have gone before the Public Health Committee arguing that their lives have meaning and value too. Instead of rushing to cross a line, thou shalt not kill, this should not be crossed. Let's put our resources together and offer truly compassionate care at life's end. Thank you for your consideration. Life is beautiful, life is worth living, always.
Thank you, Father Nagel, for your testimony, and you calmed us down. You're very good.
Oh,
it was very nice. Thank you. We appreciate your testimony and your kind and good words. And I have my co-chair who wants to say a few words. Okay.
I just want to share my condolences on the loss of your father, and thank you for being willing to share that with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll echo that as well. I don't see any questions or comments online or in person. Thank you again for being here.
Okay.
And next on our list is Adeline Lowenthal online. Ms. Lowenthal, you're on. Please go ahead. Welcome.
My name is Adeline Lowenthal. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut. I want to thank the members of the Public Health Committee for hearing my testimony today in support of SB 1076. When death is imminent, death is imminent. To draw a moral or semantic lines about the cause of death in the face of its imminence is, I think, a kind of delusion. Death doesn't care how we experience it, but the dying, being human, do. When my mother was admitted to Sloan Kettering Hospital 5 days before she died of end-stage breast cancer, it was noted in the emergency room that she had an elevated white blood cell count. After being transferred to a room on a medical floor where she was soon surrounded by her extended family, a nurse entered and asked us all to leave so she could draw blood from my mother's arm. When I asked why blood was being drawn, I was told that they needed to monitor and then treat the infection indicated by her elevated white blood cell count. I told the nurse that my mother was actively dying of cancer. But if pneumonia got her before the cancer did, that would be okay. They were not to stick any more needles in her arm, but only keep her comfortable. My mother's pain increased over the next few days, as did the amount of morphine that was administered. Her pain continued to increase, but at a certain point, the nursing staff balked at raising the morphine dose any higher, saying that any higher dose would kill her. The situation was surreal. Death was what was happening, but the medical staff, trained and excellent, seemed determined to stand in its way. My mother was aware that she was dying. She had lived a rich and full life for which she expressed great gratitude. She had said her goodbyes to her family, to her elderly parents and her sister, to my father, myself, and my two brothers and her grandchildren. She was not afraid. And though her life was being cut dramatically short at age 68, she accepted that she was dying. She had expressly stated to us her wishes to not have her dying prolonged, but to hasten it however possible. Had she had the agency to do so, she would have hastened it herself. The agency to do so, that is what this legislation is about. When death is what is happening, when two physicians determine that a person's death will likely occur within 6 months, when that person is deemed mentally competent and desirous of meeting their imminent death on their own terms, it behooves the medical establishment to help facilitate that death, to dictate the terms of that death, to say you can die of cancer, but you can't die of pneumonia, or a dose of morphine, or of a prescription for an end-of-life medication, is to display great hubris in the face of the implacability of death. To facilitate, at a person's request, a peaceful and dignified end is to demonstrate honor and respect and true compassion. I urge you to enact SB 1076. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowenthal. Thank you. You were exactly 3 minutes in perfect timing. I wanted to just thank you for your testimony, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Seeing no comments or questions, we will move on to the next person, who is in person over here, Lourdes Delgado. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Let me just find this in here. I am here to oppose SB 1076, Co-Chair Saud Anwar and Kristen McCarthy Vahey, and other members of the Public Health Committee. I am Lourdes Delgado, Director of the Faith and Education Coalition of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference of Connecticut. As a Connecticut citizen, it is challenging for me to comprehend that our legislators would consider promoting a culture of death in any manner while boasting in its suicide prevention efforts that suicide can be avoided. This is per your the state of Connecticut website, suicide prevention website. Still, we are considering for medical professionals who took an oath to save life to do the contrary, assist in ending life. The objective of your bill is stated as to provide aid in dying to terminally ill patients. As Rebecca Gain Hendrickson's op-ed in yesterday's Hartford Courant stated, let's remove the euphemisms from aid in dying. It's assisted suicide. It is euthanasia. My brother was given a prognosis of 6 months due to a rectal neuroendocrine tumor causing lots of pain. Had my brother been exposed and participated to the option that this bill is affording, he would not have experienced the joy of his first grandchild. He would have missed the birth of his first great-grandniece and not reconciled with our dad, who had passed away 2 months after my brother did. Most of all, in less than 2 weeks prior to his death, he would have missed the joy of getting married to the love of his life, which is a forbidden love at age 15. He passed away at age 55. All of these events took place after the expected 6 months to live. My brother was terminally ill and lived for a total of 3.5 years after his prognosis of 6 months. We fought to have experimental treatment prescribed and offered his tumor for research to assist other patients with the same illness. Palliative care allowed him to enjoy his life, knowing that every day was a gift. Just like my brother, I have had several family members and friends experience the same. If anything, it had allowed time for reconciliation, laughing, and the creation of numerous never-ending memories. This is how citizens are encouraged and supported. Furthermore, allowing this bill to pass will further marginalize the poor in lower socioeconomic levels. For example, a woman in Ontario chose euthanasia because her housing benefits did not allow her to obtain a place to live and avoid crippling allergies. Being poor should not be a reason for discarding a life. In my role as education director of our organization, we have joined the Connecticut Hospice and Palliative Care Organization to advocate and educate lower socioeconomic groups to improve end-of-life care.
Excuse me, Ms. Delgado, your
Yes.
time is complete. Thank you.
So I would just recommend that you please read the Director Gang Henderson's testimony, which has been submitted electronically. And I'd just like to finalize by saying that as a faith-based organization, we firmly believe that God gives life and God takes life away. As humans, we are to cherish life to the fullest, even with all the imperfections, pains, and sorrows. Taking on the deliberate task to approve and or contribute to being the culprit in anyone's life, ending anyone's life is murder.
Thank you.
Please oppose. Thank you.
Lourdes Delgado, gracias por tu testimonio. Thank you.
De nada y gracias por hablar en español.
All right. With that, we'll move on to the next person on the list, which is Anita Hennig. Ms. Hennig, you're on. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Anita Hennig, and I am the author of The Day I Die, The Untold Story of Assisted Dying in America. And I want to spend my 3 minutes today talking about the differences between assisted dying and suicide, a term that continues to dominate coverage on this issue, as we just heard again. I am a cultural anthropologist, until recently an associate professor of anthropology at Brandeis University. And I know that how we name something determines how we think about it. Until recently, the primary term in the English language for a purposeful voluntary death of oneself was suicide. Besides martyrdom or sacrifice, there really was no other way to refer to an intentional self-death. But times have changed. Since Oregon enacted the country's first assisted dying law in 1997, and assisted death has actually occupied a new legal, medical, and moral category. Aid in dying is a medical response to the devastating reality of terminal illness. Until well into the 19th century, suicide was viewed as a crime in the United States, which was punishable with confiscation of the deceased property and denial of a Christian burial. Although suicide has been decriminalized today, but not its existence, it remains heavily stigmatized. But calling assisted dying suicide taps into the social taboos and moral outrage that surround the act of taking one's life. And yet, from the inception, assisted dying laws in America were designed to mobilize the tools of medicine to ease suffering at the end of someone's life. These laws actually draw a very clear line between assisted dying and a suicidal act. The nation's first assisted dying statute, Oregon's Death with Dignity Act, specifies that, quote, actions taken in accordance with the act shall not for any purpose constitute suicide, assisted suicide, mercy killing, or homicide under the law. Terminally ill patients who seek an assisted death aren't suicidal. Absent a terminal prognosis, they have no independent desire to end their life. In fact, prescribing physicians must uphold the distinction between assisted dying and suicide in their clinical work by screening for mental illness such as depression, which is clinically associated with a higher risk for suicide. A patient who shows any signs of mental impairment must undergo further scrutiny by a mental health expert. Patients who pursue medical aid in dying are no longer looking at an open-ended lifespan either. To qualify for an assisted death, they must already be on the verge of dying, that is, within 6 months of the end of their life. These patients don't face a meaningful decision between living and dying, but between one kind of death over another. There are other differences. An assisted death is collaborative and sanctioned by a patient's medical and support system. It's not unilateral and covert. As more states like Connecticut are inching closer to legalizing assisted dying, it's time that we revise and refine our cultural lexicon around this emergent end-of-life practice.
Excuse me, Ms. Hennig, your time is completed.
I have two more sentences. We simply can't lump together suicide prevention with aid in dying legislation. They're completely separate issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, we want to thank you for being here with us today. We'll move on to the next person on our list, which is Al Smith. Mr. Smith, you're on.
Yes, thank you. My name is Al Smith. I live in Brookfield and I support SB 1076. I want to share a story of a very good friend who had pancreatic cancer. He was someone who loved life. He didn't want to die. He lived a great life. But in the month before he died, while he would wake up each morning feeling angry, he was upset he didn't pass in his sleep. He told his wife each morning that he just wanted to die. I will also share, my wife has MS. There is no cure. Her health is declining. Her legs are in pain every morning. She is bedridden. It'll only get worse, I understand. I just want to know that at some point, her quality of life may reach a point where she wants an option for her unbearable condition. Because we live in Connecticut, she does not have an option. I don't see this bill intended for people who want to die, for suicide. I think it's intended for those who want to live. But when life has become so difficult, so painful, where they don't feel it is worth living anymore, it should not be the decision of the government. It should be their choice whether they want to continue living or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for your testimony and our prayers and a lot of respects for your friend. Seeing no questions or comments, we will move to the next person on our list, which is Jacqueline Rowland, who is here. Welcome, Ms. Rowland. Thank you for your patience with us today.
Do you have to press the button? Good. All right. Thank you for members of the Public Health Committee for the opportunity to speak in opposition to SB 1076. I will genuinely pray for each and every one of you and your families today, regardless of how you feel about the bills. I learned the value of love and life from an early age because I grew up surrounded by sickness and death. Yesterday, we celebrated the anniversary of my brother's birth. My 36-year-old brother, who due to his diagnosis of schizoid affective disorder would have been what the Nazis affectionately called lebensunwürdig, or unworthy of life. My brother has OD'd on pills, been in and out of psych wards, and tried to kill himself. Thank God he didn't succeed. 2 years ago, days before his 19th wedding anniversary, my cousin hanged himself in his garage. My cousin, who had lost her parents and sisters, called for her children to come and take their father down. His family will never be the same because he succeeded. 6.5 years ago, I kissed my father's lips after he was pronounced dead at Yale New Haven Hospital. While in hospital, he did not smell fresh air or hear birds for the last 2.5 months of his life, and he experienced hospital-induced psychosis, and he on and off expressed paranoid thoughts and suicidal ideations. He was meant to go to rehab. During one meeting with nursing staff, my sister and I were told, well, the plan had been to bring him to rehab. And I said, well, what do you mean? The plan is to bring him to rehab. And then they referred to his suicidal ideations. I feel they were saying because they walked into his room at some random time and he expressed a suicidal ideation, they were going to change his care and effectively give up on him. I visited my father all the time. He might in one moment express fear of or wanting to die, and 15 minutes later he would say, why wouldn't I want to live? I have everything to live for. I'm grateful for all they did for my dad, but I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them to properly evaluate my dad's mental state or the longings of his soul. And I certainly wouldn't trust the state to determine who is worthy of life and deemed fit to decide to end his or her own life. I don't feel we have that moral authority or competency. Remember, we never know who will be in power, and we have to be very careful of what authority we give future leaders. What we do in Connecticut matters. Please do not let us be conductors on this train of the culture of death. I grew up hating the church and thought that the people who were in the church were hateful bigots. My friends and I used to punch ourselves in the stomach after we made out with guys in high school so that we could, quote, abort the babies that we might have conceived. I cut myself regularly. I have been on and off suicidal, and thank God I didn't succeed. 8.5 years ago, God pierced my heart in a completely mystical way, and I had a change of heart or a flooding of grace in an instant. He reaffirmed with love the values of life and love I had known as a child only through fear. I cannot wait to have children and raise them with a reverence of life for life in all stages. In the blink of an eye, we will all become someone else's financial or emotional responsibility.
Excuse me, Ms. Rowland, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say that we will all be someone's responsibility in the blink of an eye. Life goes very fast. I pray that the people who are caring for us value our life in all stages, and that if we do suffer, that as Auschwitz survivor Viktor Frankl said, our suffering is not precluded from having meaning. I pray that when we do come to our end, it's just the beginning, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for sharing your pain and your experience, and thank you for praying for us. Seeing no questions or comments, we will go to the next person on our list, which is Nancy Ellisberg. Ms. Ellisberg, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar, and thank you, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Nancy Ellisberg, and I am testifying on behalf of Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide in opposition to Raise Bill 1076. I have been a civil rights lawyer and a disability rights lawyer for 40 years, now retired. My experiences as a disability rights lawyer show how the lives of people with disabilities are devalued by the medical establishment and how they can be pressured into choosing suicide rather than becoming a burden to their loved ones, and led me to have second thoughts about assisted suicide. It is not a yarn that people are devalued. Many medical providers and family members assume that living on a ventilator is a reason enough to die and is the worst possible outcome of an illness. Carrie Ann Lucas was a lawyer and a mother of 5 disabled kids, and she lived very successfully on a respirator and using a wheelchair. Read the book and listen to the podcast of Alice Wong if you have any question about the ability of a person using a breathing machine and a wheelchair to live a fulfilling life. Many people I know must be turned so they don't get bed sores, or they have to rely on a catheter. That doesn't affect their ability to live a full life. Nor does receiving nutrition from a G-tube impact the ability to live a life. How many people are told you'll be stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of your life? You wouldn't want to live like that. Your definition of quality of life is based upon, with all due respect, a life of privilege and ableism. And none of the so-called protections in this bill can change this. In fact, the testimony of Kim Callanan, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, of Compassion and Choice makes clear that they consider the protections of the bill too onerous. Read her testimony and mark my words. They will be back year after year if you pass this bill to try to erode the protections until, as in Canada, young, homeless, depressed people will all be able to commit suicide at the hands of the government. During my career, I represented 3 individuals, all of whom would have died an early death if I had not represented their rights not to be killed. I describe their stories in detail in my written testimony, but please indulge me while I tell you one such story. I represented a 15-year-old with intellectual disabilities. His name is Patrick. Patrick was diagnosed with a treatable form of leukemia. The physician said he should not be treated because he would not be able to understand why he was suffering from the side effects of the chemotherapy, and that the radiation might cause him to lose additional cognitive functioning. They decided that therefore his life would no longer be worth living, and the hospital's ethics committee concurred. Only after my intervention as the managing attorney of the Office of Protection and Advocacy, which is now called Disability Rights Connecticut, was the young man treated, placed into remission, and adopted into a loving family.
Excuse me, Ms. Aylesberg, but your time is completed.
Thank you.
Thank
If I may
you.
just conclude.
Please.
Thank you. The two other stories about my other clients are just as compelling. The bill, with all its provisions, does not protect my clients, but rather leaves them vulnerable. Please read my stories, improve palliative care, because central to that, contrary to what Representative Steinberg says, we don't want people to suffer. Then please defeat physician-assisted suicide, raise bill number 1076.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for your advocacy. We do not see any questions or comments except Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to contend with the statement you just made that I suggested that you want people to suffer. I didn't say that. I find your statement misleading. I just wanted to correct the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I appreciate that. And I didn't believe that that would be something that you would say. It was my understanding that you felt that people who were opposed to the bill had a different view of suffering. We do not believe suffering is something people should go through. And that's why we believe it improves.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your coming here. Next person on the list is Stephen Aiden with American United for Life. Mr. Aiden, you're online. Yes, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair Anwar, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. My name is Steve Aiden. I serve as General Counsel at Americans United for Life in Washington. And thank you for the opportunity to testify against Senate Bill 1076. I was with you last year. It's a privilege to be with you again this year. I oppose legalizing suicide by physician because it's neither compassionate nor an appropriate solution for those who suffer depression or loss of hope at the end of their lives. Connecticut has a responsibility to protect its most vulnerable persons, including people in poverty, the elderly, and those living with disabilities from abuse, neglect, and coercion. These individuals are already exposed to greater risks and should not face the greater anxiety of being pushed to an earlier death. A lot of us have had very difficult experiences with loved ones. And I say this with all the respect I can muster to those who've testified today. It's simply not true what you've heard, that having the experience of having a loved one die from a difficult illness necessarily makes one favorable toward the process of assisted suicide. My mother passed away some years ago from colorectal cancer. Her pain was managed. She was blessed by hospice, and she died, I think, a peaceful death. I lost my brother-in-law to ALS. He made some heroic choices at the end of his life. I held his hand the day before he died, and he too passed away peacefully with his family surrounding him. Experience does not make for truth. Experience is only valuable insofar as what we learn from it. For that reason, I took note when the Alzheimer's Association recently terminated their agreement to provide education and awareness information to Compassion and Choices. It said it had failed to do its appropriate due diligence. Compassion and Choices values are inconsistent with those of the association. We deeply regret our mistake and apologize to all the families we supported who were hurt or disappointed. As a patient advocacy group and evidence-based organization, the Alzheimer's Association stands behind people living with Alzheimer's, their care partners, and their healthcare providers as they navigate treatment and care choices throughout the continuum of the disease. Research, said the Alzheimer's Foundation, supports a palliative care approach as the highest quality of end-of-life care for individuals with advanced dementia. You also heard earlier that there are no sources, evidentiary sources, that suicide increases in states that have accepted the assisted suicide route. My understanding is that that's not actually true. That there is
Excuse me, Mr. Aiden, but your time is completed. Thank you.
Very good. And that's in my written testimony. And I thank the committee for its time. And I will be hoping that you make a wise decision and reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for you, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually a comment.
Mr. Eden, you mentioned that individuals had talked about today the fact that them having experienced a loved one with a terminal illness led them to support this policy, but then you shared how you had an experience with loved ones who wouldn't have chosen this policy. And to me, the point, there's nothing in this legislation that requires someone to choose aid in dying. And so I think the point is that everyone's experience is unique, and this policy supports folks to make the best decision for them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I answer, Mr. Chair?
Sure, keep it short.
Astute observation. However, I would not have wanted either my mother or my brother-in-law to be subjected to coercion in their setting, their medical setting, and told that they might be a burden to their family. And I'm afraid those things can and do happen with medicalized suicide. So with respect, thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person who is in person here. Dr. Joseph Bentiwegna. Welcome. I hope the surgery went well.
No complaints.
Good.
As long as nobody's complaining, everything's fine. Do I need to push a button here?
No, it's already pushed.
Okay.
You're ready.
Well, listen, I'd like to thank the committee so much for having me here. You're very kind. My name is Dr. Joseph Bentiwegna. I've been a practicing physician in Connecticut for 35 years. As a young doctor, I spent a volunteer year in Haiti working with the Missionaries of Charity, the Order of Mother Teresa. I took care of many dying patients. The AIDS epidemic was at its peak back then, and I saw many horrible diseases. None of these patients ever suffered painful deaths. I saw to them that they were always comfortable. And I also wrote a book on when to refuse treatment. I am here to oppose SB 1076, an act concerning aid in dying for the terminally ill patients. Aid in dying is a euphemism for doctors killing patients. That's exactly what it is. This is a direct violation of the Hippocratic Oath, which states that a physician will not give lethal medicine to any patient, nor participate in a plan to do this. But we all know that many people are suffering miserable and degrading deaths. I'm glad I got here early so I could hear the pleas from the other side on this issue. But in my opinion, most people who are suffering at the end of their life can simply refuse treatment, especially antibiotics. This is why people are living so much longer, because they're taking antibiotics when they have urinary tract infections and pneumonia. So why is there a demand for this? Why have debilitated patients contacted you to ask you allow doctors to kill them? I'll tell you why. Because doctors no longer control healthcare in this country. There is no primary care anymore. Healthcare is controlled by the insurance conglomerates and bureaucrats. And these people are making ridiculous amounts of money. The CEO of United Healthcare took home $143 million in 2021. And how do they do this? They do it by denying care. And these poor patients are beaten into the ground by the insurance company generated bureaucrats. These patients become depressed, they're despondent, their families are overwhelmed, and many of them say, oh, I'm a burden to society, even though they pay taxes and healthcare premiums all their lives. And some of them want to end their lives. This is not about death with dignity. This is about pushing doctors to kill patients because of corporate greed. Why should we have to do the dirty work so these bureaucrats and these corporate parasites can make more money? You don't need doctors to do this. We doctors are respected by our patients, but this will change when our role becomes to manage or to control healthcare costs by denying care. That is what the issue is about here. If Connecticut wants to be in the forefront of this issue, all we have to do is make it easier for patients to deny treatment, especially antibiotics. We don't need doctors killing patients. I would like to thank the committee for their fine attention, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Dr. Bentivenia, thank you so much for your testimony, and sorry I mispronounced your name.
No,
But
you
I-
pronounced it perfectly, Doctor.
This time around, right? But I have a request of you. I would love for you to come and testify at the insurance committee about the insurance company and what they're doing. So
Oh, well, maybe we agree on something, Doctor.
good. I'm sure we'll agree on a lot more things too. Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no comments or questions, we will move on to the next person. Thank you. Have a good evening or day this afternoon. Next is Brian Daly, who's here in person. Welcome.
Thank you. Dear committee members, legislators, and others concerned about this important issue, I oppose SB 1076. In a time when suicide is on a rise and nurses, doctors, and medical professionals are required to take suicide prevention continuing education, probably mandated by this same committee, do we really want to pass legislation that sends the message that your life is expendable? According to suicide.org, a link I got off of the Connecticut.gov site, and I quote, "Suicide is never the answer. Getting help is the answer. If you are suicidal and have attempted suicide or have suicide or are suicide survival or suicidal, you can find help, hope, comfort, understanding, support, love, and extensive resources here." This is from Ken Caruso, Executive Director of suicide.org. With the medical advances today, I work in the legal nursing field. And with medical advances today, more and more pain management is available. So what we need more is support and assistance to help people who are suffering, mentally, physically, or emotionally, to help them live and know that they are important, that they aren't a burden, that the mental, emotional, physical pain is clouding their judgment, because pain is a powerful force. Ending or alleviating pain and suffering is a very different form of ending a life. Those that are pushing for this bill are confusing the two, ending life versus ending suffering. Let's eliminate the suffering, not the sufferer. We can do better. Unfortunately, I believe the motivation of for this bill, as the doctor just made clear, is the almighty dollar. As we place the dollar value on human life, it's no wonder human life is becoming devalued in our society, especially for the younger generations coming up. Think about what message we are giving them. Don't you think there is a link between the mass shootings today and the lack of respect for human life? Do you want more school shootings or less? Think about this. If you don't think the respect for human life crosses into other aspects of society, I think you're sadly mistaken. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for waiting for us today. Seeing no questions or comments, we appreciate you being here. Next is John Kelly online. Mr. Kelly, you're on. You will need to unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Mr. Kelly. So I see he's there, but he's not turning that on. So we are going to move on to the next person on the list, which is Barbara Wilkoff. Barbara, Ms. Wilkoff, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So members of the committee, my name is Barbara Wilkoff, and I'm testifying this year for the third time in memory of my mother in support of SB 1076, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. I've submitted my full written testimony before the committee, and I would now like to share a bit of it for you. So my mother, Minnie Stein Wilkoff, died on July 2nd, 2019. She was a longtime supporter of compassion and choices and deeply desired the passage of medical aid in dying legislation in this, our home state of Connecticut. This desire became personal when my mom was diagnosed with ovarian cancer in 2017. She wanted to be a voice for this cause and even dictated a letter to me before she died in the hopes that it could be read by many, specifically Connecticut lawmakers, and this letter was her final wish. This is what she wrote. Quote, I am a political junkie, and this will be my last political letter since I'm in the process of dying a natural death from ovarian cancer at the age of 97 and a half. Despite all the painkillers and anti-nausea medicines, and even though I'm surrounded by all the love and care I could wish for, I am leaving this world in a torturous and miserable way that I would not wish on any caring human being. Please pass the Death with Dignity legislation here in Connecticut, promoted by Compassion and Choices, to deny people this choice is inhumane. I am dictating this because I am weak and cannot write the letter myself. I feel very strongly that I should have had the opportunity to choose when to say my final goodbyes. My suffering has caused undue and unnecessary suffering for my family. I wish I could have spared them the emotional pain associated with my terminal illness. Signed, Minnie Stein Wilkov, Stamford, Connecticut. Please take my mom's words and her final wish into consideration in passing this very important bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkoff. Thank you for your testimony and sharing your mother's letter and her story. We have Representative Palm who has a question or a comment. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Wilkov, I just wanted to thank you very much for that testimony, which was very moving to me. There's a concept in literature called prosopopeia, which is about the dead speaking from the grave back to the living. And usually it's a literary term, but I found it very moving to hear your mother's words, and I can't believe you got through that without crying.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll cry later.
So will I. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you again. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will go back to Mr. John Kelly. Mr. Kelly, thank you so much for your patience with us. Please go ahead. You're on.
Thank you very much. My name is John B. Kelly. I am the New England Regional Director for Not Dead Yet, the leading national disability rights group opposing assisted suicide, futility judgments, and better dead than disabled policies. We organized in 1996 to help stop Kevorkian, whose client victims were presented in the media as terminal. Some consider him a hero still. But 2/3 of those people were found by the New England Journal of Medicine to be not terminal, but disabled. I am testifying from bed right now after being up in my wheelchair for my 2-day-long birthday celebration. Yesterday, I turned 65. And my family came from out of town. I love my life. I shouldn't have to say it, but my life has full value, even though I'm in bed. I keep thinking about Canada, where people like me, I'm a quadriplegic, paralyzed below the shoulders, are eligible for their so-called aid in dying program, which is euthanasia. 99.9% of the time. Against former Professor Hanig, she says that the language is important and there's a difference. She should check the history of assisted suicide bills in Connecticut. The 1995 bill was titled a bill for assisted suicide. The next year they changed it to death with dignity and kept the wording the same. It's always been a marketing ploy. I think about Dan Diaz saying that no disabled person has ever called the Disability Protection Network. These people do not identify as disabled. As many people have said, they consider themselves dying, and that they think it's a choice between dying terribly and dying well. Well, Valerie Harper, the former actress, now deceased, she was diagnosed in 2013 as having 3 months to live. She said, quote, people are saying she's on her way to death and quickly. Now it's 5 years instead of 3 months. I'm going to fight this. I'm going to see a way. Her life went on because she knew that by fighting, sometimes people outlive their diagnosis.
Excuse me, Mr. Kelly, but your time is complete. Thank you.
I would just like to say that in Oregon, 4% of people do not use the drugs and are alive after 6 months. Many people are not dying and do not bring Canadian style healthcare to the United States, where people like me will be in danger of being pressured to die rather than live. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for, well, first, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hope you were able to relax a little bit and spend time with loved ones. I don't see any questions or comments from anybody, so we want to thank you for your testimony, and we will move to the next person on our list, which is Frank Panzarella, who is over here. Welcome. Thank you for being here since this morning.
And thanks to the chairs and to the committee for the opportunity to speak on this and oppose the SB 1076. First, I want to just ask everybody a question to ask themselves. Does anybody here really think that people get equal treatment in our medical system in this country? If you start with that point, I think you'll understand how complex this is and why we need to oppose this bill. In our medical system, the bottom line is about money. And we need to fix our medical system before we think about this kind of bill. Just an example that hasn't been raised is within the hospitals and the care centers, there is a huge shortage of nurses and aides. Why? Not because there isn't a need, but because the bottom line is to cut as many people back. Now, we don't even have to think about medical assisted suicide. Take the example of sepsis. More than 250,000 people die every year from sepsis in this country in our current healthcare system. 250,000 people. What does that mean? So as a member of the Progressives Against Medical Assisted Suicide, I am opposed to 1076, an act concerning dying and terminally ill patients. It has been my experience that doctors often make mistakes in their diagnosis and prognosis for patients they deem as terminally ill. I have a personal knowledge of an individual that was given a very short time to live at 58 years old with a diagnosis of primary biliary cirrhosis of the liver. That person lived 34 years after that prognosis. If her family had not given her support, she may have wrongly chosen to end her life under such a law. She later even joked macabrely that she outlived the doctor who made that prognosis. In addition, I have witnessed individuals being cajoled by their doctors and medical staff to accept ending treatment for loved ones who needed and wanted real health care provided. Such decisions further to end care are often driven by the insurance companies that influence the decisions made by hospitals and doctors based on the bottom line. Disabled, low income, Black and other minorities have been historically been given substandard care, and they or been refused care or bullied into accepting care for their family's sake in such cases. Every day we see ads describing suicidal thoughts as side effects of numerous drugs.
Excuse me, Mr. Panzarella, but your time is complete. Thank you.
If you can complete your sentence, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, every day we see ads about suicidal thoughts being part as side effects of numerous drugs. What can happen when such drugs influence the users to choose medically assisted suicide?
Thank you. Don't go away yet. Representative Claritas Dieter has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I just want to get some clarification. You mentioned in your testimony that certain drugs could cause suicidal thoughts. Are you saying that these people that are on certain drugs would be subject, that would get the go-ahead to use aid in dying?
I'm saying that people in that situation, if they are in a situation where they are dying from and who happen to be on these particular drugs, may choose medically assisted suicide because they're already having suicidal thoughts.
Okay, and that's why we have certain criteria that you have to meet before you're afforded the ability to use aid in dying. And those two doctors and therapists have to approve that you're in your right state of mind to be able to qualify for this.
Well, the only thing about that is that doctors don't always look at the information that they're supposed to be looking at in the hospitals. Contrary to what you would expect, there are situations in which those things get overlooked on a regular basis. The way our hospital systems function is they're not always have the kind of protocol that you would expect them to have. Let me give you an example that is not related to medical assisted death, but it's very a good example of how our medical system fails to have the kind of protocols necessary. My mother had severe Alzheimer. She was in the hospital for a respiratory infection. Now that hospital had no protocol for how to handle a Alzheimer patient. When she was brought into the hospital, they lost her hearing aids because no one took the authority to make sure that protocol was being followed. My mother was in her room. They just bring a lunch cart into her room. No one was there to feed her. No, the aides talked to her as if she was going to give them a rational response. When you have this kind of lack of protocol and lack of awareness from one end of the hospital to the other, people are not going to get treated right. And the same thing happens with medications. My mother-in-law was treated in the same way, that at a certain point, she was deemed by the hospital to be not coherent or not. At the same time, was it an oncologist? A gerontologist who was her doctor said, "Are you kidding? She's sharp as a tack." But the hospital didn't read her medical report.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Seeing no other comments or questions, we'll move on to the next person, who is Dr. Kate Wesling. You're on, Dr. Wesling.
Thank you. I'm Kate Wesling, a retired family physician living in Higganum, and I'm here speaking in support of SB 1076, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. I do not consider this a form of assisted suicide. I consider it a great act of carefully crafted, guided, and supervised and planned assistance to end suffering. This bill has been very thoughtfully crafted, I think with many safety safeguards. My personal experience leads me to think that palliative and hospice care is successful more for some patients than for others, and more for some families than others. My brother died 5 years ago with home hospice care where a nurse visited during the day. He was a strong, tall guy whose last days were marked by agitation and with family members around him, including a tiny wife. There was a challenge to keep him safe and to try to prevent injury due to the agitation. This went on despite proper medication for sedation and medication to control his pain. Just 2 hours prior to his death, with myself and his wife at his bedside, he was thrashing about, reaching up, asking, "Help me, help me," though he had carefully followed the hospice protocol for sedation and pain medication.
My second concern about this matter of that care works well for some and not others also has to do with the risks associated with the medications involved in treating suffering terminally ill patients. My 42-year-old sister lived with me for many months with her terminal illness and through the time of her death. 2 months prior to dying, and while she was still clear of thought, she and her husband asked me to provide medication to help her die before symptoms got worse than they already were. Dr. Kevorkian had been convicted for aiding terminally ill patients. I had a small child and a husband, and I could not be sure that hospice workers coming into my home wouldn't report it if my sister died earlier than expected. So I said no. It was the most painful decision I've ever made. Over 2 months, as metastasis to brain and body spread, she was restless and disoriented, prone to roaming at night, and we had aides coming in for night care. Ironically, shortly after my sister's death, I learned that one of those aides was a chronic pain patient treated in the clinic where I was working. We discovered that she was probably selling controlled drugs that had been prescribed for her. I had to wonder if she had also diverted any of the controlled drugs she had access to when working as an aide for terminally ill patients in their homes. Compassion and decency should urge us to pass this long overdue bill, which allows the choice to request aid in dying. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wesling. I wanted to just ask you a question, not related to 1076, but more so 1075. If there were improvements in the existing hospice management that can be suggested, what would you think would be the way to approach it?
To be honest, since my brother's death was 5 years ago, and in my own practice, I knew we were constantly updating the way we cared for chronic pain patients to try to prevent the misuse of medications. And I would expect that hospice practices have done that too. So I'm not sure what can be added, but for my sister, for example, it was 9 months of knowing she had a terminal illness, 2 months of not being functional, very functional.
Stop sharing, and then I am going to end.
Senator Marks, thank you.
So that was a long time that there was medication around for anybody. It could have been anyone in my family, health workers who came in. It would just have to be prescribed and delivered to the house in very small doses. I think that would be the main way to control it.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know Representative Palm has a question or a comment.
That's Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Wesling, hi. I wanted to thank you for making the distinction between aid in dying and suicide. And, I'm sure you've been watching a lot of the testimony. I think it's an important distinction. And I may have missed some other people saying this, but I believe you're the first person who actually, at least first person I've heard, who has brought up the possibility of controlled substances being diverted. So I think that's an important thing for this committee to consider. I'm wondering if you could just answer, how does your being a physician inform your stance on this bill? You also were obviously a compassionate sister to your brother and your sister, but from a doctor's perspective, because I have heard that the Hippocratic Oath says we mustn't, take any lives and do no harm, but you made a distinction with compassion and alleviating suffering. Would you care to elaborate briefly on that, please?
Certainly. Other people giving testimony have noted that physicians can be wrong, make mistakes. It often happens. But at a certain point, in the case of many patients with terminal illnesses, it's clear there is no other outcome. And the course from that moment until death is not necessarily a peaceful, easy, calm, or productive one. Given that this bill is crafted so that counselors, psychologists, 2 or 3 physicians, family members, family members may participate, but they cannot sign as witnesses. They have to be unrelated witnesses signing the statements and all the documentation to confirm that the patient has clearly twice requested assistance in dying with dignity. I think there are many, many cases. People don't just get a diagnosis of cancer and decide they want assistance in dying. There's a long process of what goes on before one reaches that point. And other people giving testimony would be advised to remember that. So to me, I was more involved in solving problems that made people's lives difficult. But I was involved in solving problems that simply made them more comfortable too, without complete solutions. I think that when we can provide really an opportunity to die with dignity, my cat had a more wonderful passing with us around him than my 2 siblings did. It was dreadful for my siblings, dreadful for us. I would not wish that on anyone.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the questions.
Thank
Seeing
you.
no other comments or questions, we will move on to the next person on our list, which is Miss Linda Bluestein. Welcome.
I'm glad to be here today. Members of the committee, my name is Linda Shannon Bluestein. I'm a resident of Bridgeport, Connecticut, and a longtime supporter of both hospice, palliative care, and aid in dying legislation. I'll begin with a story. The elderly mother of a close friend of mine called her early one morning. When my friend saw on the caller ID that it was the assisted care facilities number, her heart sank, expecting bad news. "Hello," my friend answered. But before she could speak further, she heard her mother's voice on the other end of the line. "Oh, Giddy," her mom pleaded. "Why can't I just wake up dead?" That's precisely the question I heard from my own father when his labored breathing from end-stage congestive heart failure was robbing him of any hope for peaceful release from his suffering. I want medical aid in dying for the peace of mind and comfort it will provide to me when my current disease gets to the point when I will decide if cancer has taken too much away from me. I'm a breast cancer survivor, 2018 and 2019, then malignant melanoma, also 2019, but now this fallopian tube cancer, some call it ovarian cancer's more rare and eviler twin sister, has been treated with surgery and a full course of chemotherapy, and then returned a year later. It's not likely to let me off so easy. I am currently under the care of a palliative care physician team, including a physician, a social worker, and a chaplain. I'm in second-line chemotherapy for recurrence of late-stage fallopian tube cancer. Both bills being discussed today, hospice, palliative care, and aid in dying, are exceptionally important to me and my family because they are precisely where I am today, right now, here. As someone for whom having a terminal illness is no longer a theoretical question, I pray that this year all members of the Connecticut General Assembly will have the opportunity to represent their constituents all across our state and finally cast a vote in favor of this bill. Why hasn't Connecticut passed this bill before in its many prior versions? Members of the Connecticut General Assembly have never voted on it. If they were to have had the opportunity to vote on this year's bill, I suspect the bill will pass easily. I want to see Connecticut finally get this bill passed in time for me. I want to be able to look forward to an end of life where I will be able to remain at home, surrounded by my husband, my children, my grandchildren, as well as my neighbors, friends, caregivers, members of my faith community. When I, like so many before me, have reached that point where they just want to wake up dead, I want that available to me for peace of mind. As my health declines and my days grow short, I'm profoundly disappointed by the hijacking of the democratic process by those whose views on aid in dying represented a minority of the people in Connecticut. And yet in past years, they've successfully navigated arcane legislative pathways that have allowed them to block a vote on aid in dying in the General Assembly. It would certainly pass without their maneuvers. Members of the committee and those present today, virtually and in person, I could well imagine having that question form in my mind one day, not too far in the future. Why can't I just wake up dead? It's not as if my death is optional, yours either. It's also not as if I would choose to seek out medical aid in dying if I did not have a terminal diagnosis. I thank you for your attention. I welcome any questions.
Perfect timing. Kathleen was just going to tell you that your time was up. It was,
I'm
thank you.
getting good, better at this.
Thank you so much for your testimony and thank you for sharing your perspective. I have Representative Burger Givallo who has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Linda, it's wonderful to see you. I always appreciate your energy and the positivity that you bring to a conversation that is very difficult for so many of us to have. You briefly mentioned your support for both of these bills. Can you speak a little bit more in detail to how these two bills could benefit you in tandem? It doesn't need to be one or the other. Both of these can help.
Well, I will say that when I was diagnosed with fallopian tube cancer and admitted to Yale New Haven, it wasn't a choice. A palliative care physician was assigned to me, and I hadn't really considered that before, but she meant a lot in her daily visits to me and her being very candid about what palliative care could do. She brought in a chaplain, she brought in a social worker, she brought in the whole team so that I could get to know them. And then when I was discharged from Yale New Haven and came to get continuing treatment in Fairfield, I asked for a palliative care consult and received it. And I was very happy to be brought into palliative care at the Norma Freem Center over on Beach Road in Fairfield. It's meant a great deal to me, but so few people take advantage of it. And in terms of hospice, Connecticut ranks dead last among 50 states for the length of stay, which is meaning is short, of people in hospice. They're referred to late. And had I not been kind of just assigned to a hospice doctor when I was hospitalized, I probably wouldn't have gone into palliative care or sought that out right away. I would have stayed with my medical treatment. But to get the full range of the chaplain and the social worker, someone to talk to, as well as my palliative care physician to help me manage my symptoms. I know she'll be with me always. And I want that built. I want hospice and palliative care to be better recognized and more frequently used. So that's it for why I care about palliative care. And I think I've made it pretty clear why I want medical aid in dying. Is there any other question? Did I answer your question?
I think you did make that very clear, and I appreciate your point of view. And I just want to end our conversation together with your own words from a letter that you submitted last year. My choices may not be what others would want given similar circumstances, but they are mine, personal, private, precious, and sacred. Thank you for sharing all of that with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments at this time, we appreciate you coming in and best of luck with your well-being.
Thank you.
Next is a person I think you're going to invite.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up, we have Ellen Abrams. Ms. Abrams, are you here with us? I don't see you able to unmute. Ms. Abrams, I'm going to, I think you're trying to join us. I believe you're trying to get your camera on. Can you unmute?
There, how's that?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. It seems you're having some difficulty with your camera.
All right, then should I
Go
do
ahead.
have something here that says stop video.
Well, we'll try and work on that on our end, but in the meanwhile, we can hear you, so please proceed.
Good. Okay, my name is Ellen Abrams. I'm from Glastonbury, and I'm in support of Bill 1076. And I believe that this is not about suicide. This bill is about the right of an individual, a person who is clear-headed and sane and with knowledge that their day on this earth is soon to be over, to choose how to spend their final days with loved ones, to hear them and speak to them. A family member wanted this choice, but didn't have it. With only a few weeks to live and in great pain, she was medicated enough so that she had no awareness of who was with her and that her last days were upon her. Many choose not to know what's going on. Their loved ones just wait for a declaration of death, sometimes weeks or months or more. I want to say goodbye to my loved ones on my own terms, with dignity and peace of mind, and without unbearable pain. Please pass this bill now and give me another option or choice at the end of my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams, for being here with us today and seeing and hearing no questions or comments. We're going to go next to Thomas Finn, who I believe is here with us in the room. Welcome, sir.
Because I just didn't think.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. I am Dr. Thomas Finn from Southington, and I've worked as a psychologist in clinical practice in Connecticut for almost 40 years. And I ask that you would oppose Bill SB 1076. Currently, my mother-in-law is living in assisted living. I recently lost dear friends to cancer and have lived the terminal illnesses and deaths of several friends, my parents, but I do not believe that this bill would be good for Connecticut. My first concern centers on defining a qualified patient. As the bill states, a qualified patient must have the competence to make informed decisions, but this will be difficult to determine. The desire to die is associated with depression in terminally ill patients, which impairs their ability to make truly informed decisions. The symptoms of suicidal desire are signs of major depression, which cognitively limit the ability to assess one's medical situation and leads to misperceptions that life is meaningless, and also leads to poor judgments about the prognoses of remaining days, benefits from palliative care and hospice care, et cetera. So given that the depressive symptoms are often not diagnosed, it's going to be difficult to determine who truly will be qualified and competent. Even if meeting with the mental health professional is required, it's unlikely that a brief consultation will be reliable, as patients' desires to die can bias their presentations. Also, many providers often lack the specific training and experience needed in order to produce valid competency assessments. Next, a broad message that affirms human dignity as basic to one's identity, I believe, is truly vital to a healthy society. This bill, however, says that ending one's life is a valid response to suffering, and that dignity is not permanent, but rather can be lost through terminal illness, lack of autonomy, or need for increased support. This impacts the incidence of suicide rates as has been seen in other localities. Also, it undermines safeguards leading to expansion beyond adult terminal illness, like in the Netherlands to children, to mental health and non-terminal illnesses, as in Canada, and to the reduction of waiting periods, say in California, or the removal of residency requirements. Lastly, please be aware that to date, there is no rigorous body of scientific study about the impacts of these kinds of laws. States reports are based only on physicians' self-report and do not include information on many people whose follow-up information is missing. For example, in last year's Oregon report, out of 235 patients given medication to end their lives, information concerning complications was missing for 163 of them.
Excuse me, Dr. Finn, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Data is often not available for public review or research, and I do question why there is the provision at the end of 1076 that says that some data will not be subject to the Freedom of Information disclosure.
Thank you, Doctor.
I hope that we can view a terminally ill person's desire to die as a request for help that affirms their dignity and helps them to bear their grief while driving our improvement in palliative care and hospice care.
Thank you so much. We do have a question from Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Doctor, what you just said was one of my questions is why is it not FOI-able? Do you know why that is?
I do not.
Neither do I. So when we discuss it in committee, we'll have to find that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Zupkis. Thank you, Dr. Finn. Next, we have on Zoom, Christopher Riddle.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay there?
Yes, we can, please.
Oh,
proceed.
perfect. Perfect. Thanks. So my name is Christopher Riddle, as mentioned. I'm an ethicist. I focus on disability rights as well. I've written a couple books on disability and justice, and I'm writing a book on medical aid and dying at the moment. Dedicating my life to disability rights, I'd like to actually address some of the concerns that have been raised pertaining to people with disabilities. But to be clear, I support this bill in spite of these criticisms. The two primary criticisms I'd like to focus on is that first, ultimately, medical aid and dying devalues the lives of people with disabilities. And second, that it lowers the standard of care. And I think that these are related concerns. A good deal of my recent research has been focusing on something called disability-associated health expenditures. And what this is it's just a percentage of all of healthcare expenditure that's spent on disability-related care. And I looked at all of the jurisdictions that had legalized aid and dying, and I found that, in fact, all of them, when this data was available anyway, had a expenditure on disability-associated care that was higher than the national average. So to be clear, there's no causal nexus suggesting that if we legalize aid and dying, the allocation of funds or the care that is provided to people with disabilities decreases. Indeed, not only was there a greater percentage, but it was growing at a rate that was above the national average for growth. And the per capita spending was higher in every jurisdiction, as was that growth. So there appears to be no causal nexus between legalizing aid and dying and defunding care for people with disabilities or on diminishing that care. Obviously, I think we've got a lot of work to do, and we can improve our healthcare system tremendously to support people with disabilities more. But the suggestion that aid and dying minimizes that care, I think is just plain wrong, at least according to the research that I've been involved in lately. Finally, there's this claim that aid and dying devalues the lives of people with disabilities. And I object to that claim. The late Anita Silvers, who was a disability rights pioneer and brilliant, said, and I quote, "Characterizing people with disabilities as incompetent, easily coerced, and inclined to end their lives places them in the role to which they have been defined or confined by disability discrimination." In short, I think if we want to support people with disabilities, let's stop treating them as individuals who can't make decisions on their own. Let's start recognizing that people with disabilities are capable of making decisions pertaining to their own care. Let's stop suggesting that they shouldn't be free to make these choices. Let's stop infantilizing them. Thank you. I'm happy to take any and all questions if anyone has them. I really appreciate everyone taking the time to be here and diligently listening as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riddle. And can you just again tell us where you're testifying from?
Yes, I'm in New York. I'm at Utica University.
Utica. So thank you. And just you referenced your research related to the no causal nexus. And I think we sometimes conflate correlation and causality, but between the defunding of disability care, there were conversations earlier in the day related to increase in suicide in other places. Have you done any research related to that?
I've not. No, my understanding through very preliminary research is that the number of people who have expressed suicide ideations is number one, ridiculously high and shockingly high across all jurisdictions, but it's higher amongst people with disabilities. But I've not explored any research that suggests that it is increased as a result of legalizing medical aid in dying.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Question from Representative Berger-Javallo.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. You're talking a lot about, well, you're talking mostly about vulnerable populations such as people with disabilities. Instead of preventing aid in dying from being authorized, what are other steps that the legislature could take to support this population?
Yeah, I think so. Some research that I have done has focused a lot around sense of identity, education, and employment. And so much of our identity, for better or worse, probably worse if we're being honest, is formulated around employment and a sense of belonging and inclusion that comes associated with that. So I think increasing funding to allow independent living, to allow people with disabilities to be meaningfully employed, is an incredible step. In the context of healthcare, I think really focusing on a notion of shared decision-making and allocating resources and time, frankly, that is required to permit a process that allows that rather than substitute decision-making would be remarkably helpful to improve the quality of care for a lot of people with disabilities.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And this is information that we need as we continue to move forward, looking at all of the aspects that have been discussed today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Representative. So, and thank you, Mr. Riddle, for being here with us. Before we go on to our next speaker, I just want to pause for a brief logistical announcement. We spoke at the beginning of the day that we would probably be more limited in our comments and questions in order to move through so that everyone who's here in person and online would have the opportunity to be heard from before the snow comes. So I just want to note that we're at our 71st speaker, and I wanted to make sure that everyone who is here present knows that if we get to a point where if you're later in the day, and the snow is coming and you're concerned about getting home, you absolutely have the option to go home and to testify online. So I just want to be sure that people know that so that you can make whatever choice is best for you related to the weather. But with that, we're going to go on to our next speaker, Doug Moe, who is with us on Zoom. Mr. Moe, welcome and please proceed.
Hi, my name is Dr. Douglas Moe. I'm a retired psychologist here in Connecticut. And I'd like to thank Dr. Anwar and Representative Kristen McCarthy-Vahey, as well as members of the Public Health Committee for giving me a chance to say a few brief words. In January of 1997, my father was admitted to Lord Chamberlain for hospice care after a long series of, he'd been battling metastatic colon cancer for some time, and things got so rough at home that the only relief for my mom and for the healthcare workers that were coming in were to move my dad to Lord Chamberlain. So about 4 days before he died, my wife and I, Ingrid and I, went to visit my dad, and a nurse was attempting to feed him with a spoon, and he would thrash his head left and right on the pillow with his teeth clenched to avoid taking in any food. And of course, I knew full well, and we knew exactly what he wanted. He wanted to die. He had talked about that with me on many an occasion prior to even the onset of his illness. But the thing that I'll remember if I live to be 100, I'll never forget, is the day before he died, My mom and I went to visit him in the hospital at the Lord Chamberlain, and he was unresponsive. And we stayed a while. And my mom and I put on our coats. My mom had already stepped out into the corridor, and I was in the doorway, when suddenly my father sat bolt upright in bed, his eyes burning into me, an image that will be with me forever, shouting out in the silence of that hospital, "Help me, help me, help, help." I knew full well what he meant. He wanted mercy. He wanted out. He'd had enough, but mercy was not to be had. And I had to turn my back on my father, who wanted me to do something to end his suffering. I had to turn my back on my father and walk out of that room and betray my father's last wish. It was a terrible moment, and one that I unfortunately will not be able to forget. I mean, I can understand if people feel God gives life and only God can take it away. And if that's what you believe, that's your belief, and I urge you to act upon it. But for those of us who may not share that belief, who believe that God also gave us an intelligence and maybe expects us to use it, a God of mercy who might expect us to exemplify that divine quality of mercy in our own lives toward others.
Excuse me, Dr. Moe, your
Yes.
time is completed. Thank you.
Okay, just let me say one last thing. There will be one last sentence. There will be people who will vote against 1076, who one day may be in extremity on their deathbed. They may rue the day they voted against this legislation. Regrettably, that may come to pass. Please pass 1076 in the name of mercy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moe, for your time with us and for sharing your story with us. Next, we're going to go to, I believe, here he is, Steve Weinsick-Karp. Steve, did I get it better this time? I think I always mispronounce your name. Welcome. And
Thank you, Representative. Yes, you did very good. I'm used to having my name mispronounced. I'm Stephen Weinsick-Karp, Executive Director for National Association of Social Workers Connecticut Chapter. We are in support of Bill 1076. Our professional code of ethics stresses the dignity and worth of the person, with a key ethical responsibility of respecting a person's self-determination. That is the right and ability of an individual must have to make their own decisions. As a profession, we are dedicated to honoring the right of self-determination for all individuals. Just as we join with consumers during all other stages of life to work towards their objectives and goals they would like to accomplish, we join with them in the later stages of life as well, according to what their needs are. As social workers, we navigate the complex issues of end-of-life care. The reason such concerns are complex is because not only is the inevitable loss of a loved one painful experience, but there are also numerous diverse cultural and social perspectives on the end of life. It is our practice that a person's ability to make their own decisions, to use their own personal self-determination, is what guides the path of physical and mental health treatment or lack thereof. We, as a profession, our philosophy is that a person cannot be forced to get treatment. The final decision for treatment rests with the consumer, not with the service provider. Likewise, the decision to end one's life belongs with the qualified individual patient as defined in this bill. We likewise believe that safeguards that are in place in this legislation will be effective, requiring 2 requests, with time between requests, stringently limiting who can be independent witnesses, language that ensures that no other terminally ill individual may make the request. Only a terminally ill person can make the request, including the fact that there needs to be consultation by a clinical social worker or a psychologist or psychiatrist as to the person's state of mind. We have an obligation to the people we serve to do what is right by them and to properly honor their decisions. In order to achieve that goal, we need to ensure our consumers have as many tools and resources as possible. A law allowing aid and dying would create one more tool of comfort and choice to those who bring us into their lives at a time of most intimacy, their death. This bill must move forward. We provide consumers with an avenue for care that they may desire. We also wish to live with dignity. We all wish to live with dignity. It is only fair we also can die with dignity as well. Also, on a personal note, my father spent 7 months in hospice care. Those 7 months, he basically waited for his body to catch up with his mind. He was 98 years old, had a wonderful life, and was ready to die. I don't know if he would have done this or not, taken this option, but I do know he would have been very comforted to know that this option existed. On the other hand, my sister was in palliative care. She died from cancer. She wanted every possible treatment that was available. I supported both of them in their decisions. I'm asking you to pass this bill so individual patients and families can honor their decisions of their loved ones. Thank you.
A lot of the Republicans.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I think Mr. Moe, there we go. We were having some Zoom issues, but thank you for taking the time to be with us here today and for sharing also your personal story. Seeing and hearing no comments or questions, we're going to go next to Diana Barnard, who's also here with us on Zoom. Ms. Barnard, welcome. Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my expertise and why I strongly support the bill before you, SB 1076. My name is Diana Barnard. I am board certified in both family medicine as well as hospice and palliative medicine. I've been a doctor for 28 years since I finished training, and the last 14 years have been spent exclusively caring for patients and families that are dealing with serious illness. I practice in Vermont, where we have had medical aid in dying as a legal option for almost 10 years now. And I regularly prescribe under the law, and I also educate and support other physicians who choose to participate in the law. And I'm really here to tell you that the law is working as intended. We have regular legislative updates, and our most recent one showed that the law is working as intended. As of January 2022, which was the most recent report, 116 Vermonters had taken advantage of the requirements for the law as an option as they navigated the end of their lives. And I can tell you that our growing experience in Vermont, as well as the 9 other states and the District of Columbia where medical aid in dying laws exist, shows that things are going well. And I think it's so important to keep in mind that medical aid in dying offers comfort and a measure of control for the people that I care for, people that are desperate to live, but they are dying. And medical aid in dying laws also really importantly protect the rights of those patients and those physicians who choose not to participate. And I strongly support that as an option as well. We have a robust academy of medical aid in dying, and we have clinical guidelines, and we have best practices that allow us to do this process in a way that reliably brings about a peaceful death for patients. I really cannot emphasize enough the deeply unique and personal nature of suffering, the challenges that people living with terminal illness face because they want to live. But when they know that death is inevitable, they also want to say and how they die. And some of my patients are going to have a peaceful death with the support of hospice and symptoms that are reasonably well managed. And the truth is that some are going to have more difficult deaths with symptoms that are really challenging and occasionally impossible to manage. So again, if you think about the deeply personal nature of suffering and the most intimate reality that we are all going to face one day of our own deaths, I really strongly believe that we need many options for when our time comes as we try to live and try to die in a way that is consistent with our own personal values. So with that in mind, I'm here to speak for people like John Roberts, who was a Navy veteran who was 90 years old and lived well with metastatic prostate cancer for an extended period of time until he began to worry how and where he would die. And he was dogged in his determination to stay at home and care for himself. And this law allowed him the peace of mind, not only to live as he had died on his own terms, but really to set aside his end of life fears and to truly live each day until the end came. And
Excuse me, Dr.
for the law. I'm grateful for the law, and I hope you will listen to the residents of the Connecticut and give them this option. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Question, Representative Denning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, it's a pleasure to meet you. I know we've had a conversation on the phone. I'd like you to just, as briefly as you can, I want to clarify as another healthcare provider how this is not a choice of either hospice or end of life. It's a continuum of care through death. And can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ands that we should be using. I believe that hospice is the gold standard for navigating the end of life when people qualify. And so we want people to have hospice, to have that opportunity, to have their symptoms well managed. All of the patients that I consider or prescribe for medical aid in dying are on hospice and getting that gold standard. It's just that it isn't always enough to truly address their suffering. And sometimes people need an additional tool.
And so when you provide that additional tool, how far in advance do you usually provide that tool?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and it really depends on the situations. As you can imagine, I take care of people with a diversity of beliefs and thoughts, and I say that in every interaction. Some people are so worried about their dying that they bring it up very early in their illness as something they might be interested in. But the truth is, most people who actually are making a request have waited quite late in the illness. Many of them are already on hospice. They still want to live, and they are just looking for a tool in case their suffering becomes too much. So, as with many things in medicine, we should be having open conversations about how to support people, what we can do to bring families together, how we can help them with any unfinished business or conflict, and what is worrying them, what's causing them pain, what's causing them suffering. So these conversations are blended right in with all the other palliative care services I'm offering all of my patients.
And final question, do you have patients who end up dying without having taken the medication?
Oh, yes. Yes. I would say my experience is similar to, again, what we see in other states, which is many people ask in general, but never make a formal request. Even of those people that start the formal process and get to the point where they qualify, only about 65% of those people actually take the medication. And to me, that is just a testament of just how much people want to live. As long as it's bearable, they're going to hang in there. But having the option gives them the comfort of knowing that their wishes will be honored if needed.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Denning. Representative Berger-Javallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And very, very briefly, how do you respond to claims that aid in dying is not aligned with the Hippocratic Oath?
Well, it's hard to address that briefly because the Hippocratic Oath is outdated. I took an oath when I graduated medical school to support my patients, to do no harm, to deeply listen to their worries. Medicine is an evolving science, and what is harm looks different. In the 70s, we argued about whether or not we could take people off of ventilators who were dying. And so as medicine advances, we have new tools, but the principles of deeply listening, of non-abandonment, and of truly caring for my patient in whatever way is consistent with their values right through their death, I hold those truths very tight to the chest.
Thank you so much for that, and to highlight the evolution of science, because we learn more and more every single day, is critical, and I appreciate that is a part of your understanding of the Hippocratic Oath. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Just a follow up for me. I want to say thank you for your note about the deeply unique and personal nature of suffering and how we do all experience this process, both as individuals and those who bear witness to it differently. But the quick question I had for you is, you said there's a robust academy of medical aid in dying. Can you just give us a brief explanation of what you meant by that?
Yes, there is now an American Academy of Medical Aid in Dying. I went to their inaugural conference when they were coming together in February of 2020, and we just had the second conference just in February of 2023. So these are groupings of individuals, physicians, social workers, hospice nurses, LNAs, volunteers, coming together to pool our experience and our resources and to learn from each other and to study this so that we are doing it the very best that we can as we continue to evolve.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers, and thank you for your time here with us today. Next, we are going to have Jennifer Heaton Jones, who's with us online. Welcome, and please proceed.
Good afternoon, honored co-chair Senator Anwar, Representative McCarthy-Vahey, and distinguished members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of SB 1076. I'm Jennifer Heaton Jones from Bridgewater, Connecticut. My father suffered extraordinary pain from his illness. His doctors were unsuccessful at managing his discomfort. And instead of waiting out his inevitable death and having us at his side, my father chose to die alone in a bed after putting a bullet in his head. My memories of my father's death are not of holding his hand, saying goodbye, letting him die with love, peace, and dignity, but instead my memories of my father dying are cleaning his blood and matter from the walls of his bedroom and cutting the blood-soaked carpets from the floor. If you don't know, the only thing the police do is take away the body. And unless you have financial resources for outside services, everything else is left for the family to manage. No one should suffer at the end of life. No one should have to choose death alone by suicide, and those of us left behind should not suffer the results of those choices. I believe if my father had had the opportunity for assisted dying, his story would have had a much more peaceful ending. I respect the idea shared by folks today who oppose this bill, who believe we should assist hope and not suicide. Perhaps that is true when there is actual life, hope for life. However, when there is no hope, meaning it is inevitable one will die, you are assisting peace, you are assisting their death that will happen anyway, but they take control. My father had no hope. He was dying. He suffered terribly. I would have given anything to have been by his side through an assisted death, but that was not the choice he had. His choice was to live in terrible pain, die slowly, in humility, while someone else wiped him, dressed him, and fed him, or put a bullet in his head. And let me be clear, my father was not depressed or killed himself because of mental illness. He was dying, and he took control of the timing, and I respect that. I thank you for your time and your consideration in this important legislation. I know it is controversial, but it will allow those who suffer at the end of their life, who are dying, to take control of the timing of their inevitable death and to allow their loved ones, like myself, to be a part of the process and the journey with peace and dignity. And I thank you for listening to my father's story.
Thank you so much for being here and for sharing your experience. And I'm so sorry that you've had this experience. Representative Berger Javala would like to make a comment or ask a question.
Hi, Jennifer. For all the work that we've been doing together in a very different area of legislation, I had no idea that you had experienced this. And I just want to thank you for so bravely sharing such a brutally honest and horrible situation for you to have been in. And I'm just sending my deepest sympathies to you. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you sharing that so that we can make this change. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
My gratitude to the committee for your work in this important legislation.
Thank you. And seeing no other comments or questions, we're going to go to our next speaker, Kim Callanan.
Good morning. My name is Kim Callanan, and I lead the Compassion and Choices Action Network. And I'm here today representing the 3/4 of Connecticut residents who support the option of medical aid in dying and would like this bill to pass. So the question before the committee really is, if given the vast majority of support for this bill, is there a reason to not support it? So I wanted to put some of the numbers in perspective. Connecticut has a population of about 3.5 million people. So I'm going to compare you to Colorado, which has 2 million more people than you. So you can imagine the numbers in Connecticut will look a little bit smaller. In Colorado, last year, 156 people used the law and 583 people have used the law over the 5 years that it's been in effect. You heard from Dr. Barnard that the law works as intended. There's no abuse, there's no coercion, there is no harm that is being caused. However, it is bringing a profound peace and comfort to those people who choose to use the law. And it also contributes to improvement in hospice and palliative care and end-of-life conversations for everybody. So the data demonstrates that the unintended consequences of this law are positive, not negative. So the question then becomes, how as a lawmaker do you sort through everything that's before you? And I ask you to consider these facts. In Connecticut, every year, there are 2,078 accidental deaths coming from, but yet you haven't outlawed cars or swimming pools. There are 188 firearm deaths, yet you haven't outlawed guns annually. With this bill, we are simply talking about somebody who is already going to die being able to decide how and when they die and how much suffering they endure. It harms nobody else. The notion that it leads to an increase in suicide rates has not been proven in any study. If you look at Oregon and Washington, the suicide rates in those states have tracked, and I have a graphic I can show you of this, have tracked the trends nationally. So there's no difference in suicide there, but you have heard from several people today, Jennifer right before me, Kira earlier in the day, that a lack of having medical aid in dying resulted in family members taking their life, committing suicide very violently. So you know that a failure to have this law in place has resulted in a tremendous amount of suffering for the dying person and the loved ones around them. The bill does not result in abuse or coercion. It is not targeting minority populations. If you look at the data very clearly demonstrates it's primarily used by wealthier, educated white Americans. But for the population that uses it, it is not about hospice care or palliative care. 85% of those people are on hospice care. It's simply about giving them autonomy over their healthcare decision-making all the way through the end of their life when they are terminally ill. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today, and I would be happy to answer any question. I have extensive experience on how the laws are working.
Thank you. My good co-chair, Senator Omar, has some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair. To Ms. Callanan, I wanted to know, a lot of people are worried about coercion. How does this existing language protect an individual who may be making that choice? And what is the data around the country for coercion, specifically the cost of healthcare, the family's concern, the individual's frustration of their condition and impact on the livelihood of their loved ones?
Absolutely. So first of all, it's important to remember that at the end of life, people have access to a whole host of medications. So family members that are at their loved one, when hospice care is there, they have access. And you heard this even from the opposition. They talked about how a person had access to all kinds of medication. What this law does is it puts decision-making autonomy in the hands of the person, and it actually provides greater protections because the person has to go, they have to ask 2 different doctors, they have to have witnesses sign that they are the ones who want it. The doctors are having conversations with the patients. If there's any hesitancy or concern, they ask the patient to exit the room. You have a 15-day waiting period between your first and your second request. And the Connecticut bill added on top of that, that the person needed to have a mental health evaluation as well, which is not a part of the other pieces of legislation. So on top of the already very, very cumbersome 14-step process that it takes place in Oregon, you've added more steps on top of that. So it is really, really difficult for a dying person to get through this process. And what the data demonstrates is that it's actually very difficult. You have to really be somebody who wants this as an option. And the idea that you could be coerced into it is just when every step of the way, from the start of making the request multiple times to having to self-administer the medication, there's just not a way for coercion. But if you look at our system outside of this, it would be very easy for all of those other things to take place because they're not regulated. So it's hard to argue that our current system doesn't allow for abuse or coercion when this highly regulated one does. If someone is going to wants to, abuse or coerce, you could do that now. There's nothing that stops it. But this law has a lot of steps that would prevent that from happening.
Thank you. And a number of people who have testified today, they have used the term that compassion and choices have a agenda, and it almost, I'm not sure what that agenda is. So what is your stated agenda, and is there another agenda that is not stated, if you can help us?
So our stated agenda is putting dying patients in charge of their own end-of-life decision-making. It's about giving you the autonomy that you had originally from the start until the end. We ultimately want our belief is that this should align with hospice care. So we don't want it to be an either or. We do believe it's very important that people get and have access to good care at the end of life. So we do advocate for improvements to hospice care. And that's why the 6-month eligibility is in the law. We do want that people who are eligible to be able to get through it and be able to access the option. And we want to protect vulnerable populations. But we believe both things are true. We can allow terminally ill people who have access to hospice care, who are already going to die, this option, and we can also protect vulnerable populations. And the legislation that is before you does both of those things.
And I have a number of questions because it's not every day we have a conversation with you, so it's worthy for us to discuss a few more things. In your experience, looking at various parts of the country, you have had the opportunity to look at the existing hospice setup in the country. Are there, and I'm not talking about aid in dying, I'm talking specifically about hospice. Are there some states that have gotten this right with hospice, where the patients are getting the care that they deserve and gives them comfort and the pain is better controlled?
So there are definitely states that do hospice care better and have more benefits around hospice care. But hospice care is a federal benefit, and then it can be supplemented by state law. I actually am not an expert on what Connecticut's hospice benefit is, but I would be happy to go back and do some research to see if there's other states. I will say Oregon has a really, really tremendous hospice care. But as Dr. Barnard said, hospice care and palliative care does not replace the need for medical aid in dying. People who want the option of medical aid in dying are looking to be able to control their suffering at the end. And it's about having bodily autonomy over your healthcare decisions until the end. So no matter how great your hospice care is, it's never going to take the need away for medical aid in dying. However, I will say, according to the Center to Advance Palliative Care, Connecticut actually gets an A rating in palliative care and with a 95% scorecard. So you guys, in terms of palliative care, actually, have very good palliative care according to the top palliative care organization in the country.
Thank you. Another thing that has come up a few times in the conversation today is the lawsuit that your organization has with the state of Oregon. Are you able to speak to that?
I can, absolutely. So first of all, I want to be really clear that there is a difference between the eligibility criteria and the process to get through. So Compassion and Choices has always advocated for somebody who is terminally ill, mentally competent, able to self-ingest the medication, and has a prognosis of 6 months or less to live that aligns with hospice care. So those are kind of the core elements of every single medical aid in dying piece of legislation. The process of how you get through the law will vary by state. And in general, your bill would be, if passed, the most restrictive bill in the country. In terms of the lawsuit that we have going on in Vermont and in Oregon, it is simply about the residency requirement. And what we know from the attorney generals in those states is that they agree with us that a state cannot put a requirement in place that prevents somebody from another state to come forward and access medical care in your country or in your state. And so if you think specifically about, abortion is probably the one that is most there in safe harbor laws. It's about, if a law is in place in a state, do you really want to deny people the ability to come into that state to be able to access the law? What we know is that somebody who is terminally ill and at the very end of their life, it's very, very difficult for them to be able to move from one state to the other. You have a small handful of very motivated people that would choose to do that. However, for the small number that would choose to do that, they should have that ability. If you look at Connecticut, surrounding Connecticut are states that are already authorized. So if you have a residency requirement in place, it means people that live on the border between New Jersey and Connecticut, or once New York is passed, which will happen, that they are not going to be able to see their doctor in that other state. And I'll just note that in Connecticut, you guys just signed on to, the state of Connecticut just signed on to, and I'm happy to share this, a piece of legislation that specifically tries to make it, agrees that it should not be constitutional for someone to be able to restrict somebody to cross lines around abortion. So we do disagree with the state residency requirement that's currently in the bill, but that is not a reason not to authorize this legislation or not to support it, because the reality is that this law is extremely important, and all of your other safeguards will remain intact.
And another thing is, what went wrong in Canada, and how can we protect ourselves from something like that happening in our state? If this law
So
was
the Canadian law and the laws that we're advancing in the United States are entirely different, as is the Canadian healthcare system and the US healthcare system. So the Canadian law is euthanasia. It is a doctor, not the patient, that's administering it. I've heard throughout the hearing a couple of times people say, well, we want it to be like with pets where, somebody could administer it to you. The whole reason that we have that self-ingestion requirement is to really ensure that it's the patient and only the patient's decision, not the doctor's, not a family member's. So that safeguard is really important. And then the law in terms of only allowing it for somebody who is terminally ill and already going to die, and having the mental competency pieces are all really important. Your law is already protects from kind of Canada. They're entirely different.
Okay, so of course there is anxiety. Now you have to recognize that a number of people who are opposing this, I look at them as a group that would be philosophically separated from the idea that a natural process is being impacted. How do we counter that concern that we are bypassing the natural course of the passing of an individual?
Yeah. So I guess I would sort of, it's really in two ways I would think about it. The first is we use medicine every day to stop the natural course of how somebody would die. If not for man, we wouldn't have chemotherapy treatments. We wouldn't have ventilators. People, years ago died from disease. They died from dehydration. It is man's intervention in life through medicine that has extended our life to the point that it is. And so to me, in my God and in my beliefs, if we are able to use medicine to extend life, then we should be able to use medicine in order to shorten it. And that kind of brings me to the second point, which is that, medical aid in dying is an option. There's nobody who has to choose this option, but it's about respecting people's individual own faith and religious beliefs to make a decision that is consistent with their values. And so it doesn't impact anybody else. It's about the person. The law is written so that only the person can make the decision. And that's what you're authorizing here. And I fully respect that there will be many people who never choose to use this option. And there will be others, a handful of other people who believe in redemptive suffering, and that is their faith belief and that is their value. And I respect that, as do the supporters of Compassion and Choices. And we just simply ask that our values, our beliefs, our faith beliefs are also supported.
Thank you. I believe maybe that some of my colleagues may have questions, and I will just wait for them, and I'll probably have another round. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Representative Wrightington-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with the ramifications of medicine not being quite an exact science, and a 6-month a diagnosis of having 6 months left to live, and offering this as an option. I myself am a daughter of a mother who died of cancer, who was given less than a year to live at Sloan Kettering, which is a very reputable, place, and lived for 8. So my question has to do with, in the event that somebody's given that 6-month time period, which is not exact, and they're given this as an option, is there any danger of them choosing this rather than pursuing perhaps another alternative?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. And congratulations. I'm glad your mom outlived her prognosis. That's really wonderful news. So the 6-month prognosis is really to align with hospice care so that a person has the choice of hospice care and this, or both at the same time. So when you go on to hospice care, you're choosing to stop and forego other treatments. And then a natural death will take place. What this is doing is if that person's suffering becomes too great, and only the dying person can decide whether or not their suffering is too great, that then they have this as an option. What the data shows is that most people are waiting and holding on to that. You've got about 1/3 of the people who are, and even a little higher in some places, 1/3 to 40% of the people who actually never take the prescription medication. They get it, they hang on to it, and they don't take it because their suffering never gets to that point, but they get tremendous peace of mind knowing that the option is available. So I think that there's kind of this misnomer that people are getting this prescription and running off and taking it, before their time. But even when there was a study that I think it was Ezekiel Manuel did years ago that showed that what medical aid in dying was really doing was cutting the length of time off of someone's, it was the very worst part of the dying process that ended up getting cut off. It was a week or 2. So 6 months is not magical. Most doctors actually are very reticent to give somebody a 6-month diagnosis. So most people, if you look at the average length of time someone's on hospice care, it's not even a month. So for most people, they're finding out at the very, very, very end because doctors are afraid to tell somebody that they're going to die. Understandably, I can't imagine how challenging that must be as a doctor. And patients don't have to use it. It's optional. And most hang on to it until their suffering has just become too great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Omar.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you again. Ms. Callanan, do you mind if I ask you, what is the source of your funding? Are the insurance industry funding your organization? If I
We
may.
get no funding from insurance companies. All of our funding, like 99% of it, comes from individual donors. We are a movement of people. Many of our supporters have lost a loved one at the end of life suffering. We get a lot of legacy gifts from people who weren't able to give us in their lifetime because they didn't have the money to, but then in their death, they want to carry this on because they realized that this is the legacy that they want to leave behind so that people can have a better end than they had. We get no corporate funding. We get no insurance money funding. The only thing outside of the individual donors and the small family foundations that we get is a small amount of money we get off of selling the book Finish Strong, which if you haven't read it, I would encourage it. It's by my predecessor, Barbara Coombsley, and it really talks about how to have the kind of end that's consistent with your values.
Thank you. And can you speak to us about the official position of the organization about the word suicide and this not being a suicide? Can you explain that to us a little bit too, please? I know some people have touched on it, but it's important to understand where you guys stand.
Yeah. I think it's what we hear over and over again from dying people who want this option is they find it extremely offensive when someone calls it a suicide. I unfortunately lost a loved one to suicide, and the stigma that's associated with suicide is really great. For somebody who is already going to die, who is simply choosing to end their suffering, for you to equate that with suicide is both problematic to people who commit suicide because they're not getting the kind of support that they want, as well as for people who choose the option of medical aid in dying. So we would really encourage people not to use it. I've heard a lot on this about how somehow, someone who's already dying, using the option of medical aid in dying is going to increase and promote suicide. Well, I would say if the opposition would stop calling it suicide, there's nobody that would confuse the two things. But even with them calling it suicide, people can distinguish the difference between somebody who is terminally ill and is trying to relieve suffering. Somebody can see that, feel that, how different that is from somebody who commits suicide, who has life in front of them and has mental health issues that we should be addressing as a country.
And let's say this bill passes, what has happened in other states and what may potentially happen here with respect to the clinicians, specifically in this bill, the physicians who have been part of palliative care and hospice care, about the process and learning this process?
So we, as well as others, engage in a lot of provider education work to teach clinicians. There's a Medscape CME that's up there. We go in and we work with local hospice, with palliative care, with oncologists, with primary cares to educate physicians about how to implement the law, what the practice is, what's proven. Most of the associations in states will get on board eventually and start to teach their members around how to use this, because once it becomes the law, then it becomes patient abandonment to not then support teaching clinicians who want to practice how to participate. The nurses in other states have been very supportive. The American Nurses Association has a supportive position, as does the American Academy of Family Physicians. So they are typically the first to come on board. We work with them. We do training. It's entirely optional. So there is no clinician who has to participate if they don't want to. Ultimately, if they don't participate, what we really want is for them to refer to somebody who will, and we will work to make sure that there are clinicians. In the early years, what you'll hear from are constituents who are having difficulty accessing the law, especially in Connecticut, because there's so many more steps in it. So we're going to work to do everything that we can so that as many people as possible are able to access the law, and that includes clinician education.
And I'd heard from somebody who was testifying earlier today that they use the term, all the physician organizations have been against this. My understanding was the Connecticut State Medical Society was neutral on the position, but can you speak to that? Do you have insight into this? My brief testing on internet suggested otherwise, but perhaps you have done some.
Yeah, so I actually don't remember Connecticut. I could look it up quickly if you want. But what I will say is that at a national level, and Tim, text me the answer to that if you're listening, so I can just answer it. But at a national level, the American Academy of Family Physicians is supportive. The American Nurses Association is supportive. The Association of Hospice and Palliative Medicine is supportive. The neurologists are supportive. So there are a lot of national associations that are supportive. And what happens after the bills get passed is doctors come on board. And even when the state associations are not on board, actually in the early years in Oregon, the Oregon Medical Association was not on board. It was years before they came around. Individual doctors come around and they want to support their patients. They recognize that this is a humane option. So we work with those doctors who are supportive, and we teach them how to support their patients. And over time, the associations end up moving to drop their opposition or move towards support. And that's what historically has happened in every state. Tim says that as of 2019, the Connecticut Medical Society is neutral.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate your answering some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know there are lots of questions that people have to ask of you, and I imagine that we will continue the conversation with you. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we are going to go on to, I believe, actually Carolyn Bennett, who is here online, and then we're going to go to Matthew Corrigan in person. Thank you. Carolyn, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members of the Public Health Committee, my name is Carolyn Bennett, and I ask you to oppose SB 1076. In preparing for my testimony, I thought it would be instructive to look at what data is available from the state of Oregon, where physician-assisted suicide has been legal for more than 2 decades. In the state of Oregon's 2020 Data Summary Report of Physician-Assisted Suicide, they list the top end-of-life concerns. More than one reason may be listed, so the percentages do overlap. First, is less able to engage in activities making life enjoyable, 94%. 2, losing autonomy, 93%. 3, loss of dignity, 72%. 4, burden on family, friends, or caregivers, 53%. 5, losing control of bodily functions, 38%. 6, inadequate pain control or concern about it, 33%. No distinction is made between those who are actually in pain or those who are concerned about it. While physical pain is often listed as a top reason we should support this bill, it is worth noting that Oregon's report reveals that physical pain or fear of it ranks at the bottom of the list. Instead, the top reasons are psychological ones. It is also worth noting that any of these reasons could also describe the life of a disabled individual. I read an interview on this topic with Johnny Erickson Tata, a quadriplegic who has spent more than 50 years in a wheelchair. She says, "We live in an entitlement culture where cost-benefit analysis is preeminent. And who suffers in such a society? It's the elderly. It's newborns with multiple disabilities. It's those in comas. It's people with chronic medical conditions." In closing, I believe that this bill promotes a counterfeit compassion. Johnny Erickson Tata points out that we would rather escape suffering than face it or live with it. The word compassion at its Latin root literally means to suffer with. That is a hard thing to do. But as Johnny says, true compassion is journeying alongside a person who is despairing and ascribing positive meaning to their pain, bringing them up out of social isolation, journeying with them, and helping them resolve their issues. For these reasons, I ask you to reject SB 1076. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and being here with us today. Seeing and hearing no questions, we'll go next to Matthew Corrigan. Welcome. Don't forget to turn on the microphone. There you go. Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I am speaking to oppose SB 1076. I think my son may have eaten my sticker, but I am on that side. So I'm opposing the bill as it is an introductory suicide act for the state of Connecticut. It's murder whether you take your own life or somebody takes it for you, no matter how many George Orwell novels you read, and it will in the end lead to euthanasia and worse. But I am here personally to tell my story of my elderly grandmother. We live in a society that generally likes to minimize suffering at the expense of doing what is right. My grandmother, we took care of her for over a decade. My father had promised to her never to put her into a nursing home. She had severe dementia that got worse over time. She lost all mobility gradually and eventually could not get out of bed, went into hospice, and passed away. I spent my early teenage years wiping her as she went to the bathroom, support herself up with her arms, and my later young adult years changing her soiled bed padding by turning her, holding her with one hand, using the bed barriers and such. Most of the time, we did not have too much help, so I used to joke when I later worked at a nursing home that I had the job of 3 CNAs at once. One point when my wife and I were actually early dating, she helped me, she held up my grandmother who was dead weight at the time while I helped to clean her up. It wasn't very romantic, but I would say it brought us closer to each other. So my grandmother's last days were not dignified in the secular sense of the word. It was a sacrifice by all involved. It was an act of charity and of love and of virtue, rather an act of malice, cowardice, or greed. She did not have the choice of killing herself because that's not her choice to make. My mother-in-law now has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and has been given the option of hospice or one more treatment. She took the option of one more treatment, and she is still in sound mind, is in constant pain, has broken most of her spine from coughing, has had her vision and skin scarred from failed treatment side effects, and is exactly the kind of person that this bill would target in its initial stages if she had chosen hospice. She would never make such an evil decision, but that is not her decision to make, just like it wasn't my grandmother's or anyone else's to make. They are not God. I share these stories to show you that an individual is not one deathbed away from being converted on this issue. The kind of person you are to begin with determines how you handle both you and how your family members die. We took care of my grandmother. We bore our cross. We did not rebel against God and take a life that's no more ours to take than it was ours to create. We made our decision based on justice and what we owed to our elderly disabled grandmother, rather than looked at the utilitarian hedonist idea of minimizing pain and maximizing good times before we pass on. We will all be judged when we die and have to face the consequences. I pray that you do not lead the state further down the parable, the blind lead the blind, and in the end, they fall into the pit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corrigan, for your testimony, your time here with us today. Seeing and hearing no questions, we are going to go next to, I believe we have in person, Maureen Devine. Is Maureen here with us in person? No. Okay. Next, we'll go to number 80, Taylor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Dear Chair, Senator Anwar, Representative McCarty-Vahey, and other esteemed members of the Public Health Committee, my name is Taylor Vineyards. I'm from Ellington, Connecticut, and I am testifying in favor of SB 1016, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. My uncle on my dad's side was a major part of my childhood. Both of my parents worked full-time jobs, with my mother traveling a decent bit, and when there were issues with our daycare and he needed some help, my parents offered him an opportunity. If he moved here and watched us during the day, we would pay for his night courses at a community college. Once, when asked who raised us more, when most kids said mom or dad, I said Cliff. He was dubbed the Manny and was the only person to get me to understand multiplication. The Manny I knew growing up and the man who died a slow and painful death are two different people in my mind. In 2016, he was diagnosed with a rare cancer called chondrosarcoma, and he went through an extremely risky surgery and almost died in the process. My father was his sole caretaker of his brother, helping him every day in ways that you cannot even imagine, which my dad spoke about earlier. The spread and growth of his tumors was slowed and stopped for a few years due to an experimental treatment, which at some point stopped being effective. At this point, it seemed more logical to move to only palliative care. Even with that care, he was in a lot of pain and discomfort, often nauseous and vomiting. He couldn't taste food, and between the pain and the pandemic, he barely went anywhere. At some point, his legs started swelling to a large and even more uncomfortable degree. Then he got a phone call and was rattled. They told him he had an edema and a serious infection in his leg and that he would need to go to the hospital. After a bit in the hospital, he was transferred to a nursing home where my dad visited every day. After months of this, it was clear that the end was near. My dad was visiting more than once a day, and days before he died, he basically spent 3 days nonstop at this home, sleeping in a chair. At some point, he left, and his brother passed on, as can be typical when people leave. I tell you this story so that you can understand that for years, his brother was terminally ill and in severe pain. During testimony for this bill 2 years ago, I had it on the TV and he was paying attention to it. He supported this bill and said several times in general to my dad that if this was an option, he would have loved to have had the option. This bill would have saved pain from multiple angles, but most importantly, it would have saved years of excruciating pain and suffering from a person who truly did not want to go through that, who would have otherwise made his own choice about his own life, and who are you to tell him otherwise? I read the opposing testimony that few legislators submitted years prior and was struck by their statements to call this what it is, suicide. I'm here to tell you how wrong that is. He could have made that very personal choice by himself over 5 years in countless different ways and never did. He wished to have this choice that would be made consensually with his doctors. To call this suicide is a political manipulation to attach the stigma of it to this bill, and that is shameful of anyone who does it. Also, as someone who has been in therapy and on medication for mental health issues for over a decade, it is extremely offensive for some of you to refer it as suicide, because the only reason you do that is to use the stigma against mental illnesses and suicide to your benefit. And you are hurting both the community of terminally ill patients who want this option and hurting the community of us who struggle with mental health issues. Also, since not everybody believes in God, religion should have no place at this table. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, my good co-chair, Senator Omar.
Hi, Taylor. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for sharing Uncle Cliff's story, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I heard you before as well. And thank you for sharing that with us. And then thank you for speaking about an aspect that I think that hasn't been spoken of today about people with mental illnesses and how these two issues are getting confused in our conversation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Omar, for that. I think a number of us appreciate that comment. Seeing and hearing no other comments and questions, we thank you, Taylor. We will go next to Jean Rexford, who I believe is here or is signed up here in person. We'll make sure that folks haven't switched over to online. Okay, I don't think Jean is here with us. Ian McIntosh. Welcome, Mr. McIntosh. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Ian McIntosh. I'm the Deputy Coalition's Director for Disability Outreach with the Patients' Rights Action Fund, a national bipartisan single-issue organization dedicated to fighting deadly and discriminatory assisted suicide laws across the nation. I'm also a Canadian emigre with a non-terminal disability. I'm testifying from Northern Virginia, where in the Commonwealth, the subcommittee, the Virginia Senate voted against assisted suicide laws here by 9-5. And it was a week later that the Alzheimer's Association decided to terminate its, as has been mentioned, educational relationship with Compassion and Choices. And I think a theme that has to be brought up is this idea of irreconcilable differences. One of the managers for CNC noted that the idea that Canada or any other countries don't have an influence on what's happening in the States was like apples to oranges. And I found that interesting as a Canadian because I can see the parallels and I can tell you the horrors. It raises questions if, for example, if assisted suicide laws are, as proponents say, about self-determination in rare and terminal cases and are not an avenue for expansion into euthanasia for non-terminal disabled people, why campaign the Alzheimer's Association? I think it's also interesting that one of the advisors to Compassion and Choices, he's on the Dementia Advisory Panel, Dr. Thaddeus Pope. He was also a Fulbright Scholar for the University of Ottawa. So when the campaign manager for CNC says that he doesn't know of any way in which one country's events would influence the other, I find that very interesting. I want to emphasize that no national disability organization supports assisted suicide. And in fact, the National Council on Disability, a federally appointed presidential agency, has opposed it since 1997, which is before Oregon legislated it into law. Another doctor early on said that this bill would be modeled after Oregon's bill. And I want to thank him for his honesty, because in Oregon, there's a footnote from the 2021 data that said 8% of people who accessed the lethal drugs did so with non-terminal illnesses, anorexia, arthritis, hernia, and the like. That's an inconsistency, I think, that bears pointing out. And I think as we approach March 1st, the National Disability Day of Mourning, in which communities gather to hold vigils in memory of the disabled murdered by families and caregivers, it's important to realize that what's happening in Canada isn't just the study and approval of mature minors. There's a second group of recommendations that it deals with future consent, meaning if a person has advanced dementia, they can forecast their preference ahead of time. So again, reconciling this idea that you've got an advisor who spent time in Canada on a dementia advisory committee campaigning the Alzheimer's Association is a bit disingenuous. And I think when we talk about polls of 75% of Connecticut residents support this bill, that's—
Excuse me, Mr. McIntosh, but your time is complete.
Well,
Thank you.
For the interest of conclusion, may I just finish a point that
Very, very briefly, please. Thank you.
well, mindful of the pro-side webinar that's been conducted today, I would appreciate it. I think what has to be understood is that polls can yield.
Just finish your sentence, please. That would be great.
The poll in Virginia asked about mentally capable adults having the option to make a choice, and all that did was parlay a notion of having choice of anything with MAID. MAID is a euphemism for euthanasia. And if Connecticut is, and legislation in Connecticut is wise, they won't let Connecticut turn into Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing and hearing no questions, I thank you for your time and
I welcome
testimony
them.
for us today. Let's see, just going back. Mr. Michael Daly. Is Mr. Daly, and then we actually, Jean Rexford, as we had said before, some people are going to be moving over to remote, so we'll go back to Jean Rexford, who we missed before. So Mr. Daly, please, you're welcome, and please proceed. And don't forget to push the button. There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Omar, Representative McCarthy-Vahey, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm here to testify against Senate Bill number 1075, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. This is a very difficult issue, and I am not going to in any way, shape, or form minimize the suffering or pain that other people have testified to in this chamber today. I've testified against this bill. This is either my third or the fourth time. My written testimony details many of the reasons that I've spoken about prior, and that I will leave to your review of my written testimony. Suffice it to say that I am a cancer survivor, and I had a very difficult journey, and sometimes I wonder if my original diagnosis, would I have made the decision if suicide was available to me? And obviously that would have been a bad choice, because here I am. I think that a lot of the discussion that we're talking about today is euphemistic terms to try to make things a little bit more palatable. I mean, we try to be transparent. We speak about language having its individual terms. As a retired lawyer, I can tell you everybody talked about not using small type print and calling it what it was. Suicide clearly is the act of taking one's life. Assisted suicide occurs when one person helps another one and bring about their own death. Even the AMA believes that these euphemistic terms are misleading. And I ask myself why our legislature is so uncomfortable with the word suicide, when in fact we are talking about people bringing about their own death. there are some other concerns. Earlier today, I heard testimony that it's unfair if people live in Middletown, New Jersey and can receive assisted suicide medication, but people in Middletown, Connecticut can't, that it's unfair to the people in Middletown, Connecticut. I would respectfully disagree with that whole analysis. The reality of the situation is that we live in a society that not only has a federal government, but has a local government, and we believe in home rule. It's one of the principles that our government is founded on. So I don't believe that because they do it in Middletown, New Jersey, or because they do it in Oregon is sufficient justification for us to do it in Connecticut. The slippery slope is real. You heard it today. You heard it from the chairman, the CEO of Compassionate Care. We can almost be positive that they are going to challenge many of the provisions that they in fact testified here today. The slippery slope is real. This body has given thought to the safeguards. Whether I agree with them or not, I appreciate the thought and the consideration that's gone in to make this the best possible legislation that it can be. But once this legislation passes, the dialogue switch and the safeguards that they support now become barriers. And you heard that testimony today. Already we're hearing that barriers to entry. We're hearing about not being able to control how we handle this with our own population. So I urge the committee to think about that and weigh the testimony that they're receiving.
Excuse me, Mr. Daly, but your time is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Just in
Daly.
closing, I would like to say that I'm a bit concerned. We've heard from many people how well things are going. The state of Connecticut has opted to hide behind denying access to freedom of information for those statistics so that we can see how well it's going. And I would ask this committee to please consider the bill and not support it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for staying here with us for such a long day. We appreciate that. Seeing and hearing no questions, we are going to go next to, oh yes, thank you, Senator Omar, to Jean Rexford.
Thank you.
Here with us online. Welcome.
Thank you, distinguished members of the committee. You've had a long day. In the early 1990s, I had the privilege of serving as the president of the board of Planned Parenthood of Connecticut. We celebrated our place in the reproductive rights movement, and we had helped to orchestrate the Griswold case that on review in 1964 established a right to privacy. It was not up to politicians and legislators, but personal health care decisions could indeed be trusted to the individual and to her position. I think this might be the 13th year I've testified in strong support of this bill. And during those 13 years and speaking with so many friends, I am now 77. So many of us want this option at the end of our lives. Recently, we had a family suicide. This is so far from a family suicide. I want to die the way I have had the good fortune to live, surrounded by a loving and supportive family. Medical aid in dying is an option we should all support, as it underscores the importance of individual integrity and decision-making. This is personal choice, my choice. These decisions should be left to the patient and to his or her doctor, and not to lawmakers. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rexford, for being here with us today and taking advantage of the flexibility of those hybrid meetings. Seeing and hearing no questions, I'm just going to remind those who are attendees waiting that you need to accept the promotion if you are invited, if you're on the Zoom. So please do so that we can make sure that we give you your proper turn. Next, we have Deborah Hudobenko. Let's see if I got that right. Deborah, welcome and please proceed.
Thank you. In the essence of time, I just wanted to say that I am very appreciative of all the comments and the testimony that I've heard today. And I am in opposition to Bill SB 1076. And I urge a no vote. And for those who are planning to kind of vote in favor of it, to at least keep an open mind and listen to some of the very important concerns that are being brought up. I have heard testimony from so many people opposed to this bill. They've been very eloquent. They've put across most of my concerns in a way even better than I can do. So I say that all of those testimonies in opposition to this bill, I agree with what they're saying. For me, it comes down to, after hearing everything today, it comes down to a question of the ultimate value of human life and having some absolute truths that cannot be redefined or changed over time based on like human definitions and interventions. What I've heard from both sides is that there is human error inherent in our systems. There is human judgments. There are people who use definitions and terms for their own political or ethical views. And, you know, and I've been hearing testimony from people in favor of this bill who've gone through terrible suffering, watching their family members and loved ones suffer. And that's something that none of us want. It's a very hard reality of life. We all want people to suffer less. We all want to help. Everybody who's in support of this bill, I believe that you have very valid reasons and that you have good intentions. Maybe the insurance companies and some of the other higher ups who are proposing these bills in states don't have good intentions. And I believe that there is rampant, discrimination. I do believe that there is rampant things going on that we shouldn't be passing bills like this until we fix the medical system. However, I do believe the people who came or testified today do have good intentions. They just want to end suffering. They don't want to see people suffer, especially people they love. So I completely respect what they've been through. I completely respect their opinions. But my concern is that humans are humans. By definition, we are not God. And whatever you see as God or whatever you believe is God, the bottom line is humans are not perfect. We can never be perfect. We are always going to have feelings that change. We are always going to have experiences that change how we view something one way or another. We could be swayed. We could be very much impacted by those around us, by language, by other states, by other countries, by other people. We as humans are subject to error, our own judgments, our own opinions, and those do change over time. And that's
Excuse me, Ms. Benko, your time is complete. Thank
okay.
you.
I will finish my sentence here. So the concern is that as human beings, that's part of our nature. We are going to change. We can't guarantee what the next committee or the next legislative group of people or the next generation. We cannot guarantee what people are going to feel based on their experience and their feelings. There has to be some things that are absolute.
Thank you.
The value of human life is absolute. It has to be that way.
We appreciate your testimony. Seeing
Thank
no
you.
questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person on our list. It's Betty Kawatli. Ms. Kawatli, welcome. We see you, and go ahead and unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Number 86.
You.
Yeah, now you're unmuted. Now let's turn the camera on too.
Oh, okay. Hi. Can you see me?
Not
All
yet,
right.
but
Not yet. Can I just
on
start
the
talking?
left lower part of your screen is the camera button. You just press that.
Wait, on the left-hand side,
Left lower part of the screen.
I don't see it.
Oh, no worries. You go ahead. Please go ahead. Oh. You're muted.
Unmute.
Now you're unmuted now. Please go ahead and you can start from the beginning.
Okay, I'm Betty Kawatli. I'm a licensed family therapist in Stamford. Nobody talked about Parkinson's yet. This is the story of my ex-husband, Joseph Kawatli, who I took care of for 12.5 years when he was first diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2010 when he was 70. The initial signs were barely noticeable, but by the 6th year, his symptoms were terrible, of the terrible disease were pronounced. He resigned from his fabulous career as a senior vice president of a reinsurance company. He suffered from the typical symptoms of the disease, including tremors, rigid muscles, shuffling steps, poor balance, and he did fall and broke his neck, but he recovered. Speech difficulties, depression, dementia, and dementia with hallucinations. That was really the worst. He told me that he wanted to kill himself. He told me that early on. I told him it was not a good idea because he'd die all alone, and that would be very sad. And I said our sons and I would take him to Amsterdam, where assisted suicide was legal, so we could be with him. Joe had long-term care insurance for the final 5 years of his life. He had his 24/7 aides to take care of all these basic bodily functions, which was so humiliating for him. But he endured without complaint, but continually told me every single day, I want to die. In his last days, he always lived at home. I told him he was never going to a nursing home, but hospice came in. He couldn't get out of bed anymore, eat, drink, talk. That was the last couple of weeks. His body was shutting down in a slow, agonizing process. And finally, he succumbed on June 10th, 2021. While I didn't want to lose him, I knew his wish to die long before he reached the inevitable advanced stage of the illness was understandable, rational, reasonable, and correct. And it was unconscionable that legal suicide was not available to him in Connecticut. As for me, he was in hospice. They were great, the Stamford Hospice. And it's now a year and a half later, and the chaplain who would visit him still meets with me once a month. That's how great she is. So, of course, I support the bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, we appreciate you coming and speaking to us. The next person on the list is Lori Bruce. Ms. Bruce, you're on. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Lori Bruce, and I'm a bioethicist at Yale's Interdisciplinary Center for Bioethics. I thought I would focus my time on some of the common moral arguments related to aid in dying. I first wanted to examine the early death argument. Does aid in dying hasten the patient's death, perhaps by hours or days? Yes, it does. But is it morally relevant? No, it is not. Patients already have the right to receive invasive procedures that will take weeks or months off of their life. For instance, some patients have cardiac implants that will shock their heart if the heart stops to prevent them from dying of early heart failure. But at some point, that patient will reach the end of their life, and continuing to shock their heart would then be cruel. It would also be preposterous to shock them merely in the name of extra minutes or hours or days. And that is why it is acceptable to allow these patients to remove or disable their implants at end of life. And 92% of physicians who manage patients with cardiac implants have deactivated an ICD, and 77% have deactivated a pacemaker. This path is understood and permissible, even though it may curtail weeks or months or perhaps even years off of a patient's life. Every day in every hospital in Connecticut, patients choose to avoid or have procedures or stop various treatments that would otherwise extend their life. And no one is suggesting that we should pass a law to prevent those actions, because they are already widely considered to be ethically permissible when examined on a case-by-case basis, just like MAID would be. Medicine is not about trying to eke out every single extra minute of a patient's life. And if legislators really believed that we needed to maximize our lives as long as possible, then you'd ban smoking, you'd mandate spinach, and you'd require us all to hit the track every day. So we need to stop thinking about this in terms of an early death or lost moments argument, and really think about what's going on for these patients. Also, ethical policymaking relies on good data. So when there are fears that arise from constituents, we need to take them seriously, but we're also obligated to determine whether those fears are grounded in fact. In places where aid in dying has passed, there's no evidence of widespread discrimination or bias. And I was worried about this for years and not supportive of MAID for a good 2 decades, because I was very worried about this bias. But there are so many protections in place that this perceived problem does not exist. And yes, there is bias within medicine and we need to work on it. But frankly, if we were to write all health law and policy as carefully as this MAID bill, we would go a long way to improve other aspects of medicine where those biases do indeed exist. So I wanted to thank you for carefully considering SB 1076.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for waiting the entire day. Would love to ask you a lot of questions, but we want to get people home before the weather gets bad. So we will probably talk offline. Thank you so much. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll move on to the next person, Elizabeth Stern. Welcome.
Welcome. I think you can hear me, but it is saying that I cannot start the video. I don't know why. If I don't, let's see.
We will fix that.
There it is. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Public Health Committee. Thank you for your service, your sensitivity, and your stamina regarding SB 1076. The unifying force in my professional and volunteer efforts has always been about listening to and supporting the young, the old, the vulnerable, who are too often underrepresented. I'm a healthy, engaged person who loves life and am at peace with my mortality. Today, I'm here to advocate for my right to end-of-life options that include medical aid in dying. I also represent the wishes of my adult daughters, my husband, and friends who include medical professionals and some with significant disabilities. I have listened carefully to all of the testimony today and have read much on this topic. I've also submitted written testimony. It can tell you personal end-of-life stories. There is nothing of substance that I can add to the informed, eloquent testimony of support you've heard already today. My sister lives in Vermont, my brother in Oregon, my best friend lives in Hawaii. I ask the members of the Public Health Committee who represent their constituents to seriously consider Connecticut statistics presented by speaker number 47, Sean Crowley, and number 75, Kim Callanan. Connecticut is known throughout the country as a state of best practices. Please pass SB 1076 so that Connecticut residents have the same choices as our family and friends in other states. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, we will move to the next person on our list, which is Maxfield Fay. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, distinguished members of the Connecticut Public Health Committee. My name is Maxfield Fay, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 1076, an act concerning aid in dying for terminally ill patients. I grew up in Farmington and moved to New York to practice law after graduating from UConn Law back in 2020. I support Senate Bill 1076 because I've personally seen how ugly the end of a terminal illness can be. And I remember feeling shocked to learn that we didn't have an option of aid in dying after losing my father as a teenager. I think it's important for all of you to note that many of the harrowing stories you've heard today could have been prevented with the passage of Senate Bill 1076. And by voting to pass it during this session, you're doing your part in protecting Connecticut residents for years to come. Just over 11 years ago, at the age of 19, I knelt at my dad's bedside with my mom, Jill, who testified earlier today, both squeezing his hands, and witnessed something my dad never wanted us to see. The last memory I have of my dad was him yelling in agony, unable to find comfort, completely immune to any amount of medication that wouldn't render him unconscious. I knelt helplessly next to him, every passing second feeling like a lifetime, until finally the cancer took his life. It was then that I sat there, perplexed, shocked, confused that we live in a place that could let this happen. My dad was the epitome of dignified until the very end, when things took a violent turn and threw him into a painful fit of discomfort and agony. His last day on this earth was excruciating, the most painful thing I've ever witnessed, that's for sure. Because we didn't have aid in dying in 2012, Connecticut forced a teenager to watch his father die an agonizing death, and that was preventable. And it still is preventable for those who have loved ones in their lives if you vote in favor of this bill. And until you do something, these harrowing stories will continue to accumulate. By voting in favor of Senate Bill 1076, you are empowering our terminally ill population to die with dignity if they so choose, in sparing their loved ones from witnessing a potentially brutal death, the way I did. That's why this bill is selfless. It seeks to bolster the autonomy of our terminally ill, allowing them the choice of ending their life if a terminal illness becomes unbearable. It's selfless because it doesn't force anything on anyone. I noticed today that even those opposed to the bill continue to use the word choose in saying things like choosing aid in dying would have deprived my family member of witnessing certain things. So thank you for making my point there, that this is truly a choice at the end of the day. And the choice is extensive. You have the choice to pursue the medication, but you also maintain the choice to ingest it. And in states that have already passed similar legislation, numbers showing that most recipients don't even end up using the medication, and just the comfort of having it at their bedside serves an important purpose. Just imagine how wonderful the relief a terminally ill patient must feel knowing that they have an out waiting for them right there on their bedside table. So on behalf of all of the advocates for this bill, please vote in favor of Senate Bill 1076 and grant other Connecticut residents the choice that I wish my father had. So thank you so much for all your time. I know you had a very long day. So thanks again.
Thank you, Attorney Fay, for your testimony, and thank your mother Jill as well for her testimony. And I'm so sorry for your experience when you were a teenager. Seeing no questions or comments, we will move on to the next person on our list. On the list is Reverend James Sullivan. Welcome. How are you? Good to see you. To turn the light there, the press button right there.
Got it.
There.
Sorry, everybody. Yeah, Father Jim Sullivan, I'm the pastor of the Basilica in Waterbury, Connecticut. A joy to be here with you today. Thank you so much. Obviously, as a Catholic priest, you're probably thinking what position I would take with this, and you would be right, of course, but not to argue from the point of view of Scripture, Old Testament, New Testament, Jeremiah, or any of the gospel writers. Simply today, just a word about just human dignity itself, the dignity of the human person. Because so many of the people that are listening are people of many faiths, or little faith, or maybe even no faith. So from the point of view of just the dignity of the human person from the earliest stages to the very end. At the Basilica, perhaps more than any other church in New England, we have the majority of funerals. Just last year, we had 190 funerals. That's essentially a funeral every other day. As a priest, we experience the greatest joys, baptisms, weddings, and celebrations of every kind. And we also experience people at the saddest and most difficult and painful times of their lives. We're in the hospital constantly with families who are grieving, with those who have lost someone whom they've loved. And so my perspective today is a very tiny one. It's a very different aspect that maybe has not been heard yet today. And that is, during times of pain and suffering, I have seen it countless times where in families there's been reconciliations, there's been forgiveness, conversations that have not happened for sometimes decades. What death does and that process of dying, whether it be hours or days or weeks or even months, in that process of dying, I know I'm coming from the point of view of a priest, but I'm really coming from the point of view of a human being. Just being with people at their darkest hours. What happens so many times is healing and reconciliation, forgiveness. I believe that passage of this bill blinds people because there is a blindness in suffering. We very often don't see clearly in those dark moments. And what this does, I think the passage of this bill is robs the human person of one of the most basic and fundamental realities that we want to experience in life, and that's to love and be loved. In our darkest moments, and yes, even in our final moments. I think that's my perspective. And I think it's a very real one that perhaps has not been mentioned yet. Thank you so much for the privilege and opportunity to be here today.
Thank you so much. Don't leave yet, Father Sullivan. Thank you so much
Yes.
for a beautiful testimony and your very powerful words.
Thank you.
We truly appreciate you and thank you for your patience with us today. Representative Zupkus has a question or comment.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Father.
Nice to see you.
I always enjoy you every Sunday.
Thank you.
when you come. Would the timeline, if it was any different, would that change anything for the Catholic Church?
Just explain a little further the timeline. You mean that period of suffering, or?
Well, there's 6 months.
Yes.
for
Oh, I see what you,
terminally
yes.
ill- Yes. So would anything change for you if it was 30 days or if, because I don't believe our doctors are God. I
Yes.
mean, no one knows. And so they can say you are terminally ill and you have 6 months
Yes.
to live. And so that's when this would come about. Would anything change? if
I
they
think in
said-
this period of 6 months, at 6 months, people might be thinking a little clearer, but I think there's also a certain blindness in pain and suffering. And I think in the mystery, I don't even have to mention the word God in this group because that might not be a solid argument for many of the people listening, but just in the mystery of the human person, the mystery of life and death and suffering, those final hours in particular, those final days, what so often happens is a beauty that I think can be lost. And if that's what you're asking, I don't think that the time limit is going to matter whatsoever, because you'd want to have a person, obviously, to have that opportunity up to the final moment.
Thank you. That
And
was-
it's also a healing for themselves as well, believe it or not. We've seen that so many times. Yeah.
Great.
Holding someone's hand at that very last minute.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Representative Claris Dieter, don't go yet, Father.
Oh.
We have a lot of people who need peace and patience.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Father Sullivan,
Thank
for
you.
being here today. I know Assumption Church and Ansonia misses you
Oh, yes. Me too.
every day. Anne Marie Dragonis,
Thank
as
you.
you know, was
Yes.
a big fan, and as was I, even though it's not my church. I know this is a very personal and spiritual decision for a lot of people, and I know a lot of us have discussed it with our personal priests, and I've discussed it with Father Peter.
Yes.
And it's not an easy decision that anybody could come upon. And I know that through my priest's guidance to me, he said that even though he understands Aiden dying, it's just not God's will. He wants God to be with you every step of the way to get you past, your last moments. But I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you being here today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Mr. Chair.
Can I have Representative Palm and then after you, Representative Palm?
Yes.
Online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Father. I just wanted to ask you quickly about the papal encyclical from 1984, Salvifici Dolores. And I know the concept of, having been raised Catholic, of the redemptive nature of suffering. But we were also taught that God gave us free will. So how do you square a person's pain with a person's individual free will to make choices? We are taught we can choose good, we can choose evil. Can a person not choose this final act is that against the papal encyclical of 84?
Yes. So what Pope John Paul II would have meant is freedom to choose the good, freedom to choose that which is right, freedom to choose life itself. So we do have free will, but for free will to sin, what we would call sin, free will to sin is a detriment to the human person. Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
the concept of sin gets back to this notion that Aiden dying is suicide, because I understand suicide is considered a sin, right?
yes.
So the distinctions that some of the medical people have made between assisted dying versus suicide is not one that you recognize?
With the Aiden dying, we would recognize that as essentially the same. there's a culpability there on both parts.
Okay.
I think since we can bring in the part of, if we are going to talk about the spiritual, I kind of purposely did not believe it. I wanted to make it more from the human. But to bring in the spiritual, we do believe as Christians in the redemptive meaning of suffering, that our suffering is configured to Christ, and there's that it can be meritorious.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of people don't see that in blindness in those final hours. But what I've experienced, what I've said in my little testimony, is the countless times that I have seen in my years as a priesthood of the redemptive healing, but also the comfort to families to be with their loved ones in their final hours. And it's also a gift really to themselves as well, because I've seen it so many times where people find God in those final moments, that I think there's a certain coldness that comes with the taking of a life, however it's taken. But in those final moments, whether it be the priest in the room or the family in the room, holding onto someone's hand, being with them, comforting them in those moments, is a spiritual moment. And it's a moment of what we'd call a moment of great grace. And that's that is profound reality in the mystery of life and death itself.
But does that grace disappear if the timeline is foreshortened?
I believe that grace, there's a certain aspect of that grace, yes, that would not be present, that when someone is in that mindset, taking their own life or being assisted in that process, that there's a barrier there. There's a barrier because life itself is being taken away at those moments. And there's almost, we believe that there would be this opportunity for great depth in the spiritual life of a soul through that suffering. But that's a mystery that's hard to understand.
Well,
a person has to be a person who understands suffering, and it's the highest level of the spiritual life. And that's why I didn't purposely preach or bring that in, but the highest level of the spiritual life is the concept of human suffering, that we can be configured to Christ our Savior in that way. And it's the mystery of life and death, but it is the highest level of the spiritual life.
Well, I do
that would take a whole course to explain.
Yeah, I appreciate the sensitivity with which you're approaching this. I think some of us struggle with the separation of church and state in doing our work, and this bill is, if not unique, certainly unusual in that so much of it has to do with the spirit. So I think your testimony is important to hear. I would argue that when the moment of death comes, there is still a redemptive quality in that, and just that the alleviation of suffering is what we should be going for. But I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and nice to see you, Father.
Oh, good to see you too. A long time.
I just wanted to say thank you for your words. It definitely puts different perspectives onto things, and you've been with us at the end of a couple of our families' lives.
Yes, I have. Yes.
And this is definitely one that we struggle with, but you've said a couple of different things that it's not been said before, and I've heard this probably about 10 times now. So thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Michelle.
Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Father, you'll have to forgive me. It's been a long time since CCD.
Yes.
Can you tell me that if this bill passes, the member of the Catholic faith takes advantage of this bill, how would the Catholic Church treat that individual? Would last rites be denied to an individual who made this difficult decision? Would burial services be denied? I very much recognize and wholeheartedly defend the separation of church and state, but I do think it's an important question because you spoke so eloquently about the human aspect, but I do think that if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, I'd like to know the answer to the church.
Very good and thoughtful question. So there was a time in church history, not only the Catholic Church, but many Christian churches, that when someone committed suicide, they weren't even granted a funeral, or they were buried in not on sacred ground. That has all changed in recent years and decades. So I would never hold back on the sacrament of the sick or the sacrament of the dying. God is a God of great mercy, but I don't think we just, because God is merciful, we just do what we want. And we say, well, God's going to be merciful. God's going to forgive me anyway. There's also, while it is true that the justice of God and the mercy of God, God is all just and all merciful. God's mercy probably outweighs his justice, because God loves us in a way that we can't even fathom or understand, like an ocean of mercy. So I or no priest would ever hold back on the sacrament of the sick or the dying, nor would that person be denied a funeral. But that wouldn't give us license to say, let's move in that direction. Of course not. Yeah.
And thank you very much
Yeah.
for your eloquent response.
Thank you. Representative Denny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Father, good to see you this afternoon.
Nice to see you.
I just want to bring this a little bit back to the secular. You believe in hospice?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that during the hospice and drugs are administered that decrease the patient's ability to maybe maintain their respirations in that effort to maintain their pain control, which may put them further down the path towards death as they go. You're aware of that?
Yes, I'm no expert on palliative care or any of those medical things, but I do a little bit. Yeah.
All right, but so you know that according to what some might say, that's assisted suicide, because as the patient becomes more resistant to medications and more dyspneic, they may not be able to maintain their airway as well. They may not be able to keep their cardiac output up, and they struggle and the response is not to give them oxygen, but to give them more drug, which will hasten their death. So you're okay with this, right? I mean, knowing that at some point you're putting you are actually going to make it so that the patient will die sooner because of the medication he's been given, but the patient will be less agitated, will be looking more comfortable, may not be responsive, and be a more look at what we would call a peaceful death in hospice.
Yes, there are times when palliative care, the pain medication can be applied, but not forced in the level that it would actually take away significantly from the natural process of dying.
And that's what I'm saying happens all the time with hospice. The difference for me and what I'm seeing in end of life care is that the continuum continues until the patient says, I make the final choice. And whether I agree, that's between you and the divine spirit, whether he's mad because you took the choice away from him or not. But that's the continuum of care that eventually either a hospice nurse makes for you or you make for yourself. Yes. And I guess that's what I'm trying to bring back is in the secular reality of it, whether the nurse through hospice takes a life, or I won't say takes a life because the disease always kills. I've been a healthcare professional 40 years. Nobody dies in hospice. The disease kills them. Hospice makes it better for you to go through the death process.
Right.
And this is just nothing more than a supplement that can be taken a little earlier under your own vocation, under your own volition. And I guess I'm just trying to see why there's a difference in that.
I think I would go back to my original testimony, which was based on the secular, not on the spiritual. And that's based on simply human experience that I and countless others have experienced in hospice and in other situations where during those period of times in the mystery of, let's say, God, but I wasn't making the position from God, that in that time, whether it be days or weeks or months, that in that time in the mystery of life and death, beautiful things are capable of happening.
I won't argue with that on that point. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Senator Omar, and thank you, Father. I can tell from the comments here around the circle that you are a beloved pastor and clearly very pastoral.
Thank you.
And as someone who spent 6 years as a pastoral assistant for youth ministry in the Catholic Church in the Archdiocese of Seattle, I value that tremendously. I wanted to just go back to actually your testimony and what you said about death and the opportunity that I think what you said was what death does is offer the opportunity for reconciliation and healing.
Reconciliation, healing, forgiveness.
Yes.
Conversations that haven't happened in decades.
Right.
Yeah. Happens all the time.
And I'm sure that what you've also experienced is that it's an opportunity that not everyone is able to take advantage of or does take advantage of. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So it's an opportunity. I think the other thing that you said that I just wanted to touch base with you about and just touch on was that when there is the choice to pursue medical aid in dying, that it robs the human person of the opportunity to love and be loved. Am I right in remembering that you said that?
I think what I meant by that was in those final moments of life, there is in the human person a deeper realization of who they are, and whether it be God speaking to them or maybe even their own human realization that the end is near, that there is this profound reality of what love is in itself. And I think sometimes I know that we rob the person of that opportunity when life is cut shorter.
And I just want to thank you for kind of restating that, because I think as you have seen and others have seen throughout the day, so many people have shared their painful and difficult stories. And you actually uniquely to probably almost any of us in the room have journeyed through those end days with people and families more than most of the rest of us.
Countless
But
times.
I'm
yeah.
sensitive to the fact that there are those who have made the choice to accept or have chosen medical aid in dying and have experienced the love and care of their families. And I just appreciate the way that you restated that, because I think that is allowing me to also express that sensitivity to those families as well. But I truly appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
everybody.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I'd have a few questions I wanted to run by you as well. We should probably have a session with you separately from the looks of it, right? I hear about the suffering, and I learn from you about the value of suffering. But if hospice, and one of our bills is to make sure that the palliative care improves, and then when a person moves from palliative to hospice, that improves.
Yes.
And the goal of that is to remove suffering.
Yes.
So is a sin being performed because we are removing suffering at that moment?
No.
Then why do you have two separate paths for aid in dying versus hospice?
Well, one I would say is self-inflicted, as opposed to the natural process. There's the natural process to take away someone's suffering is that's what all medicine is about. But to actually hasten death or bring about death in that pocket of time that we're discussing, again, I'm speaking from personal experience. I've just seen it countless times of what happens during that time. Now, there's nothing, obviously, we all want to be healed and no one wants to live in pain. But as far as I know, from the palliative care that's available today, unlike in past decades, a person can, in those final days and hours, be as comfortable as possible, and ideally have a peaceful and comfortable death as much as possible. I know there are testimonies that would say differently, and I have not seen every single possibility, but I have seen enough in my years of priesthood to know that what is in the hospice rooms and other places can bring about a great comfort at the end of life.
And then another question I wanted to clarify with you was, when you describe death, you described, for a lack of a better way to explain it, a beautiful death. When families around and everybody's saying we are sorry and we love you.
Yes.
But for some people, death can be very painful and
Yes.
and unfortunately ugly.
Yes.
And we've heard from some individuals whose life has been impacted, for the loved ones who saw their loved ones suffer.
Yes.
It did not bring about calmness and happiness. It brought about lifelong sadness.
Yes.
And we heard that today from people.
Yes.
So in the broader spectrum,
Yes.
now not as perhaps just wearing the human hat, but a spiritual hat. Is it okay for the people to suffer for the rest of their life because spiritually we have made a decision that it's okay to have that suffering at the last moment at the cost of suffering for a lifetime for somebody else?
That's a shift from what I've said before, but what I've also, and there's exceptions, there are exceptions. But again, what I've experienced is the comfort of the family at those moments of death. I believe from my own experience as a priest and hearing confessions constantly and being with people in their darkest moments, that people very often regret decisions that have anything to do with the human body, the human person, and the dignity of the person. Very often that happens years later. But I have a feeling, I know from experience also what happens years later is a comfort and a realization that although there was this period of suffering, there is this realization that my person lived, they had a natural death. It wasn't hastened. I had nothing to do with it. And maybe it might not be comfortable right away. It will be painful. But there's also times, and people need to hear, there's also times where the grace, what we would call grace, God's divine life, comes later. It's not always instantaneous. And so there's a beautiful spiritual gift there as well.
And again, you speak from experience, and that obviously is very valuable to all of us. May I perhaps suggest also that sometimes when a priest is involved, everything is somewhat moving in a planned direction. And a lot of the deaths that are not planned or are sudden with a lot of pain, they may not necessarily have the presence of a priest in those situations. So I wonder if there may be a little bit of a selection bias in your experience of all deaths looking comforting and beautiful, as opposed to.
Oh yeah, and I would not say all deaths comfortable and beautiful. I say that there is a possibility of the beauty of there, but you'd be surprised how many times we're at bedsides when we're not invited, when we're simply there. So the experience is beyond the Christian.
Yeah. Okay. And if somebody was making a decision to the difficult decision to take aid in dying, but they have had an opportunity to reconcile with their loved ones, tell them how they feel, ask for forgiveness, and then be in a moment of comfort, presence with the loved ones, would that still be wrong?
I think reconciliation at any time is beautiful.
But they're choosing aid in dying after that moment.
That's where I would draw the line, of course, based on one of my previous testimonies. Yeah.
Okay.
And experience.
I so much appreciate you being here. I have a few of my colleagues who have a question. What should we do with the people who asked before? Yeah. Senator Summers, you go ahead first, please.
Thank you, Father, for being here, and thank you for your testimony. I wasn't really sure what to ask you. I was just sort of listening to what you had to say. Many of us have been in this hearing for probably 7 years now. We've heard the testimony over and over, but one of the things I just wanted to clarify, I think we're parsing hairs a little bit about hospice care and being able to provide pain management for hospice care versus what I consider assisted suicide. Other people consider it death with dignity, but the definition of suicide is taking your own life, which this would be a choice to do that in my respect, whether it's physician assisted or not. So I think when you were trying to explain the difference for you, so palliative hospice care is providing medication to help ease pain and suffering, but it's not actively participating in giving you a cocktail to kill yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So I think yes, hospice can, reduce your breathing, but it's not actively killing you. And I think that's where some of the clinicians that I've spent a lot of time with, that's the issue that they have. They have taken an oath to do no harm. So it's hard to advocate for life and then say it's okay to actively provide a prescription that will kill you knowingly.
Right.
So I had a couple questions as far as if this bill passes and you have a church member who has chosen this path and is going to actively take this medication, which again, I have an issue with because it's a prescription that's written. That person could do it without family members there, with no one there. And they're supposed to be able to, ingest these pills, whether they make it into a cocktail or not, by themselves. Would you, if they called you, be at their bedside to come to their house?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would think that any priest would be there because a priest is a minister of mercy. As a Christian, we stand in the person of Christ. Would I try to talk to them in a different way based on my testimony today? Yes, I would. But I would refuse to be there? Absolutely not. In fact, I would want to be there. I would want to, at some point in this process, be by their bedside and talk to them about the process. But people make bad choices in their life. A lot of the life of a priest is after bad choices. And I want to be there. Every priest does, because it's an opportunity, if not for the person, then for the family. But yes, I would want to be there.
And I thank you for that. I think one of the parts of this bill that is troubling for many is the fact that it is not done in a controlled setting. You know, if you're in hospice care, you have a nurse coming in, you are seeing a clinician. You know, this particular way this bill's written, somebody can go to the pharmacy, pick up the prescription and put it on the shelf and take it on the day they decide. So I think that is troubling for many because the outcomes could be vary. These are off-label drugs, so we don't know if they're going to work the way they're intended. And you could end up having somebody have a death that is even more painful because of whatever reason, a reaction to the drug. So I think that's one part of this particular bill that many of us struggle with. And it's nice to hear that you would be present, even if this is something that you are not, that your faith does not allow you to believe in is the right choice. As the next question I had for you is the same thing. If you had someone come to you who was contemplating using this, if this bill were to pass, again, you would counsel them as to what some of the other alternatives are,
right,
rather than go ahead and ask to
I was going to use that very same word, other alternatives. Yeah. Yeah. I would want to have that conversation with a person. Sometimes people come to a priest contemplating abortion and they're in a terrible place in their life. But I want to have that conversation. And even if someone goes forward with something like that, I want to be with them afterwards. Every priest does, because then there's healing before and there's healing after. And for a family, there's in this matter, this particular bill, there's healing before and there's potential for healing after. So the priest or any minister wants to be on both sides.
And I just have one last question, which is you talked a lot tonight about having family members and loved ones around you at the time of someone's passing.
Yeah.
And I can't think of, personally, and I've had family members who have died of cancer and had, a lot of pain during the process, but I can't imagine having somebody who is terminally ill, picking up a prescription at a drive-through CVS, coming home and taking a medication by themselves alone in their home. And that to me is not the way that I think anybody should have to, have their life end. And that's part of this bill that I find really troubling. In other countries, a clinician is present. It is very different than what is written here. I'm not saying that that's what people would choose, but that's a clear possibility here. And when you just stated that you would be by somebody's side, it brings comfort in the fact that even though it may not be something that your church believes in, there's still this mercy that is shown there at that time. So I thank you for your testimony. It's been really thought-provoking for me, and I'll let other people ask questions, but I'm very glad that you testified today.
And I thought I'd be here for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm not an expert on these matters. I'm just more from the pastoral point of view in the lives of the priest.
Father Sullivan, I have two more legislators online who are going to ask you questions. I will start with Representative Kavros DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Father, for being here. Full disclosure, like my colleague, Representative Claire Desvitria, I am a Greek Orthodox Christian. We do not believe in redemptive suffering. I spent 4 years in Catholic high school, and I learned a whole lot about giving it up to the Lord and making yourself, with your suffering, they've got a purpose and that'll, ease your way into heaven, so to speak. But I do think that as legislators and as a different kind of servant, we're not servants of God in our legislative role, but we are public servants. I think that we struggle with, as Representative Palm said, the separation of church and state. And so I think it's important that we hold space for the people, both on this committee and in the room, who either have no relationship with an omnipresent God that we believe in as Christians, and to acknowledge, even as Christians, that we don't have the same prescribed vision of what that is. I do so appreciate you being here. I struggle with the last piece about, I believe you when you say that you will be there even after someone had an abortion, even after someone made a choice that perhaps is seen as the wrong choice, the bad choice. But in my experience, there are many priests in many different faiths that do not provide that grace, comfort, forgiveness, or channel to forgiveness from above that you're talking about. I think the thing that I am struggling most with is that separation of church and state, though. And I think about it a lot because while our faith may guide us, at the end of the day, this country was founded on the separation of church and state. So how do you reconcile for us what we are supposed to do in terms of, our job? Because our job is to separate out personal belief, spiritual guidance, and try to just look at the law on its face.
So you'll notice in my testimony, as a priest, a Catholic priest, a Christian, I purposely did not mention God, and I did not mention faith, and I did not mention spirituality. I don't believe. I brought it from the point of view of the human person, of the dignity of the person, and the experience of healing and reconciliation, and the heart which every single human person has, of any faith or no faith. And so that was my perspective. So I came from the point of view, not as I am a priest, but my testimony was more from, you might say, the secular or the human. So that was that's more from the heart than it was from the point of view of faith. Although I would strongly believe and encourage the faithful part. That would be a very solid argument, but I think a very solid argument can also be made simply from the human heart.
I thank you for that. And I also think a solid argument can be made for when we speak of dignity, allowing people to have choice in what their dignity is, agency in what their dignity is. And I, as you said, you've been at many a bedside, I've been at many a bedside. I have seen what Representative Denning talked about morphine hastening the process, because we know that it does. And I think that, for me anyway, dignity, I think looks a little bit differently than how you might be using it. But I thank you for being here today and for taking so many questions from us. And I hope you'll have a safe drive home. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I just want to follow up on a few of the back and forth. So with Representative Palm, I believe you said you spoke to the redemptive quality of suffering. And then in your conversation with Senator Anwar, when he asked the distinction between palliative care and aid in dying, you said that the point of medicine is to take away suffering and can bring about a peaceful death. So in your faith, will someone experience redemption if they use palliative care and don't suffer?
Say that last question. Would
someone experience redemption if they use palliative care and they don't suffer?
In palliative care, there's obviously there's a suffering that palliative care tries to alleviate. So yes, through that whole process of suffering, whatever that is, and that whole process of dying, whether it be weeks or months or hours, that whole process of redemption through God's grace works mysteriously through all of that. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll just end by saying I respect your beliefs. Hearing you speak, it's obvious you are deeply, religious and are I respect that. They're not my beliefs, and they're not the beliefs of other Connecticut residents. And so to me, this policy is about choice because no one has to choose aid in dying. And so I would hope that we can respect each other's different beliefs. And that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think if I may just add one other final thought to that, just as the human person as a whole, the beginning of life, the middle of life, all of life, the end of life, there is an amazing dignity in the human person. And once we begin to disrespect the body in any way, all of our society begins to diminish. When there's a respect for the body from beginning to end, there is an elevation of the human person. And that's just simply on the human level, never mind the spiritual. So there is, I think we would all be on agreement that the human person, the human body has profound dignity. And that's one of our that's one of the points we're certainly trying to make.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for answering all of our questions, and thank you for being here.
It was a joy to be with all of you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Please stay well. So for everyone else, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. We are showing this live on CTN, but also on YouTube. And because we have to change the channel for a short time on YouTube, because this meeting is so long, the YouTube has run out of space, ours, not the big YouTube. And we will have to just change the channel, take a few minutes. And when we come back, we'll start with Sharon Hines, followed by Luther Weeks, who's here. And so give us 1 minute or so, and then we will be back. And this would be a good time to stretch your legs. You don't get any clots if you keep sitting. Thank you.